As soon as I crossed into the parallel world, I was asked to fight the elves with melee 1 to 50. Chapter 1. When I wake up, the world changes. Recommend tickets. Really new high school, playground. Leahy woke up faintly and smelled the fragrance of green grass in the air, which was refreshing. What's with this grassy smell? I slept in the hotel yesterday, and I didn't go to the wild love field with my sister. Leahy is a senior writer of Elves. This profession is Alexander, so from time to time, he will invite some girls to discuss the next life together. The relationship is very simple. Opening his eyes and looking around, Leahy was stunned. At the foot of the grass is calf-high grass. There are a bunch of students standing around. A woman who is suspected of being a teacher is yelling in front of you. Wandering, still wandering. The 150-point ELF theory knowledge paper in the monthly test has an average grade of 98.6. What about our class? 89.7. Failed. I have to apologize to the previous classmates. I said the wrong thing. You are the worst class one have ever brought. The classmates shrugged their heads, accustomed to it, and kept silent. Only Leahy pondered for a moment in the days of doubting life, and then he really doubted life. Who I am. Where am I? What am I doing? The female teacher who just opened her mouth said again. Start practical teaching now. And the basis of actual combat is to conquer the elves, which is to throw the pokeball. The teacher doesn't have high requirements for you. Whoever can hit this six-tailed with a pokeball today, I will give him full marks. If anyone can fight the six tails and conquer it, the teacher will represent the school, and give this six tails to him. Brush brush. The eyes of the classmates all turn to the six tails on the bottom of the female teacher's feet. It looks like a red fox, and its six small short tails have not yet fully grown. At this time, the six tails were yawning comfortably, turning a blind eye to the hot eyes of the classmates. If Leahy just doubted life just now, he even doubted the world now. Pokeball. Is it that kind of high-tech ball the size of a ping-pong ball that can hold the elves in it and carry it with you? Six tails. It looks like a six-tailed demon fox, an unusually rare fire-type spirit. There's something wrong with this world. Leahy swallowed hard and touched his trousers pocket subconsciously. Really have a cell phone? Shaking his hands, Leahy unlocked it with his fingerprint. As soon as the screen lit up, apps such as Group M, Letter W, Penguin, Station B, and Browser were neatly arranged together. Calm down, I'm a professional writer, I haven't thought about any tricks, Leahy opened the M group. Silence. The recommended information in the homepage column is actually all related to Pokemon. Scallion Duck Group's anniversary celebration, 40% off roast duck in all stores, and those who spend over 1,000 yuan will also provide a green onion duck singing performance. Close black lens bracket. 618, Shinado ear cleaning service delivered to home. Close black lens bracket. M group takeaway, we are faster than Kuailong. Close black lens bracket. With great perseverance, Leahy turned his attention away from Shinado's door-to-door ear cleaning service. Looking at the ordinary girl next to him, he regained his composure. What's the situation? Elves come to reality. As expected of me, I figured out the situation so quickly. Leahy gave himself a like. People who often read novels and write novels can quickly calm down even if they encounter transmigration, rebirth, and sexual transformation. So, you must read more novels. He looked up. Just a while ago, a classmate stepped forward and tried to smash the six tails with the red and white Pokeball. As a result, no hair was hit. Very realistic. Leahy retracted his gaze and slid his fingers on the screen. Habitually open Station B and swipe the home page. Photographer. Lord Bay and Lord De fought on the top of the Himalayas. Close black lens bracket. Official announcement. The head of Gudong and the chief of the Black Cat will have a live battle on the night of 618. Close black lens bracket. I'm really a weak chicken. Nazi, the master of the humanoid super elf gym in the next area, turn the challenger into a doll again. Why should I say it again? Close black lens bracket. Leahy was stunned again. There seems to be something wrong, and there seems to be nothing wrong. He took a deep breath and silently recited, "Howly my wife, howly my wife." Breathing out again, the whole person is as cold as ice. Next door. What the hell is Nazi? Leahy clicked on the video. The whole person almost lost his temper. Although the video is very short and the camera is shaking, it still captures a girl of 17 or 18 years old. Black hair like waterfall, melon seed face, pebbles eyes, thin eyebrows and cherry lips. The girl sat lazily on the chair. She rested her chin in one hand and stared straight ahead with no expression on her face. Leahy was shocked. I'll go, is it really Nazi? The gym master of Pokemon World. This posture is too sultry. A skillful glance at the ordinary girl next to him made Leahy calmer. When I looked at the male trainer who was suddenly turned into a doll in the video, he became immortal. The barrage just flew up, densely packed, almost covering the entire video. Nazi, all Mary. I just want to know, is the person who filmed the video still alive? Nazi finally took a look here. If a man provokes Nazi, Zulin, and Catalia at the same time, how would he die? Da Omega Da. Leahy searched the internet and found Nazi's encyclopedia. Superpower gym owner, genius trainer, dangerous level star. Nazi should be the master of the gym in the Kanto region in the elf world. How did she end up in the real world? What kind of world is this? The real world and the elf world are integrated into one. Just when Leahy was thinking frantically, the ordinary girl next to him poked him. Leahy, stop playing with your phone. Teacher Lei Chu is staring at you. Leahy, it's you when Lin Xiang is over. Lei Chu shouted. Leahy calmly retracted the phone. Looking forward, the girl named Lin Xiang was much smarter. I chose to tempt Lu Wei with spicy strips first, let it drop its guard, approach, and then suddenly took out the Pokeball and smashed it at close range. Pity. Still a little bit worse. Lu Wei was quite alert and very bold. When Lin Xiang threw the ball at it, it not only did not choose to retreat, but slammed into it. Knocked Lin Xiang to the ground, the six tails bounced back and landed on the grass, yawning lazily again. Lei Chu stepped forward and pulled Lin Xiang up, comforting, "Don't be discouraged, your method is right, if it's a green caterpillar, the success rate should be more than half." She turned her head and took the opportunity to educate again. See if you can, learn more from Lin Xiang, and use your brains. The teacher didn't expect you to be able to fight the six tails melee, but only hope that you use your brains. There was silence, no one answered. After Lin Xiang got up, she smiled lightly. I saw this method on the internet. It's actually no big deal. Teacher, you have won the prize. Wow. The classmates immediately started booing. Is this modesty? No, this is pretending. It's cheap and well sold. Even teacher Lei Chu was put in by her. Cough. Lei Chu stabilized the scene. Leahy, it's your turn. Here, give you the Pokeball. Be careful, although this six-tailed animal was born not long ago, it is also very fierce. After taking the Pokeball, Leahy bent his calf and said solemnly, conquering the Pokemon is a sacred thing. I'll show you. Hey, why is there a bald six-tailed over there? Lei Chu and the classmates looked over subconsciously, and even Lu Wei was no exception. Six-tailed bald, who doesn't want to take a look? Boom. With a hard kick on his back foot, Leahy instantly rushed to Lu Wei. Just when Lu Wei heard the sound and turned around, Leahy kissed him with a kiss. Six-tailed face was dull. Leahy smashed the ball on its forehead and took it in. Lin Xiang. Lei Chu. Classmates. Another Han scratched his head and said, Mr. Lei, Leahy hit the sixth tail. Not only that, but he seems to subdue it. Do we still need to learn from Lin Xiang? Chapter 2. You only came when I lost my purity. The six tails were indeed subdued. Because the red and white Pokeball didn't even shake. It stands to reason that even if it is a weak elf, after it is taken in by the elf ball, it will struggle a few times symbolically, causing the elf ball to sway from side to side. It may be saying, people are not elves that you can easily get your hands on. But the Pokeball that captured Six Tails didn't shake at all. It can only be said that Leahy was more thoroughly subdued. Lei Chu looked at the six-tailed Pokeball on the grass and spit out a sentence with difficulty. Self-study. Teacher, I'm going to deal with personal matters. She picked up the six-tailed Pokeball and hurried away. The steps are very fast. They all ran. This is Six Tails, not a green caterpillar. But whoever makes her boast about Heiko, if anyone can conquer Luwei, Luwei will be his. Mr. Lei Chu doesn't have the size of Raichu, but he has the speed it loses. The principal's office is on the first floor of the teaching building. Lei Chu came to the door, but wiped the sweat from his forehead. He adjusted his breathing and put on a nonchalant expression. Boom, boom, boom. She knocked on the door calmly 3 times, and soon, a voice came from inside. Come in. Headmaster. Lei Chu walked into the principal's office and shouted at a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The principal of Junshin High School is named Mu Wenji. He was also a trainer when he was young. In the past, she was an Elves cultivated by Shu, but now she is a student who went out of Shu's school. Life can be regarded as a fun, happy and not tired. Mr. Zhaolei, why are you here? Come and sit down and say, did the parent of any student trouble you again? Principal Mu knew that Lei Chu had a sharp mouth and a tofu heart. Although he was a little harsh on the students, it was for their own good. For this, also offended many parents. He can also understand that, after all, as a parent, who wants to let their children be taught by others every day. All I can say is that it's not easy, and it's all to be understood. Lei Chu, who was anxious in his heart, did not show his face. No, I want to ask if there is a school rule in our school. If any student conquers the elf in the actual combat training class, this elf will be rewarded to him. Oh, Principal Mu's eyes lit up. Who in your class subdued the elf in the actual combat training class? Was it Lin Xiang's girl? Subdued what? Is it a green caterpillar or a unicorn? This school rule is still there. You go back and reward her on the spot. Our school will never bury talents. In a happy mood, he held the hot tea and took a sip. No, Lei Chu took a step back. It's Leahy, he subdued a six-tailed. Puff. A sip of hot tea and Principal Mu's mouth almost spit out. He stared at Lei Chu. Hello, Mr. Lei, you are waiting for me here. Playground. The students surrounded Leahy in the middle and talked a lot. Damn it, Leahy, you're so awesome today. What does it taste like in that mouthful? I won't accept anyone for 2 years, and I will accept you today. Leahy looked indifferent. Don't say it's Six Tails, just now even if it's Gengar, I should go up or go up. A real man must not imitate Lu Shahui, but Ning Kaichen. After joking with the classmates, Leahy pretended to be uncomfortable and sat on the grass. After calming down, he took out his mobile phone and went online to collect information. First of all, you have to figure out what is going on in the world. After half a sound, he put down the phone. I see. This world is not so much a fusion of 2 worlds, but rather a fusion of the real world into the spirit world. Formed a huge inland plate. But it seems that only Leahy realizes this. Apart from that, the only thing that has changed is his identity, from the author of the Elf web article to the student of Junshin High School. The history of the whole world can be divided into the Totem Age, the Feudal Empire Age, and the Modern Age. In the era of Totem, people worshipped the existence of dreams as totem gods. Later, existences such as dreams gradually disappeared, and ancient fossil-type Pokémon were born. In the era of feudal empires, human beings gradually mastered the method of controlling elves, monopolized knowledge, and established feudal empires. In modern times, in 1837, Professor Nishino Mori from Yuhong University invented the Pokeball, which opened a new chapter in the era. So far, the feudal empire has been dying, replaced by a centralized organization with the alliance as the core. And Li He is currently in Fengdu of the Blue Star Alliance. As for other regions, even the two closest regions, Hezhong and Kanto, and the Blue Star Alliance are separated by an Arctic Ocean. Kanto, Fangyuan, Hezhong, these are the same as I remember. Li He pulled a grass, and accidentally cut his thumb on the edge of the blade of grass. Those slight tingles told him that this was the reality. If that's the case, what should I do now? Book Xanadu's ear removal service. Crack. Li He hammered himself. It's choosing a career path. After all, no matter what world you are in, people always want to eat right. Besides, Miss Shinado costs $19.98 for one service. How can I do it without money? Check out the info on trainers again. It seems to be a test of mouth. Today, several common languages in the world include Hezhong, Chinese, English, and Kanto, which are all compulsory courses in universities. In addition, there are occupational mortality rates that cannot be ignored. Looking at it this way, it seems that the coordinating trainer, which is a more performative industry, is more active. There are also many young ladies. Crack. Li He gave himself another shot. How can you do it without strength? Future. Not to be domesticated. Moreover, in case of encountering Shira on the spot, he died on the spot. Li He, you walked ahead of me today, but the trainer has a long way to go. I will not only catch up with you, but also surpass you. Lin Xiang walked over and said solemnly. Li Hexen said that this is not a two-dimensional animation, and Kobayashi has a lot of drama. Your finger is hurt. Lin Xiang's eyes were still sharp. She took out a band-aid with a Pikachu pattern from her skirt pocket. Post-it, be careful of infection. No, thanks. Li Heke was not so hypocritical. However, Lin Xiang was quite stubborn. Even though Li He didn't want it, she still put the band-aid at Li He's feet, then turned around and returned to the group of girls without looking at him. When get out of class was about to end, Lei Chu rushed back and announced in public, the school has decided to reward Li He with Lutai and provide him with a general manual for basic training of fire elves. There was a look of joy and pride on her face. Just when she finished speaking, 2 lines of black characters appeared in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. Conquer the 6 tails and get a reward. Open black lens bracket charm +1. Close black lens bracket. System. Although the traveler will go first and the golden finger will come later, you are also the queen. I have lost my purity before you came. Chapter 3 Super Girls Want Dolls, Recommended Tickets. Traveler Awakening System. This is standard. So Li He was a little surprised, and then he accepted it calmly. Charisma +1. How to add. This is reality, not a game. How can you pinch my face out of thin air? Li He thought so, but still took out his mobile phone. In the black screen state, reflecting the sunlight, I glanced at myself. The face is still the face of the past, but it is much younger. The standard sword eyebrows and star eyes, the perfect high nose bridge and the slightly naturally curly hair tips have a mixed race feeling. The corners of his mouth rose, and the self on the screen also smiled, and he was instantly handsome. I didn't feel any change. Although he was not as handsome as Gu Tianel, he shamed Tony Leung and let Shinado score goals automatically, but it's okay. Li He smiled again, and the shadow on the mobile phone screen was even more handsome, making the deer bump into each other. While he was looking at his phone, Howley, the leader in the playground, peeked at him several times. The other students will go to class. Li He, come with me. Teacher Lei Chu said hello, turned to leave, and Li He followed. 6 tails can only be handed over to him after a thorough examination by a professional breeder who works at the school, an elf doctor. Breeders and elf doctors are 2 professional routes for ordinary trainers. After obtaining the breeder license, Ordinary trainers can call themselves breeders to the outside world, and they are proficient in many elves, cultivation knowledge, including the reproduction and care of elves. The same is true for elf doctors. Not only must they have relevant knowledge, but also require 2 years of practical experience before they can obtain the elf doctor's license and specialize in the healing and pathological research of elves. Coming to the faculty office, it took 3 minutes for Leahy to sign the relevant documents. This class is a command class. You can use my computer to practice the same thing. I'll wait at the school doctor's place. Teacher Lei Chu is as his name suggests, and his temperament is also resolute. As soon as the words fall, he has already left the office door. Commanding class. Leahy was a little confused. Even battle. Can you still use a computer to practice? Although it is not clear what the situation is, he can ask Duniang. After checking the internet for a few minutes, Leahy put away his mobile phone and said to himself, so it is. The command class is related to a game called Genie Virtual Battle. Genie Virtual Battle was developed by Guanzhou Company, and was later promoted to the world through the agency of Fengyuan Dewan and many other companies. The game uses virtual influence technology to collect countless kinds of sprite data, refer to the real battle, and make a real-time system, which is now popular all over the world. Junshin High School uses this game as a teaching material to exercise students' command consciousness. Isn't this just turning the turn-based Pokemon game into a real-time system, letting people command through the microphone, which is quite interesting. After watching several game promotion videos, Leahy came to a conclusion. Open black lens bracket ding. Announcement of daily tasks. Take the first victory in the game, Genie Virtual Battle. Mission reward. 100 yuan in money. Close black lens bracket. Does this system give money? Good conscience. Without saying a word, Leahy found a comfortable position and lay down on the chair. Turn on the computer and put on the headset. As soon as the screen lit up, Ibrahimovich's dynamic picture flashed. Buyi, ****** heart. I didn't see it. This little lay teacher has a girlish heart. Leahy slides the mouse to find the game icon. It's a Pikachu with a belligerent look and a flash of electricity on his cheek. High voltage, omega, high voltage, omega, high voltage. Cut into the game and enter the interface. Name. It's called Baifeng Emperor. Create a new account. Log in. Leahy clicks on the team editor, and drags Iron Ant and 3 gophers into the team. After 3 years of writing elf essays, Leahy dared not say that he could memorize the information of the elf illustrated book. But there are also a bunch of special tactics in mind. Click to prepare. Leahy waited for a few seconds, and then matched a game player from the Kanto region. ID, Supergirl wants dolls. Such a cute name. Wouldn't it be a big guy? While complaining, Leahy locked the starting elf, Iron Ant. Iron Ant, the dual attribute elf of insect and steel, looks like a steel ant magnified several hundred times. And the elf sent by the opponent is a Hoodie. Hoodie, an elf with superpower attributes, holding 2 spoons, like an old wizard of the fox tribe. A red text notification lights up on the game screen. Open black lens bracket countdown. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The battle begins. Close black lens bracket. Kanto, Junshin Town, Damu Research Institute. The oval-faced girl in a white dress sat sideways in front of the computer, her azure blue eyes staring at the screen with interest. She was holding a cup of black tea in her hand, and her waist-length blonde hair was naturally scattered behind her. The skin is like snow, and the temperament is elegant, and the whole person is like a princess who walked out of the old times. Tread, tread, tread. Hearing the footsteps, before the door was opened, the girl in the white skirt knew who was coming. Dr. Damu, please come in. Catalya, the test results are out. Your body is fine, but you still need to stay calm at all times and don't get excited. Dr. Damu pushed in the door, waved warmly, and said hello with a smile. Putting down the black tea, Catalia stood up politely, bowed slightly while holding the corner of her skirt, and said shyly, "Excuse me." "Look up again." In front of the door, Dr. Damu, who has firm eyes, short gray hair, and a scholarly temperament, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, no problem." Dr. Damu said in his heart that as long as you are not excited and blow up my laboratory, everything is easy to say. Don't look at Catalia like a doll, in fact she has terrifying superpowers, and has blasted herself countless times. His grandson Xiaomao had some thoughts about Catalia, so Dr. Damu beat his grandson angrily, 10 times a day. Let Xiaomao bear the pain that should be endured at this age. Dr. Damu is the only grandson, so naturally it is impossible to watch him frantically test and jump left and right on the edge of death. Dr. Damu quickly changed the subject. What are you looking at? A virtual battle. Catalia turned the computer screen 45 degrees to the right, allowing Dr. Omu to see more clearly. This game is not bad. It can improve the tactical literacy of trainers. However, there are also areas that need to be improved. Elf Virtual Battle. Dr. Damu also knows this game and appreciates. I've seen Xiaomao play it, and it's really good. It can subtly increase the user's knowledge reserve. As a researcher, he sees things differently than Catalia. With nothing to do, Dr. Damu got a closer look. Oh, start with iron ants. That's really rare. When Xiaomao was playing, he could hardly wait to pull Groudon up. The iron ant is a gregarious ant like elves. Not many people use this kind of elves. Dr. Damu glanced at the opponent again. It was a hootie, and he immediately became interested. The game is the most orthodox 6v6 battle, the ID, Bifeng the Great, vs the ID, Supergirl Wants Dolls. As a game that has swept the world, Genie Virtual Battle adopts a real-time translation system. When the player commands, the subtitle translation will automatically appear on the interface. But for Dr. Damu and Catalia, it is the same. They have mastered almost all mainstream languages. As soon as the battle kicked off, Emperor Sadwind asked Iron Ant to use the move to find a partner. Then quickly replaced the elves, let the 3 gophers play, and directly performed the hold move, blocking Hoodie's first wave of attacks like a pre-read. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Sadwind even let the 3 gophers use the claw grinding move in front of Hoodie to strengthen themselves. What's even weirder is that the opposite Hoodie did not attack. I see. When Dr. Omu saw this, his eyes lit up. That iron ant should have the lazy trait. As long as it attacks once, it must take a break for a while. Bifeng Emperor is using the move to find a partner to make Hoodie's trait also lazy. In this way, as long as Hoodie attacks once, it will inevitably stop for a while. And the 3 gophers can use this time calmly and use the claw grinding move to improve their attack power. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, the characteristic of this 3 gopher must be a sand hole. It makes it impossible for the opponent to escape or be substituted. If this goes on, the 3 gophers can use the hold move to resist Hoodie. The attack, and then quickly connect to the grinding claw move to increase its attack power, cycle back and forth, and when the strengthening reaches the limit, start the onslaught. Wonderful. Dr. Damu praised and turned his head to inquire. Catalia, do you know this, Emperor Sadwind? Who is he? With such a clever and in-depth understanding of elves, could it be Alu? Just as he was talking, the 3 gophers on the computer screen used the holding move plus claw grinding move to frantically increase their strength while resisting Hoodie's attack. And Hoodie could only watch helplessly. A strange look flashed in Catalia's eyes. No, I don't know him, but I know his opponent. It's Nazi. Chapter 4 Playing a game. It's quite strenuous. Nazi. Is it her? No wonder you watch the battle. Dr. Damu suddenly nodded and smiled. Looking at the screen again, I saw that the 3 hamsters, who had been strengthened to a certain extent, were surrounded by black energy that seemed to be real, and began to frantically use earthquake moves. The violent force formed a shock wave that shook the ground and spread to the audience. Hoodie struggled to resist with the super-powered spoon in his hand, but was still thrown away. The spectators attracted by the idea, "Supergirl wants dolls," frantically brushed the barrage. Iron ants and 3 gophers can still use it like this. I learned it. I'm afraid I didn't raise a fake 3 gophers. Fuck, the 3 gophers are still strengthening. Which boss-level trainer's trumpet is this? You are afraid that the elves will be strengthened in reality, so come to the game. In the teaching and staff office of Junshin High School, Lee Hee, who was playing games, was so absorbed that he couldn't even wipe the sweat from his forehead. Continue to sharpen your claws, earthquake. On the computer screen, Hoodie has been completely blown away by the obsessive 3 gophers. Afterwards, the 3 gophers directly eliminated the remaining 4 elves with violent earthquake moves. Push all the way. The spectator barrage floated past like crazy. From Station B next door, worship the big guy. It's a good 3 gopher bulldozer, and I'm stunned by the fact that 1 is stronger than 5. Can you explain what tactics this is? Kneel down and beg. Lay down and beg. With a bang, the last elf fan-lip sister with the ID, "Supergirl wants dolls," was also knocked out by the 3 hamsters earthquake move. Dr. Damu shook his head. There is no need to look at it later. Nazi was beaten so hard by him that he couldn't fight back. Catalya pursed her red lips, preventing herself from laughing out of schadenfreude. Dr. Damu was also a trainer when he was young, but later transferred to the research field. So he saw more deeply. This, Baifeng Emperor, has a very in-depth study of elves, and he must have observed it closely and personally cultivated iron ants and 3 gophers. That's why they were able to use them so cleverly that they defeated Nazi with tactics. It caught her off guard, unexpectedly. Failed at the beginning, unable to recover in the later stage, and collapsed directly. There is no strongest elves, only the best trainers. I really should let Xiaomao come to watch this battle and learn from this, Baifeng Great Emperor. Dr. Damu said with emotion. Catalya sipped her lipstick tea again. Manipulating the mouse, without the slightest hesitation, gave the Baifeng Emperor a compliment. This melon is very pleasant to eat. Call. After taking a long breath, Lee Hee wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect to play a game, it's quite strenuous. Elf, virtual battle, is too real, and several times, he was afraid that the timing of the move was wrong, and he did not dare to let the 3 gophers use the claw grinding move. Only after the opponent has attacked, will he dare to issue the command of the sharpening claw move. Lee Hee was unfamiliar with this game and thought he would automatically quit after the battle, so he didn't turn off my. Therefore, these words fell in the ears of the spectators, but they had a different flavor. Look, what have your opponents beaten by you? 6-0. You are still not satisfied, and you have a backhand shot, giving your opponent another mental blow. Or people. Hey, I didn't expect to play a game, it's quite strenuous, lit cigarette vicissitudes. Oh, I didn't expect to hit you, it's quite laborious, manually funny. It's too showy, let the opponent watch you strengthen but can't escape, the attack is useless, you will be suffocated for the whole game, and when it's over, you will have to give you an invisible taunt. If this is a real battle, your grave will not be 3 meters high, and your heart will be broken. It's clear. Oh, I didn't expect to play Nazi, it's quite hard. Catalya learned a sentence mischievously, and made herself laugh. Anyone who challenges Nazi today will be considered a bloody mildew. Dr. Ogi coughed, pretending not to hear. If Nazi heard this. The dollhouse 10-day cycle is all light. Nazi was sick and tender, but her 6 relatives did not recognize her. Kanto region, superpower. A room in the gymnasium was very empty. There is only a model-like miniature town. At this time, there were a lot of dolls in the town, among which the upmaster of Station B, I'm such a weak chicken, was lying in the room. She was turned into a doll by Nazi's superpower, unable to move at all. He is a part-time UP host, whose real name is Qian Feifei, affectionately called Brother Fei by fans. It's not easy to be an UP master these days, so Qian Feifei doesn't take the usual path. Others dare not take pictures of Nazi's inhumane gym challenge, he dares. The purpose is not to promote justice, but to have a good meal. With good luck, Tiantian Club is a tender model, but with bad luck, the hospital called to save me. At this time, Qian Feifei was still calmly comforting the new dolls. Calm down, we will go out in 3 days at most. Nazi, a world-class trainer, likes to use her superpowers to turn all those who challenge her into dolls, and she will let them go when she is tired of playing. At this moment, there was a deep, depressed, intermittent laughter from overhead. He, ha 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 ha. Qian Feifei's scalp was numb. It's Naz. What's the situation? Hearing the voice, Nazi seemed to be very angry, so angry that her voice trembled. Who can make Nazi so angry? Which boss-level trainer was hit by the dimensionality reduction? Soon, Qian Feifei had no time to think. Because he found that his body had returned to its original state, but its size had shrunk countless times. Lying on the windowsill of the dollhouse and looking out, Nazi was carrying a bucket of water and was pouring it down. This is to vent their hatred and gain happiness from them. Qian Feifei. Other trainers. Hollow circle _ How did a good house play suddenly become a hell difficulty? Fall. True New High School, Faculty Office. Open black lens bracket ding. Complete daily tasks and get rewards, 100 yuan in money. Close black lens bracket. Almost at the same time, Li He heard the phone vibrate. Pick it up and take a look, it is Alipay winning news. Baobei Youth draws lucky users every week and rewards Wabe Gold with 100 yuan. He actually gave me all the money to be legally laundered, what a conscience system. Looking at the time, Li He wanted to play the game again. But when he touched his forehead, it was full of sweat. This kind of virtual image real-time battle is different from the turn-based battle. Li He said with emotion. Turn-based at least you have time to think, but in real time, everything is too fast. If he hadn't already laid out the plan, he would know what to do and how to do it. Just stare at the opponent and use the hold move in time. After the opponent finishes attacking, immediately add the claw grinding move. Even so, it almost rolled over. After calming down, Li He quit the game and turned off the computer. He was about to buy a bottle of Nutrition Express to replenish his body when suddenly a few lines appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. Make an achievement. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ID. Emperor Baifeng has more than 1,000 fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Charm value +1. Close black lens bracket. Skill massage, horses kill chickens. Close black lens bracket. Li He, *row. Didn't I just beat a guy who was suspected of picking his feet in the game? How come there are thousands of fans? Chapter 5 Feelings are all made, recommend votes. Is this game so popular? Li He murmured. If you win a game, you will have thousands of fans. How many people are watching the game? It seems that fire is inevitable. He can feel the magic of this game. Not to mention other things, this game can at least effectively relieve the trainer's nervousness during the command process. It is normal for an inexperienced ordinary person to command the elves to fight as soon as they come up, even if they are so nervous that their voices tremble and their brains cannot think rationally. And this game can obviously give rookie trainers a vaccination to ease their nervousness in the battle. Make them more suitable for elf battles. Conscience game. What's the use of this horse-killing chicken skill? He looked forward again. Tuina massage, LV1, 0/100, special effect, 1. During the massage process, it can reduce the exhaustion of the elves. Close black lens bracket. Really or not? Do I take care of myself? Leahy stretched out his hand and squeezed a few times on his neck. A sour feeling hit his heart. OMG. My hands are a bit powerful. He couldn't help but squeeze a few more times. After resting for a while, Leahy had nothing to do, picked up High School History on the desktop and read it. In 1945, in order to ensure its own sustainable development, the Blue Star Alliance established an education system with the main purpose of cultivating trainers, implemented the trainer method, set up the Wizard College entrance examination, and systematically trained them. Raise excellent trainers. Junshin High School is a link in this education system, which mainly teaches Elves knowledge. At the end of the second semester of high school, it registers each student as a general trainer. Let them enjoy the basic rights to buy Pokeballs and raise Pokemon. In a few days, Leahy will officially become a quasi-high school senior. According to the normal trajectory, he should go to the breeding house with his guardian to buy his first elf, and then prepare for the next elf college entrance examination. The breeding house that sells elves and the elves hospital that treats elves are all subordinate organizations of the Blue Star Alliance Trainer Association. The elves sold in the breeding house have been reviewed and inspected by professional breeders, and it is confirmed that there is no abnormality before they are sold. So, didn't I pick up the wool of Junshin High School and save myself a lot of money? Leahy was very happy. No wonder Xiaolin classmates will say that I am one step ahead. In a happy mood, Leahy then wanted to go to Station B to relax. Out of the corner of the eye, he saw a document. 2018 Coordination Trainer Assessment Materials. He suddenly came to the spirit. Coordinating trainers is one of the ways out for ordinary trainers. Some trainers who don't like traditional battles, but like to cultivate elves, will most likely follow this path for fame and money. The events of the coordinator trainers are more of a performance nature. They will delve into the aesthetics of the elves and discover the gorgeousness of the moves. Every successful coordinator trainer is a star, attracting much attention and making gold every day. The face value is also too high. Isn't this profession a perfect match for my appearance? With curiosity, Leahy flipped through it. Question 1. Where is the beauty of stinky mud? Close black lens bracket. Leahy. Smelly mud, is it beautiful? Looking at the answer again, Leahy was powerless to refute. Smell the stink to distinguish the elves. The more stinky the stinky mud, the more beautiful it is. Close black lens bracket. Seems like a reasonable sub. Leahy adjusted his mentality. I understand that when you do this kind of question, you can't look at elves from the three perspectives of normal people. For normal people, stinky mud is an elves that you can't climb high. Come, adjust the three views, and continue to look down. Question 2. As a coordination trainer, it is your basic skill to show the external beauty of elves. What is the optimal ratio of the flower buds to the body? Close black lens bracket. Leahy's mentality was a little unstable. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned directly to the last page. Short answer question. How do you deal with the severe hair loss on the top of the sparrow's head? Close black lens bracket. Elf hair transplant, as long as 1888. An advertisement that he didn't know where he saw flashed in his mind, and Leahy glanced at the last big topic. Summary question. As we all know, the focus of the coordination trainer competition assessment is the aesthetics of the elf and the aesthetics of the moves. Please answer the following questions. 1. How to make a Pikachu learn 100,000 volts. Close black lens bracket. With the trick CD. Seems like there is no such thing in reality. Tail plugged into high voltage. Leahy's mentality began to collapse. Looking at the last two questions again, his mentality completely exploded. Open black lens bracket 2. Please design an appearance show. Close black lens bracket. 3. If the show you designed is to let Pikachu control 100,000 volts, form an electro-optical skipping rope, enter the field while jumping, and finally catapult into the air with a steel tail to perform a 360 degrees rotation in the air, then in daily life, how do you train Pikachu? Close black lens bracket. This is the assessment question for coordinating trainers. After closing the document, Lee Hexiong lay quietly on Miss Shinato's lap pillow. It is impossible to be a coordination trainer, and I will never be a coordination trainer in this life. Go to Station B to relax. He took out his mobile phone, clicked his thumb, and cut to the homepage of Station B. The automatic recommendation mechanism pinned a video to him. Short pale hair and healthy wheat-colored skin. In the video, Kato, the owner of the Galar Tradition Arena, is warming up for a fight. When she found the camera, her oval face flushed, and she quickly became expressionless. What the hell? This contrast is so lethal. Lee Hee was shocked. In the comment area, everyone is quite talkative. It would be great if my mother could give birth to such a daughter in the future. Having a daughter should be like a cute color bean. I don't want to be a human anymore, let me be a monster. There is a beautiful woman in the north, peerless and independent. A smile will make a city, and a smile will make a country. I would rather not know the city and the country, and beautiful women are hard to come by. Lee Hee then created the name, Baifeng Emperor, and posted a comment. Due to the elves and the parallel worlds, the handed-down literature from the previous life hardly appeared in this world. When the get out of class was about to end, Mr. Lei Chu returned to the office. In front of Lee Hee, Lei Chu handed Lu Tai's pokeball to him and said sternly, Lee Hee, take good care of Lu Tai. You release Lu Wei first, touch it, and let me see. Lei Chu was not worried about Lu Wei, but worried that Lu Wei would do something to Lee Hee. Open black lens bracket ding. Occupational quest. Try to get in touch with the Six Tails. Mission completion reward. 1. Money 100 yuan. 2. Massage experience value plus 40. Close black lens bracket. Free the sprites. How to put it. Lee Hee played with a pokeball the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand. He tried pressing the middle button. The pokeball got bigger. Press again. Snapped. With a flash of blue light, Six Tails appeared on the desk. Flip. Six Tails looked around curiously. The unground orange-red dumpling tail swiped across the keyboard. The sharp ears trembled. Lu Wei raised his head, and immediately saw the bad guy, Lee Hee. His expression changed. Filled down pointing triangle he hash, yo yo yo. Isn't it pretty vicious? Lee Hee generously stretched out his hand. Come on, you bite me and we'll be clear. Lei Chu did not interfere and watched silently. Lu Wei didn't want to talk about Lee Hee, but glanced at his face. It raised its short claws and rubbed his fingers reluctantly. This little meat claw is still soft. Lee Hee subconsciously pinched it. A numbness passed from the meat claws to the whole body, and Lu Wei suddenly showed a comfortable expression. Omega. Tui na massage, horse killing chicken, express +1. Lee Hee was surprised. Can killing chickens for six-tailed horses also increase experience? Try again. Lee Hee kneaded on Lu Wei's body. There are not only Lei Chu and Lee Hee in the office, but also other teachers and classmates. Seeing this scene, the teachers thought that they wanted to touch the Six Tails, but they were angrily hit their chests, and their hearts were full of mixed feelings. Why is this happening? Is it because this classmate Lee Hee is good-looking? We are afraid of losing at the starting line. And the classmates looked at Lee Hee's subordinate Lu Wei who was so comfortable and cried out, and their hearts were equally complicated. We were afraid we went to a fake high school. Chapter 6 Skill Upgrade. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Lee Hee's technique became more and more skilled, and Lu Wei narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Greater than for all less than. Principal Mew was worried that the Six Tails would reject him, and even slammed Lee Hee on the chest angrily. After all, the Six Tails are a kind of arrogant temperament, which young people call arrogant, and a bit of a fox-like elf who recognizes life. So as soon as he received the message from teacher Lei Chu, Principal Mew rushed over after finishing his official duties. For fear that the Six Tails would rub Lee Hee on the ground. But when he entered the office, Principal Mew was shocked. Not only was Lu Wei not angry, staring, and showing his teeth, but under Li He's kneading, he narrowed his eyes comfortably. Principal Mew took a closer look and immediately saw the doorway. This Li He's method is a bit special, isn't it? Principal Mew found that Li He did not touch the more sensitive dumpling tail and red-pointed ears of the 6 tails, but paid more attention to its 4 small meat claws and the forehead. During the growth and development period of the 6 tails, it is common for the meat claws to get tired easily, but few people know that the forehead of the 6 tails will also swell, so it is easy to get tired and yawn. This is because the 6 tails are naturally gifted with superpowers, which in turn puts a strain on its body. Principal Mew once heard a breeder say, "Excellent massage techniques can not only reduce the fatigue of elves after training, but also help them stretch their bodies and absorb nutrients better." Like a breeder who runs a salon on the street, without any massage skills, he can't help the trainer take care of the elves. Not to mention other things, Pikachu alone is not very fond of being touched by people other than trainers. Excellent breeders can use massage techniques to help Pikachu rub the electric sacs on its cheeks and get close to it, thereby gaining the trust of trainers. Principal Mew also tried to massage his elf when he was young, but the effect was mediocre, and he couldn't press it. However, this classmate Li He seems to have really done it. Through the massage, he obviously won the favor of Lu Wei. To be able to touch its body is an approval in itself. Thinking of this, Principal Mew nodded secretly. This Li He's massage technique is good. When he has time, let him massage the school's elves as well. However, at the thought of Lu Wei being kidnapped by Li He like this, Principal Mew suddenly felt a little heartache. It feels like $1 million loss. This is 6 tails. If you want to buy it, you have to book it online. I am afraid that the number will be arranged until next year. Open black lens bracket ding. Completion of occupational tasks. Get rewards. 1. Money 100 yuan. 2. Massage experience value plus 40. Close black lens bracket. Tui na massage. LV1. 8100. Special effect. 1. During the massage process, it can reduce the elves' fatigue. Close black lens bracket. Li He, who was massaging, quietly stopped what he was doing. Because the 6 tails are already comfortable enough to fall asleep, cute little head pillowed on the front paws, the 6 dumplings lifted and fell with the sound of symmetrical breathing. 6 tails. Union. Ideographic period. Z's. Your massage technique is a bit special. It's a family tradition. Someday when you have time, I will also press my dashua. Teacher Lei Chu is now more and more pleasing to the eyes of Li He. No problem. The scheming boy who had been beaten by the society responded casually. Li Hexen said that the big food flower. If that kind of elves were comforted by my health care, they wouldn't have swallowed me in one bite. Elves have different ways of expressing their happiness. The habit and appearance of grass-type elves like Dashua are similar to those of piranhas. When they are happy, they like to bite their trainers. Li He fiddled with Lu Wei's ears with his fingers. They were soft, fleshy, and had an excellent feel. Snapped. 6 tails and 1 paw knocked off Li He's hand, looked up in confusion, and glanced at him. Su omega backquote tilde. Slip tilde. The milky voice screamed. Li He's excellent brain tonic ability has been automatically translated into various voice lines. Why are you messing with people? 2-dimensional lowly sound. Or. It's not something you can touch if you want. Nail gong yuji yin. Or. My lord, please let people rest for a while, and don't make fun of people's bodies. Ruanmeng yuji yin. Then Mr. Lei Chu told him a few more times, and Li He put the 6 tails back into the Pokeball, and walked out of the office with the Fire Element Basic Training Knowledge Manual. The day passed quickly. After school, Li He returned to his home. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, large studio, rent 1,300 per month, the advantage is convenient transportation. The identity has changed, but the address has not changed. On the way, Li He also bought 6 bottles of moo milk at the convenience store downstairs. A bottle of 250 milliliters has a suggested retail price of 36 yuan. Although slightly more expensive, it is an excellent supplement for newborn elves. This milk is produced from the exclusive pasture of the elf Big Milk Tank and is 100% raw milk. The ad is played especially loudly. Not all milk is called moo milk. According to Lei Chu's suggestion, before the tails of the 6 dumplings have grown, they should drink a bottle of moo milk every morning, noon and evening. Li He's wallet hurts. Just made 200 yuan, and before it was hot, it hit Lu Wei, not only that, but also 16 yuan. After a few minutes of rest, Li He opened L.me and prepared to order takeout. The reason why Machuan is not used is very real. L.me gave him a 37 feet voucher. The bank card balance of 21,960 yuan told Li He. You should be a thrifty man. Happy omelette rice, 198 yuan for a single meal, order now, and a gift of honey brewed by Big Needlebee. Is the elf food industry so profitable? Meow Meow Ramen, an exquisite single meal of 88 yuan. He meow, is there any food in this world that I can afford? Li He chose for a long time, and finally used the coupon to order a Carp King sour and spicy fish fan rice. The after-sale price is 39.9. 10 minutes later, a crisp bird chirping came from outside the window. Wave. At the same time, the phone rang. Hello, is it Mr. You are handsome. Your takeaway has arrived, please go to the window to pick it up. If you have a good meal, please give a 5-star praise. Li He looked at the window. He was shocked. A bird elf with sharp eyes and bright hair, Bobo, stopped at the window. One bird claw firmly grasped the takeaway bag, and the other bird claw was banging on the glass. There is also a nameplate hanging on its neck. Are you hungry? Opening the window, Li He took the takeaway. Wave tilde. Bobo patted the window with his wings, warmly reminding him to close the window. Then, it swooped downstairs next to the takeaway brothers' tram, took the takeaway bag, and started delivering to the next one. Li He was stunned. The delivery guys have started to use Bobo's body to make money. What about me? Reduce expenses, stop natural gas, and use Lu Wei as a gas tank. After dinner, we will discuss. What kind of fish is this fish? It tastes quite Q-bomb. Back in the living room, Li He massaged and pinched his body while eating. After eating, he found out that the skill Tuina Massage, Horse Killing Chicken, 100/100 upgradable, reached the upgrade standard. Chapter 7 This six-tailed only was born but is too sensible.jpg. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, the skill Tuina Massage has been upgraded to LV2. Close black lens bracket. Tuina Massage, Horses Kill Chickens, LV2, 2/200, special effects. 1. During the massage, it can reduce the tiredness of the elves. Close black lens bracket. 2. Help the elves stretch their bodies. Close black lens bracket. A new special effect has been added. Li He pinched his scapula with his hand, and suddenly a shivering sourness hit his heart. The more you squeeze it, the more refreshing it becomes, you can't stop it. If it is said that before the upgrade, Li He's method is still a little green. So after the upgrade, it is obviously a lot more skilled. Need, press and pull, do whatever you want, and the strength is appropriate. After pressing himself for 10 minutes, Li He felt that his entire body had sublimated, washed away his exhaustion, and relaxed a lot. After the horse kills the chicken, the brain runs fast, and Li He has a flash of inspiration. The delivery boy can take advantage of Bobo's body to deliver food faster, have plenty of food and clothing, and live a well-off life. Then I can also use Lu Wei's body and massage skills to shoot big health care teaching videos, part-time upmaster. Yes, that's it. Anyway, I have to kill the chicken for the six-tailed horse. By the way, I will take a video clip and upload it to Station B. Why not do it? With a plan in mind, Li He leaned on the sofa. I took out the General Manual for Basic Cultivation of Fire-type Spirits, which was awarded by the Real New High School, and looked at it. The manual is not thick, with only a dozen pages, and he quickly finished it. Combined with the knowledge already in my mind, I extracted several key points. As a fire spirit, the Six Tails are not afraid of heat, but if the outside temperature is too high, its body temperature will also rise, so it will spit flames from its mouth to cool down. This is the commonality of many fire elves, especially the newly born fire elves. They can't control this instinct, so they are prone to fire and require extra attention from the trainer. No wonder I also signed a disclaimer. Leahy's face darkened. Newborn elves, just like babies, naturally prefer to do things by instinct. Babies cry when they're hungry and make you shovel shit and change diapers. In the same way, if the fire-type spirit of the newborn is hot, it will naturally breathe out flames to cool itself down. Not only does it spit sparks when it gets hot, but fire-type spirits also hate cold places. When the temperature is low, the fire-type spirit will also release heat and flames to raise the surrounding temperature. Instinctively, create a comfortable environment for yourself. Let me think about it. The Six Tails seem to like to live in the plains under the volcano, and the temperature is actually 25 or 6 degrees. Leahy checked the internet. If it is a plain forest near a dormant volcano, it is roughly the same temperature. Without further ado, Leahy pulled out the remote control and set the temperature of the air conditioner to 25 degrees Celsius. This money cannot be saved, a province crematorium. With the cold air from the air conditioner blowing, he also sighed comfortably. Now the time is June 10th, just after the college entrance examination. The outside temperature can sometimes jump to 30. Leahy turned over the General Manual for Basic Cultivation of Fire-type Elves again. Repeatedly confirm whether there are other precautions that are critical to personal and property safety. Other than that, the most valuable thing in the manual is a suggested recipe. Sudden. Leahy heard a strange noise. Hearing the sound, the Pokeball on the table shook, and with a pop, Six Tails jumped out of it. Six Tails yawned first. Froze. *** winking face. Slip. Shushi found that the environment was wrong, and it quickly became nervous, showing small tiger teeth, and looked around. After seeing Leahy, Luwei's expression relaxed and looked around curiously. The six dumplings swept the table with their tails, and the little black nose kept sniffing. Finally, Luwei yawned lazily. Slip tilde. The sound is crisp and cute. Leahy watched it carefully. As expected of the image spokesperson in the fire attribute elves. This look is a match made in heaven for me. Gollum. With a belly growling, Luwei focused his attention on the hot and sour fish that Leahy had eaten. Slip. Just when it didn't know if it could be eaten, Leahy took out the hot moo milk. It might be a little hot, drink it slowly. Smelling the fragrance of milk, Leehadu wanted to take a sip. Not to mention the Six Tails, it had a look of anticipation and longing, and the Six Tails swayed rapidly. Stop being cute. Placing the porcelain bowl with the moo milk in front of Luwei, Leahy rubbed its little head. Luwei didn't dodge, just tilted his head and looked at him suspiciously, not quite understanding what playing cute meant. You're just playing cute. Forget it, eat it quickly. Leahy waved his hand. Hearing Leahy say this, Luwei subconsciously turned his head to the side again, glanced at him, and then lowered his head, sipping the moo milk in small sips, and the expression on his face became intoxicated. Oh, hollow down pointing triangle, oh. After taking a few sips, Luwei thought for a few seconds after noticing Leahy's gaze. Pushing the porcelain bowl in front of him, Luwei said excitedly, Slip tilde. Is this ready for me to drink? Leahy was so moved that tears were secreting from his mouth. He didn't push saying goodbye, dipped his fingers casually. Put it in your mouth again. The taste is very sweet and unbelievable, it doesn't have the fishy smell of ordinary milk. Just like, dreamy taste. No wonder it can sell a bottle at a high price of 36 yuan, and it is often sold out. Seeing Li He take a sip, Lu Wei was obviously very happy, narrowed his eyes, and began to gulp down the milk. Finally, I licked the bottom of the bowl, and then one licked the corner of my mouth contentedly. The 6 dango tails also swayed back and forth mentally. Li He suddenly became interested, took out the TV remote control and let Lu Wei bite. Lu Wei tilted his head, blinked, and looked puzzled. Click. Li He found a good angle, took a photo, and uploaded it to the class group. This 6-tailed only was born but as 2 sensible.jpg. The group exploded immediately. Is this still the 6 tails in the playground? Li He, what did you do to it? I haven't bought the elf egg yet. I burst. Jealousy separates my walls. In the girls' boudoir, Lin Xiang bit her lip when she saw the news. Damn, 6 tails are so cute. Teacher Lei Chu, who is pruning the branches and leaves of Dashua, is a little confused. Is this 6-tailed so obedient? Well, let's be so. Back in the day, when my little fire dragon was born, he would make me a barbecued rice. After sending the message, Principal Mew put down his phone and glanced at the sofa. A fire-breathing dragon was lying on the top, digging its nostrils and watching TV, its big tail swung back and forth, like an uncle, waiting for Principal Mew to cook for it. Principal Mew looked at the photos in the group again and felt a deep malice. After replying to the messages in turn, Li He was very happy. Alas, I am so low-key. Come on, baby, it's time for the big health care. Li He turned the phone into video shooting mode, ready to record video. Slip, slip. 6 tails responded excitedly, and hurriedly bit the remote control that almost fell. Don't bite, come, give it to me. Holding Lu Wei in his arms, Li He took off the remote control and threw it away. He started massaging his entire body. With the movement of his hands, Lu Wei's whole body relaxed, and he was so comfortable that he had no strength at all. Just as Li He was about to press his tail, the 6 tails of the 6 tails slowly stretched out. Like red stamens about to bloom. The surrounding temperature is also slowly rising. When the 6 dango tails are fully stretched out, the tip of the tail forms a beautiful spiral shape. Bang bang bang. The little sparks burst out like fireflies. Li He was shocked by this scene. This is the power of the elf, the flame of the 6 tails, the move, spark. Chapter 8 Raichu. Hit me, hit me, hit me as much as you want, recommend votes. Moves are the main means for elves to exert their power, similar to the magical powers in Shushanliu novels and the magical powers in martial arts novels. Awakening move, which means that the 6 tails have entered the growth stage from the newborn stage. Most elves have a very short newborn period, some may only take a few days, while others may not even be a few hours. Compared with elves such as green caterpillars, the 6-tailed advantage is very obvious in the early stage. In a word, there is no problem that a spark can't solve. If there is, then burn it again. Fire-type elves are so crisp, violent, and lonely. The sparks from the tail made the 6 tails feel a blazing heat, and these sparks seemed to have a mysterious connection with it. This feeling made the 6-tailed strangeness with a hint of familiarity, as if instinctively, when its thought moved, the 6 stretched tails suddenly shrank again. Even the escaping Mars was swept into it and disappeared. A little bit of residual heat was blown away by the cold air of the air conditioner, and everything that happened just now was like a dream. But Lu Wei remembered the wonderful process of Kai Kai just now. It was like an instinct. As long as it thought about it, it could still do the same thing as Kai Kai. Spark move. Li He was surprised. Seeing the elves awaken and use their moves with my own eyes is so fascinating. There is also a hint of unreality in the magic. He had read the manual on basic cultivation knowledge of fire-type elves, and searched the internet himself. Knowing awakening and comprehending moves is not an easy task. Even if it is a move that has been upgraded in the game, the elves may not be able to comprehend it 100%. Spark is a fire-type move that can manipulate small flames and possibly burn the opponent. In the game, this is the first move Luwei learns, but in reality, the first moves Luwei often learns are tail wagging and roaring. If you want to learn the spark, you have to be nurtured by the trainer and practice step by step before you can learn it. After learning the spark move, the body temperature of the six tails increased significantly by 1 point, especially the six tails, which were even more warm. Slip. Six tails, who used the spark move for the first time, didn't have time to wonder, and felt a drowsiness hit his heart. His little head lowered little by little, and finally made a symmetrical breathing sound. +___ZZZZ. It's no wonder that some trainers in my memory don't fall in love at all. How can the object be a cute elves? Looking at Luwei's sleeping face, Lee He felt that he was healed. In the next time, Lee Hadu was editing the video. Before I knew it, it was 0. In front of the computer, he looked at the video he uploaded. That's it. Open black lens bracket ding. Daily mission. Make persistent efforts, win every day, log into the Elf Virtual Battle game, and get a victory. Mission completion reward. 1. Money 200 yuan. Close black lens bracket. Lee He was instantly refreshed. He played a game, and the six-tailed food was covered. You know, growing elves not only need to drink milk, but also eat some solid food. Turning off the background of Station B, he cut into the game. Just as he was about to match, Lee He received several system notifications. Open black lens bracket. Shining Beauty invites you to battle. Close black lens bracket. Battle form. 1 Volt 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket whether to accept. Close black lens bracket. 1 Volt 1. A quick fix. Shining Beauty uses an electric dragon. Electric dragon. Electric attribute elf. Looks like a small dinosaur with yellow hair and black markings. Lee He pondered for a few seconds and recalled a tactic. Try. Maybe you can smack your opponent. After thinking for a moment, he opened the team editor and dragged Raichu with a belligerent look into it. Raichu, electric attribute elf, the evolutionary form of Pikachu, looks like an enlarged version of Pikachu. Immediately afterwards, he clicked to confirm, yes. The game screen went dark. Bright again. A cliff appears in the picture, and a Raichu slowly walks out. After standing still, it flicked its lightning tail and hooked its hand towards the opposite side, showing a high fighting spirit. The electric dragon on the opposite side also waved his thunder and lightning fist. The situation is imminent. This is the cutscene prep animation. Elf Virtual Battle can be popular all over the world, because this game is very delicate. In places that Lee He could not see, the number of spectators continued to rise, and dozens of barrages and comments would appear every few seconds. Come here, Sister Jewar has been a fan of her life. Sir Xiao Jewar is mine. Draw your swords, sisters, my elder sister is mine. Fuck, Shiny Beauty, real name, Little Jewar, the owner of the Raven Gym in the Huzhong area. Next to the computer, Lee He didn't see any barrages or comments in front of him. This was the game's automatic shielding mechanism. To prevent players from being distracted and affecting the outcome of the battle. Lee He's heartbeat inevitably accelerated, and the whole person became excited. On the computer screen, the countdown to the battle starts. In the spectator interface, the barrage has completely covered the battle screen. The Great Emperor Baifeng, the one who took Nazi away in the morning. That's a team tactic. Now it's 1v1. Use the electricity system Raichu to call the powerhouse master. Do you dare to float any more? Hey, I still want to watch Iron Ant plus 3 Gophers in the morning. Can you start a 6v6 game if you lose this one? Upstairs, what's the use of your posting here? People can't see it, and it's not over if you directly invite the battle experience. The electric type elves of the Raven Gym Master all win with speed. I guess it's less than 5 seconds, Raichu will be blown up by the electric dragon. Sure enough, at the beginning of the battle, the electric dragon relied on some means to manipulate the electromagnet, and appeared in front of Raichu like a teleportation at a terrifying speed. Waving a fist that was flickering with lightning, the electric dragon struck the lightning fist and directly smashed Raichu's entire body into the rocky cliff. Awesomeness. I'm going. What speed is the electric dragon? Cheating. To be a ghost, the game allows some trainers to upload the special cultivation effects of their own elves. The speed of the electric dragon of the Raiwan Pavilion is so fast. I was wrong, it wasn't 5 seconds. It is estimated that Liqiu will kneel in the next move. The master of Laiwan is domineering. In front of the computer, Lihi saw this, but quickly said, "Use it again." In the game, Raichu was hit by a thunderbolt fist move. Not only did he not retreat, but he held on to the electric dragon and used another move on it. Once again, it is a general type move, and the effect is that the opponent can only repeat the last move in the next period of time. Therefore, affected by the effect of another move, the electric dragon can only be forced to bombard Raichu with the thunder and lightning fist move. However, not only was Raichu not injured, but he was wearing lightning and seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It's not right, it's very wrong. Raichu should be a lightning rod. While immune to electrical damage, it can also use the opponent's electrical energy. Strengthen your own strength. But why is the electric dragon still using thunder and lightning punch? Wait, what order did Emperor Baifeng give? Again. Again. And this move. What move is this? It's a team strengthening flow again. Use your opponent's power to strengthen yourself. No, it should be forcing your opponent to attack you and strengthen yourself. In front of the computer, Lihi looked at the screen comfortably. Use another move to force Electric Dragon to attack Raichu with an electric move. In this way, Raichu can use the Lightning Rod feature to insanely strengthen himself without taking damage. Finally, push it horizontally. Guess it's almost there. He said lightly. Raichu, use thunder. In the game, Raichu, who received the order, hugged the electric dragon, pointed his tail to the sky, and grinned. Afterwards, the sky was densely covered with thunder clouds, and one after another thunder lights struck down, hitting the two elves fiercely. The electric dragon let out a whimper, and its figure collapsed. Finally, the picture stopped on Raichu, who pointed to the sky and radiated electric light. The spectators were silent. This is the end. Electric Dragon was struck to death by Raichu's strike. The master of the Raiwan Gym, the master of the electric gym, was defeated by the Baifeng Emperor with the electric spirit. Chapter 9 Cooking and running errands will make you stronger. Recommend votes. Looking at the battle replay interface, Lihi was thoughtful. This tactical flaw is quite big. First of all, you need to draw out the opponent's thunder attribute moves. Second, if the opponent will provoke the move, well, you should think about it again. Provocation is an evil type move. The effect is to make the opponent angry, and only attack type moves can be used for a period of time. For one more time, tactics, the interference effect of provocative moves is quite large. Although the battle was over, many spectators were still reminiscing and heard his words. Damn it, is the boss really using the game to study tactics? You know, I've been professionally trained, and I won't lose my temper no matter how shocked it is. Big Brother Baifeng is awesome, shouting broken sound. Mengxin is shivering, what is provocation? On the other side, coincidentally, Xiao Zhuer, the owner of the Raven Gym in the Hejiang area, was also replaying the battle scene. This is also one of the highlights of Elf Virtual Battle, which will make every battle of the player into an exquisite battle screen. Let Raichu focus on developing the characteristics of lightning rods and body-bearing capacity, and then cooperate with powerful killing moves and another move. Xiao Zhuer sat lazily on the chair, resting her chin in her hands, watching the battle replay with a conscious look on her face. After listening to the other party's words again, she murmured. Emperor Baifeng, whose trumpet? The characteristics and moves of elves have been studied so deeply. Think about it from another angle, what if I shock the monster with electricity? The characteristic of the electric monster is the electric engine, which can absorb electric damage and convert it into speed. Coupled with the charging beam move and the electric flash move that increase attack power. Xiaojuer's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. In this way, relying on another move and the characteristics of the electric engine, Crazy absorb the opponent's electric energy and convert it into speed. No. Why does reality need to follow the rules like a game? If you directly knock down the opponent's elf, as long as the opponent's elf practices over electricity moves, it will be induced by the electric shock monster to counterattack current. In combination with another move, it will forcefully absorb the opponent's electrical energy and increase its own speed. At the same time, it is supplemented by charging beam moves and electromagnetic wave moves to paralyze the opponent and increase its own attack power. Xiaojuer couldn't help biting her fair and slender index finger. An image pops up in my mind. The electric shock monster slammed down, directly plundering the electricity of the opponent's elves. Attack, speed, domineering, all three. So charming. Xiaojuer was immersed in the picture she imagined. I couldn't help but play with my forefinger to play with the black hair that was combed into a lightning-like shape. There was a slight blush on the face of the beautiful melon seeds, and the blue eyes flashed with longing. But as a gym owner, she will not use other people's research results at will. So, the master of the Raiwan Gymnasium, who had hardly contacted anyone else, considered for a moment, and sent a message to the great Emperor Baifeng. Are you there? Emperor Baifeng ignored her. Ding dong. At this moment, a message popped up on the mobile phone, which was sent by the mail agent of the model company. Little Juer, I've been working a lot recently, so be careful with your body, and I see that the weather is getting colder, so remember to wear a jacket when you go out. Little Juer was unmoved. I even wondered if I should change to a female agent. No, last time the female agent was even more annoying, and she wanted to send herself hundreds of messages a day. Let's replace it with Shineido's agent. As for whether the boss of the model company agrees. Sorry, but if you don't agree, you'll be fired. Well, why hasn't he texted me back? Li He is a man of action, and he started another game. The opponent is a 3-in-1 magnet. He used a trick to make Raichu start with a thunder move. As predicted. The opponent's experience is rich, so let the 3-in-1 magnetism release 100,000 volts to reduce the damage of thundering moves. Next, Li Hexendao planned to use one more move plus lightning rod characteristic plus thundering move, to electrocute the 3-in-1 magnetic monster alive. When it was over, the player named Electric Shock Master sent him a series of This game is really fragrant. Li He glanced at the side, and the Pikachu alarm clock showed that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Slip. After taking a nap for a while, Lu Wei, who soon woke up, grabbed his arm and his eyes flashed. Yo-yo, oh. The little eyes are full of admiration. It has been watching the battle for a long time, and when it is excited, it still screams, yo-yo. Six-tails are still young and don't know the difference between games and reality. In its view, it was Li He who was commanding Liqiu to kill and kill. You want to fight too? Li He is not surprised by this. The six-tails are fire-type elves, and they have the genes of fighting in their bones. Don't look cute on the outside, but in fact it is arrogant plus violent temper. It is small now, and it is not easy to breathe fire. If it is big, it will breathe fire if there is a disagreement. It makes sense to discharge when you are upset with Pikachu. Mo Luwei nodded, quite ambitious. Slip, no, Omega. Okay, I'll teach you the first rule of becoming stronger. Run errands, and you'll become stronger. Go, bring me your phone. Six-tails, pata, and grab the phone. Very good, do you feel a little bit stronger? No feeling at all. That's because you don't feel right, and you're jumping on it 30 times now. Six-tails jumped 30 times. How's it going? Are you feeling hot all over? Run errands more and you'll get stronger. Leahy opened his phone and found an instructional video on using a toaster and microwave oven. Now, I'll pass on the second rule of the profound meaning for you to become stronger. Cook, and you will become stronger. Putting the phone in front of Luwei, Lee Hexen said that you are already a growing Luwei, and it's time to learn how to cook. He estimates that tomorrow morning, Luwei can use his tail as a stove, warm milk for himself, and boil a pot of hot water to make tea for him by the way. In a few days, frying eggs will probably not be a problem. It not only reduces the use of natural gas, but also exercises the ability of the six tails to control heat, energy and flame. I am such a genius. Hey. Six tails. Right now, Luwei's mentality is that although he doesn't know what it means to do so, since all the trainers who are strong have said it, then it is absolutely right to do so. Leahy was about to wash and sleep when the game background prompted him to have a few more notifications. Just click and take a look. Well, the ID, Battle Castle Princess, gave him another like. I already have small fans. Thinking of this, Leahy is in a good mood. This name came from, and those who didn't know thought you were fighting against the Princess Catalia of the castle. As the first ID to like him, he has a deep memory. People, just like the first time. Looking at the other news, it was full of messy news such as, "Are you here?" Ding ding ding. A few more messages. ID, Battle Castle Princess, sent you a document, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Detailed explanation of Elf Six Tails information. PDF. PS. Listen to the voice, you raised only 6 tails. Are you preparing to train in the fire department? Close black lens bracket. Concurrent training. I'm just a new trainer, thank you for your file. After Leahy replied, he felt happier. I'm too tired today. I'll look at the difference between this document and the information in my memory tomorrow. He downloaded the file and stretched. Just yawned, the system jumped out again. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Make an achievement. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. ID, Baifeng Emperor, has over 10,000 fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Charm value +1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 9 Swords of Dugu Lonely Edition. Close black lens bracket. How come there are over 10,000 fans? Leahy was dazed at first, then looked behind his eyes, his face darkened. I'm a trainer, you screw me with Dugu 9 Swords. Chapter 10 The Special, Tail Wagging. You can even reward me with a green caterpillar, I can play bundling games with its spinning threads or something. Leahy was powerless to complain. Maybe the system has got the style wrong. He fixed his eyes. On the computer screen, there is green grass, and Shinado is sitting by the stream. This is the background image of his computer. Just below the Elf Six Tails information detailed explanation. PDF, that was just downloaded, a new file appeared. Open black lens bracket. 9 Swords of Dugu. PPT. Close black lens bracket. Open it and see. Feeling a little curious, Leahy moved the mouse and clicked to take a look. Suddenly, a map of swordsmanship came into view. There is no formula, no general outline, only pictures. Like a fake. Leahy. Sleep. Leahy said that he would sleep, but Luwei couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, what appeared in Luwei's mind was the image of Raichu wielding 10,000 thunders with one finger. Although Raichu is a little fatter, this does not affect its domineering. Luwei got up quietly, lay on the bedside and glanced at Leahy. Touch his head. Omega, no. Underscore. Backquote. There was no response, it seemed that he was really asleep. Six Tails fell into deep thought. To be able to train Raichu to be so domineering, his trainer must be very powerful. Also, he looks handsome. In my memory, there is a blonde, purple face, as if the humanoid elf called Miss Lips is taking care of them, and also warns. Anyway, you little guys will have trainers in the future. In this case, what's wrong with finding a handsome and powerful trainer? Single quote. At that time, Luwei couldn't understand it, so he could only tilt his head in a daze, but thinking about it now. Seems like a reasonable sub. Slip tilde. D asterisk. Feeling that he has the ability to show off his capital, Luwei touched Lihi's head again. He was too excited, and just after he realized the spark move, he couldn't control it, and a few small sparks escaped from the little black nose. Chic and unrestrained, Lihi's bangs ignited, and the smell of roasted protein lingered. Six Tails quickly blew out. Taking another look at Lihi's plump and clean forehead, as well as the rising hairline, Six Tails, hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet. After a minute, as if nothing had happened, Luwei chose to escape from reality. Time to get stronger. It's not because you got into trouble that you try to act good. Jumping under the bed, Luwei stood blankly for a while, slip. However, now that trainers don't need to run errands by themselves, how can I become stronger? Six Tails thought hard. It seemed that the trainer was excited when he saw the spark move. Then practice the spark move. The more brains the Six Tails use, the more flexible their ideas become. Trying hard to practice spark moves, so that I, unintentionally, burned the trainer's hair, isn't it a big deal? If the trainer, inadvertently, sees him staying up late and practicing the spark move all night, will he not only not blame himself, but also reward himself? Feed yourself a meal, 2 bottles of moo milk at a time. Fill a bottle hard and taste another bottle carefully. I am so smart. Slip. The Six Tails were so excited that they couldn't help but scream. And quickly buried their mouths in their claws. Looking up, the trainer was still sound asleep. It quietly moved to the living room, and with all its strength, it suddenly spewed out a ray of flame. At most, it's as big as a gas stove flame. It lasted a few seconds. Slap. Six-tailed limbs are weak, lying on the ground in the shape of a wood. It feels like the whole body is being pumped out. I'm so tired, why don't you just sleep like this? This was the first thought in Luwei's mind. It quickly shook its head. No, do it again. Raichu's domineering figure in his mind stimulated the Six Tails. It took a deep breath, its cheeks bulged into buns, and it suddenly spewed forward. It was still a wisp of flame. The size and shape were almost the same as before. Slip. Six Tails took the blow that should be taken at this age. It went back to the bedroom dejectedly, jumped on the computer table, and flicked its tail. It was incomprehensible. You have worked hard, but why haven't you made any progress? Accidentally, its tail on the edge touched the mouse, and the computer screen lit up again. Luwei looked back, and was about to move away, and froze again. Your own trainer is so strong, can he see ordinary things? Of course not. It came to the spirit, lying in front of the computer, looked carefully. Can't read. Luwei accidentally pressed the loop button. I saw on the screen, the pictures of the villain holding the sword were played in a loop. Like a silent action movie. Six Tails looked hard, looked sideways, tilted their heads, still did not understand. Slip. More lost. It wiggles its tail. Six Tails looked at his tail, and then at the sword-wielding villain. I looked at the tail again, and then at the villain. In the end, the sight stopped on the sword of the sword-wielding villain. Six Tails realized. It turns out that this is actually a recipe for training the tail and attacking the opponent with the tail. It looked back at Lihi. The trainer had long expected that he would secretly become stronger, so he put the cheats here, just to see when he would find out. What an inscrutable method. This recipe is sure to be extraordinary. Six Tails immediately became very interested in this cheat book. People and elves are actually like this. The harder things are to obtain, the more precious they will instinctively feel. All night, the six tails were concentrating on studying the Dugu 9 swords, and gradually, the six tails also danced in a decent manner. The next morning, when Leahy opened his eyes, he saw such a scene. Under the bed, the six tails of the six tails danced in a wonderful trajectory, and sparks were still brewing in their mouths. Leahy. Is this learning to wag the tail? After a sleep, you realize. Although the tail wagging move has no lethality other than being cute, but, isn't it cute? Besides, you can also use the tail wagging move to attack the opponent's trainer. Seeing him wake up, Lu Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The trainer finally woke up, and if he didn't wake up, he couldn't hold on anymore. Rubbing his eyes, he jumped onto the soft blanket. A deep sense of tiredness struck his heart. Lu Wei didn't even yawn, and fell asleep as soon as his eyes were closed. ZZ. Just woke up. Leahy was still a little confused and walked into the bathroom. Crash. He picked up a handful of water and splashed it on his face. Looking up again and looking at the glasses, Leahy was stunned. What about bangs? What about my bangs? At lunch, Leahy, inadvertently, flipped his hair and glanced at Lu Wei again. Shocked. Aware of his gaze, Lu Wei turned her head away, didn't look at him, and continued to drink milk as if nothing had happened. The six little tails shrank nervously into a ball, and the six tails were uneasy. Oh. Leahy knew it, but did not expose it. In the future, when the six tails get angry, or what purpose is to be achieved? Don't think I don't know, you lighted my hair that night. This is emotional intelligence. Thinking of this, Leahy not only didn't get angry, but he also gave Lu Wei diced meat with a smile. After a meal, Lu Wei was stupefied, frightened, and inexplicably relieved. The trainer didn't find it. Slower. This is really awesome musical note. Musical note. Six tails, who had escaped the catastrophe, narrowed their eyes happily again, and continued to enjoy the moo milk. The cute six tails still don't understand that the longest road the elves have traveled is the routine of the trainer. Chapter 11 Leahy's Core Training Ideas, Recommended Tickets. Time passed like water, and in a blink of an eye, it was June 13th. Junshin High School is officially on summer vacation. After careful consideration, Leahy chose to stay at home with Lu Wei. For him, the daily tasks of elf virtual battle have formed a habit like eating and drinking. The mentality has also changed from the initial nervousness to a calm and sophisticated. Although a game is always a game, Leahy feels. If he were to command Lu Wei to fight at this time, at least he wouldn't be so nervous that his heart was pounding. In the same way, by constantly practicing the tactics in his mind in the game, Leahy gradually came up with ideas on how to train the six tails. Taking time, he also read the documents sent by Battle Castle Princess. Not much different from the information in his memory. It is nothing more than the characteristics and evolution of the six tails. And the tricks that can be learned and comprehended. In Leahy's view, the most useful are a few tips. 1. When brushing the six-tailed hair, it is best to use a soft brush made of fire-type elf hair. 2. Six tails do not need to take a hot bath, their hair itself has a cleansing effect. On the contrary, you should boldly let them take a flame bath or directly bask in the sun. 3. Don't throw the hair that falls off the six tails. It can be made into a soft brush and toothbrush, which can save a lot of money. The words at the end of the document are very down to earth. Six tails are not as easy to raise as grass-type elves such as walking grass. But as long as you think about it, you can reduce unnecessary expenses. Li Heshen thought so. You can live by walking on the grass and basking in the sun. Even if you keep it like this, don't expect much combat power, but it is easy to feed. The six tails can't do it. Now that they are in the growth stage, the 3 bottles of moo milk every day have become 6 bottles. He is now just barely maintaining a balance of income and expenditure. Ba Dahu, let's go, I believe we will meet again. Mile Epsilon 3. On the TV screen, the ironclad daily show, It's You. Close double angle bracket. The male trainer takes Pikachu to travel around the world, encounters other elves and trainers, and separates them from each other. One episode is 45 minutes, and one episode is broadcast a week. It has been played for 10 years, and it seems that it can fight for another 100 years. The male trainer subdued a Bada Butu, and as a result, Bada Butu met his sweetheart, the pink Bada Butu. He was in a love triangle between people and the essence. The male trainer gritted his teeth and quit, choosing to complete Bada Butu. Leahy pondered the plot. This plot looks super familiar. Glancing at Lu Wei again, Leahy shook his head helplessly. 6 tails, slip not underscore not. Lu Wei was not only unmoved, but felt that his IQ was insulted. Wouldn't it be over if I subdued both of the big butterflies? Is this hard to think of? You have conquered 100 Bobo so far, and you are still short of these 2 Badahu. 6 tails do not want to watch dramas. It wants to train and study that incomparably esoteric tail trick. The more you practice, the more mysterious it becomes. Regarding Li Hela's behavior of watching dramas, Lu Wei just wanted to say, I want to train. Training makes me happy. Are you the devil? Don't pull me to see these. But soon, Lu Wei wanted to understand. This is to sharpen your mood. If you can watch such a witty and irritating drama, if you can watch it calmly, your mood will naturally improve to a higher level. Lu Wei glanced at Li He. Do you think I won't realize this if you don't say it? Humph, Omega, I'm so smart. The next day, Li He continued to pull Lu Wei to watch the play. Yesterday I watched a relatively immature travel drama, and today I watched The Unicorn Will Become King, and Trainer Survival in the Wilderness. The Unicorn Will Be King tells the story of the weakest wild unicorn in the tribe, and finally became the king of the forest under his own hard work. Coupled with the theme song clips that are popular all over the internet. Just like the tenacious unicorn. Young man, be the king. Program of action for the cruel unicorn. So far, this drama has a Duban score of 9.3. And, Trainer Wilderness Survival, is starred by trainer Ed Stafford himself, in the most difficult environment, with his own elves to strive for self-improvement. The core idea of the whole play. Mixing with Master Da, I was hungry 9 times in 10 days. What doesn't starve you to death will eventually make you more resistant to starvation. Therefore, Li He is not wasting time, but is taking a step-by-step approach to give Lu Wei a vaccination. Thinking in a different position, I think at the beginning, he also had a martial arts dream. Then he knelt on the Zama step. The same is true for the training of the elves. On the first day, the 6 tails are trained, and the 6 tails may still be interested. But once you taste the bitterness and feel boring, you may not be able to pull it back. By watching the drama, let the 6 tails understand by themselves. To become stronger, you have to endure hardship. As long as it doesn't hurt you, it will eventually make you stronger. While giving Lu Wei a massage, Li He summed up several core training ideas. As long as you can't die, practice to death. As long as the elves are stupid, they will be deceived to death. And the last one. As long as the elves are cute, they will love to death. I took another look at the Tui Na massage skill. After a few days, I actually only gained 5 experience points. Since the skill upgrade, whether it is pressing for himself or Lu Wei, the experience value is pitiful. Li He guessed that this may be related to the fact that he has already figured out Lu Wei's body. Just like a chef, making egg fried rice every day, in the later stage, it is extremely difficult to make progress. Pikachu tilde. Suddenly, the phone rang. Son, are you guys already on vacation? It's time to buy elf eggs. I and your dad will take a few days off and go back to buy them with you. What kind of elf do you want to buy? On the phone, Li Ma silently inquired. Elf eggs are not cheap, and there are tuition fees for Junshin High School next year. If Li He wants to buy a better one, she has the cheek to borrow some from relatives. Although Li Ma didn't say it clearly, Li He knew it in his heart, and he replied naturally, "Don't come back if you and Dad are okay." The school rewarded me with a six-tailed. Li He was still a little apprehensive, but as soon as his mother opened his mouth, he pulled him back to his past memory in a flash, and the way of getting along with him hardly changed. Six tails. Is it the beautiful one with six tails? Li Ma raised her voice a bit. Is this true? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Even if Li Ma was working as a nurse in an ordinary hospital, the elves have little contact with them, but they also know the preciousness of the six tails. There is no such elf in the people I know. Can it be precious? Didn't I just want to surprise you? Li He, who had completely forgotten, said nonsense. It's not really his fault, he didn't turn the corner for a while. Although the body is young, the behavior pattern is still the same as that of an adult. As an adult, who would trouble their parents by calling them every day? Taking everything alone is the bottom line of adult self-esteem. After chatting a few more words, Li Ma handed the phone to Li's father, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. After 3 years of Junshin High School, even if there is an alliance subsidy, the tuition is not cheap. To raise a trainer, both financially and mentally, is very stressful. When he goes to university again, even if he can't become a vocational trainer. No, it's okay if he can't become a civil servant. It's safe and secure to rely on the elves to take the civil servant exam, and then help him with grandchildren. This life can be considered complete. This is the happy day that Li Ma is looking forward to. Li's father is an imaging doctor in the hospital. He speaks very little, even if he talks to the only son at home. Li He was speechless. He remembered this sentence at the beginning and end of every phone call. Hanging up the phone, Li He sent another picture of Lu Tai to Ma Li. Only then did he calm down and hug Lu Wei. Lu Wei, we really have to work hard. Six Tails nodded heavily. Slip ing_ing. Chapter 12. You are so showy, seek a recommendation ticket. Li He and Lu Wei really stayed at home all day. The next day. The wind is sunny and the sun is cloudless. Early in the morning, just as the sky was bright, the Bobo couple outside the window began to scream, frowning, and spring was full of joy. You give me a bug and I feed you morning dew. This scene makes the single strong bird envy to hair removal. The Bobo couple proved a sentence with facts. Early risers are eaten by worms, and early worms are eaten by birds. In his sleep, Lu Wei dreamed that he was fighting, so he slammed and banged Li Hegui under the bed. Li He's feet were upside down, and the whole person was dumbfounded. After washing up, Li He wrote down the second black material for threats in his notebook. On June 14, in the early morning, Lu Wei kicked me out of bed. Just after breakfast, Lu Wei grabbed the corner of Li He's clothes and hurried to go out. Li He thought to himself why other people's elves can't wait to stay in front of the TV 24 hours a day and stuff their heads in. And every time my own six tails watch TV, it is a look of disdain and inability to complain. He looks like the one who was forced by his mother to watch palace fighting dramas, tear up devils, and Jen Huan's biography in his memory. I'm afraid I'm not raising a fake elf. To be honest, Li He still wants to play dramas. Although the dramas in this world are mixed with elf elements, there are still first-class masterpieces. It can make people unable to stop watching, forgetting to stay up late, thinking in their minds, I will go to sleep after watching one more episode, just one episode, just watch another episode. In the end, it was really fragrant, and when he recovered, the night passed. As soon as he went out, Li He felt the heat of hell. When summer comes to Fengdu, it is like an isolated city in the desert, and it will be 30 degrees Celsius as soon as you wake up in the morning. Go downstairs and come to the bus stop at the entrance of the community. Li He suddenly had a bold idea. Since the six tails are so energetic, plus it can learn speed-type moves, lightning flashes. Rather than make your own air-conditioned car, let Lu Wei run to keep up, and exercise your leg strength. Six tails, Sigma degree. Leahy finally dismissed the idea. Because he has a heart that loves spirits. It's definitely not because the Six Tails use spark moves. Luwei is only 20 pounds at most, and it is not heavy. It is just like a cat, squatting on Leahy's left shoulder and looking around curiously. The 6 little tails seem to be swaying randomly, but if you look closely, each track is extremely delicate, full of strength and beauty. It's as if swordsmanship. In the past few days, Leahy also found that Luwei was very interested in Dugu 9 swords. He simply printed out all the Dugu 9 swords documents and posted them on the bedroom wall. Although he disliked Dugu 9 swords, Leahy knew that maybe Luwei could really understand something from it. In Kanto, Fangyuan, Hezhong and other areas, there are training home gyms. The Blue Star Alliance also has corresponding dojos and genres. For example, there are people in the East Ying district who use the inherent ninja and bushido methods to train elves, and the results are unexpectedly good. Immediately afterwards, these first people to eat crabs established corresponding dojos, created a genre, became the master of the genre, and became famous all over the world. Not only it is the Eastern Ying district of the Blue Star Alliance, and the European side uses the chivalry to cultivate green onion ducks. It is said that the scallion ducks over there believe in the spirit of chivalry and use the scallion as a sword. In the Huasha district where Fengdu is located, the same is true. In the early years, after a strange force performed Qinggong water drift, countless elf martial arts gyms were established directly. However, today, there are not many elven martial arts gyms left. While waiting for the bus, Leahy glanced at the girls in skirts at the bus stop opposite. In summer, the white skirts seemed to be full of youthful atmosphere. This glance caught their attention. Look over there, that handsome guy has 6 tails. I'm a fan of this face value, but it's hard to describe how the hairstyle is like being bitten by a Katy dog. The 6 tails seem to have found us. It glanced at me. No, give me a hand, my legs are so cute. Seeing that they are not only Leahy, it was only because of his handsomeness and Luwei's good looks that they caught their attention. A few minutes later, a professional woman with Miss Lips got off the bus and was about to transfer. Professional women don't look like young girls. They just glanced at Leahy lightly and turned their eyes away naturally. On the contrary, the lip-smacking sister stared at him with a smile, her red lips pouting, tweet tilde asterisk caret 3 caret. Leahy, who was so hot that he was about to explode, said nothing, and blew a kiss. Miss Lips, can you show me your fine snow moves? Miss Lips grinned, her red lips opened, and she spit out a series of snowflakes with a, huh. Cooled the entire platform. Slip tilde, 6 tails called out comfortably. Looking at Leahy again, Luwei gave him a small look of admiration. The trainer taught himself another lesson. The man next to him couldn't help but glance at Leahy. Brother, you are acting so cowardly. He learned to blow a kiss to Sister Millip, but unfortunately she ignored him. When he got into the car, Leahy's purpose was very clear. It was the ferry plaza. Located in the center of Fengdu City, near the high-speed railway station, the ferry plaza integrates multiple facilities such as the breeding house, the ferry hospital, the ferry battlefield, and the field training forest, forming an industrial chain. From selling elf eggs to wholesale moo milk, to elf training, treatment, and battle, everything is covered. In Fengdu City, if you want to train elves, you can only go to the field training forest in Elf Square. Otherwise, there is no reason to fight in the city or let the elves release their moves, not only to pay a fine but also to record it in the file. In serious cases, they will be directly deprived of their civil rights and their trainer qualifications will be revoked. These rules are cumbersome, but basically, most people can accept them. After all, if there is no ordinary person in the family, the elderly, if they are accidentally injured, it will not be good for anyone. Although the Huasha district elf law is rigorous, it is to maintain the stability of the entire society. Along the way, Leahy also saw a lot of elves through the window glass. Little Rada poking his tail in the alleyway, and Bobo, who trims his feathers with his beak on a branch. They are all common elves, and some rare elves, most of them follow behind people, obviously they have been subdued. Actually, the strictness of the spirit law also protects the wild spirits living in the city and allows citizens to live and work in peace and contentment. Leahy thought thoughtfully. City dwellers can't conquer elves by fighting, so they will use another way to influence them with food and love. And wild elves live together with humans from generation to generation. They will be smart to realize that humans are not a threat to them, and they will not use moves to attack people at will. Even wild Meow Meow will only run away when the stolen fish is discovered, rather than causing violent conflict. As for small traders, there is also alliance insurance to cover losses. This world is more reasonable than I thought. Leahy rubbed Lu Wei's little head and pressed it back out of the window. When he got off the bus at the station, Leahy looked as usual, but Lu Wei was still a little unfulfilled. It feels like taking a bus, watching the scenery along the way, watching elves and people, watching life. It is much more exciting and real than watching a drama. I don't know how this task released a few days ago is considered to be completed. Leahy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is it okay to fight wild elves? Task: I'm really just a new trainer. Task content: set a small goal first and win a battle. Close black lens bracket. Quest completion reward: 1. A random language skill. 2. Random tricks. Close black lens bracket. Leahy also asked, this random, can it randomly produce the sacred fire of Ho Wong, the sword of the cliff of Groudon, and the blue flame of the dragon of truth? The system dad ignored him. So Leahy retreated and thought about it rationally. Did he take Lu Wei to bully the walking grass? Or, how about walking grass? Chapter 13 Combination Trick, Dubu and Nine Tails. A moment of contemplation, Leahy took the 6 tails to the elves to the battlefield. Take out your mobile phone, scan your EID, plus face recognition for free admission. This is one of the perks that ordinary trainers can enjoy. If you are an ordinary person, you must pay the ticket fee. Of course, ordinary trainers also enjoy the right to use the battlefield for free once a month. If you exceed this number of times, you will have to pay extra. Most trainers still prefer to go to the field training forest for field combat. Although there is no referee, no corresponding battle video playback, and no insurance, the victory lies in freedom. Entering the venue, Leahy glanced casually. The vast interior space is divided into basketball court-sized battlefields. There are railings outside, and there are auditoriums to the left and right. At this time, the front row was full of people. Leahy was lying on the railing, looking down. Lu Wei followed his line of sight, and also looked over curiously. Right in front of them are Pikachu and Little Rada. Pikachu, a world-class cute thing, no one knows it. Little Rada, general attribute elf, looks like a big purple mouse with a front tooth. Little Rada's trainer was obviously guarding against Pikachu's electric shock move, and let Little Rada run around Pikachu in circles. The coquettish walking position seemed to make Pikachu a little dizzy, and his body swayed. Little Rada's trainer's eyes lit up and saw the chance to win, and immediately asked Little Rada to use a collision move. Who would have thought that as soon as Little Rada approached Pikachu, Pikachu showed a sly smile. It turned out to be installed. Taking off, Pikachu avoided the impact of Little Rada. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoman twisted his waist, Pikachu used gravity, and the lightning tail flashed with a slight metallic luster, and smashed the head and tail on Little Rada's head. It's a trick, Steel Tail. With a boom, Little Rada fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Victory and defeat. The winning Pikachu put his hands on his hips and raised the corners of his mouth happily, while the Little Rada's trainer looked annoyed. There is an unspoken rule in the battle: the loser has to pay the venue fee for this battle. Wow! The audience couldn't help clapping and cheering. These young people are all too yin. This Pikachu has already won 5 games, right? Although they are all rookies, they are amazing. The guy next to him, Zhang Niu, has won 7 games in a row with the unicorn. Single horned bug. 7 games in a row. Did you get Sakaji's true biography? Li He heard the sound, stunned for a moment, and saw a familiar figure. It was the classmate Kobayashi who was full of two-dimensional breath, Lin Xiang. She was wearing a white sports suit and was commanding a small fire dragon. Li He thought to himself that Shaolin was starting with Bai Fu Mei, but he didn't know whether you would ride the dragon or the dragon would ride you in the future. The technology of fire-breathing dragon kebabs is the best in the world. Lin Xiang's opponent is the newbie village boss, who has won 7 games in a row with the unicorn. Also a girl with a high ponytail. Lu Mei and phoenix eyes, thin red lips flashing moist luster, dressed in a long yellow dress, looking heroic. When commanding the unicorn to fight against the little fire dragon, the high ponytail jumped and jumped. The instructions are also unusually short and powerful, spinning silk, and poison needles, calm, giving people the style of a general. In contrast, Kobayashi is still stuck in the cute, little fire dragon, be careful, avoid it, little fire dragon, tear the silk with your claws, ah. The poison needle is coming, cover your face with your hand, stage. Hey, excuse me, do you know what the name of that lady ponytail is? Relying on her appearance, Li He asked a young lady with short hair, a melon face, and a good appearance. The short-haired lady is also very familiar, and said with a smile, "Let me touch your baby and I will tell you." Without saying a word, Li He took her hand and rubbed Lu Wei's little head, messing up Lu Wei's naturally curly hair. The short-haired lady was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously pulled her hand back, not knowing whether she took advantage of it or was taken advantage of by a bad embryo like Li He. I always think he did it on purpose, but there is no evidence. She could only roll his eyes at him, and the short-haired lady said, "That's Wu Yingyao, the daughter of the vice president of the Fengdu City Trainer Association." Li He said, "Oh," and bid farewell to Miss Toolman without any reluctance. "Step aside and check with your phone. This President Wu is a legendary figure in Fengcheng City. He started from scratch. The main elves are the big needle bees. He even worked in the Interpol department. During his tenure, he destroyed many criminal organizations that used elves, and made great achievements." Li He looked up at Wu Yingyao. The daughter of the vice president of the Trainer Association. It's not so important to have breasts. Thinking of this, Li He cheered, "Sister Wu, come on." Miss Toolman turned her head and looked at him. Not. Six Tails are watching Pikachu's battle intently. It kept replaying the steel tail move just now in its mind. It seemed that he had realized something, and it was a little worse, and it was extremely uncomfortable. And Li He shook his head slightly as he looked at the battle between the little fire dragon and the unicorn. The gap is too big. In the game, the little fire dragon can hang 10 unicorns. But at the moment, it is the unicorn worm hanging on the little fire dragon. The unicorn has short legs, but people can spin silk moves. Directly shoot worm silk to stick to the railing, and with a swoosh, the unicorn flies over. Just like Spider-Man. The little fire dragon can only run behind the butt of the unicorn. Under Wu Yingyao's command, the unicorn worm occasionally turned back and shot the poisonous needle to hit the little fire dragon. Then when the little fire dragon's physical strength fell, Wu Yingyao even let the unicorn worm spin silk while running around the little fire dragon, ready to use the silk spinning move to tie the little fire dragon into a mummy. If the unicorn worm is cultivated well, the silk it spit is stronger than steel wire, and the ordinary claws of the little fire dragon can't be torn apart at all, and the flames that it barely spewed out after a few mouthfuls. Totally useless. The victory has been decided. Li He sighed. This classmate Shaolin is too rigid. The flame of the elf is a kind of energy after all. Let the little fire dragon concentrate the energy on the tip of its claws. Even if it can't use any flame claws, it is much stronger than ordinary claws. *Row. Six Tails suddenly looked up at him. A flash of light flashed in his mind. Trainer, are you implying yourself that you should combine the spark move with the tail wagging move, and then use that mysterious tail technique to attack? This realization, Lu Wei suddenly felt. What was originally unclear about that tail technique has gradually become clear. Especially as the tail danced, Mars, which had a mysterious connection with him, also poured into the tip of the tail from within the body. Swish! The outermost tail of the 6 tails suddenly straightened, and sparks flashed on the tip of the orange-red tail. Looking at the whole tail, it was similar to Pikachu's steel tail move. It was no longer soft, but had a texture full of power. If it is said that Pikachu's steel tail is like a metal lightning blade, then the tail of the 6 tails is like a flaming sword at this moment. Open black lens bracket ding. After your profound and excellent cultivation and guidance, Lu Taifu Lingzi has learned to combine the spark move with the tail wagging move, and even understand the fur usage of the lonely 9 swords. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Under your ingenious guidance, Lu Wei created a new move, please name it. Close black lens bracket. Create your own moves. Dugu in 9 tails. Ding, Lu Wei got a combined trick. Dugu Juwei, spark move plus tail wagging move plus Dugu Jujian. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Arm strength +1. Close black lens bracket. Li He looked strange. Now I believe that the ability to practice magic can become a breeze. Chapter 14. Grind the tail for a few days, try the edge once. Not only did Lu Wei hear Li Hefeng's words, but even the tool girl turned back in surprise and gave him a surprised look. Could this person be an experienced trainer? And on the battlefield? No matter how Lin Xiang inspired Little Fire Dragon's fighting spirit. After all, the Little Fire Dragon is still a new elf who has just passed the newborn period for a long time. Under the condition of being infected with poison needle toxin and consuming a lot of physical strength, he could only be tied into a mummy by a unicorn worm with a red face. With a squeak, he fell to the ground. Xiao Hualong refused to admit defeat, and wanted to struggle and provoke. Ku, sao dish sao ka give. Unicorn. Dish pyridine. Unicorn, stop. Wu Yingyao stretched out her hand to stop the single-horned worm and was about to drag the mummy, Little Fire Dragon to run around the field, and by the way, spit out poisonous needles. Lin Xiang's father is the leader of Fengdu's real estate industry. Although his strength as a trainer is average, he can't hold back his wealth and strong connections. No, I gave my little daughter a rare elf fire dragon from the Kanto region. President Wu and Dad Lin are both the scene people. Everyone bows their heads and does not look up to see you. Wu Yingyao naturally couldn't do the act of killing someone. This unicorn has the style of the unicorn in The Unicorn Will Become King. This hand spinning is real 6, and the kite flying tactics crushed the little fire dragon without injury. Is this also an inverse attribute? The audience was talking. Next door to the battlefield, Pikachu's trainer considered for a moment, and found that he was not sure of winning the unicorn, so he continued to fight. The elves have a special reward for the trainer who has won 10 games in a row, which is also to stimulate the potential of the trainer. Wu Yingyao not only looks heroic on the outside, but also very mature in heart. She simply explained a few sentences, which made the look of loss on Lin Xiang's face a lot less. Then, Li He was scorned by Lin Xiang, and even took Wu Yingyao to look at him. This classmate Zhaolin is quite vengeful. Li He turned smartly, turned his head and left. It's good for girls and young ladies to flirt, but at this stage, elves are still important. Miss Sister has 6 cute, easy to touch. Lu Wei only opened his eyes at this time, feeling that he was very different. But if it is different, it is impossible to say. This feeling is mysterious. It's almost as if it somehow comprehends the spark move. Li He watched a few more games. The battles of the elves on the battlefield are not all like those of Wu Yingyao vs Lin Xiang and Pikachu vs Little Rada. Most of them are quasi-high school seniors who just hatched elves and couldn't wait to come. Leahy met a few familiar classmates, but he couldn't name them. Most battles don't even count as pecking at each other. The chicken also knows, ooh ow ow, so avoid it. The battle of the new sprites is that you slap me, and I hit you with the head. If it hurts from being beaten, he still rolls around with angry tears. The trainer couldn't bear to look directly, and the nervousness in his heart turned into helplessness. After coming out of the elf battlefield, Leahy went to the elf pharmacy next door without stopping. Elf pharmacies do not sell ordinary medicines, only special medicines related to elves, and only trainers can buy them with their electronic ID cards. 10 minutes later, Leahy came out of the elf pharmacy. He bought a box of wound medicine bandages and a bottle of burn spray. The wound medicine bandage is similar to a band-aid. It contains special ingredients and is attached to the small wound of the fairy to relieve pain and accelerate wound healing. The burn spray, which Leahy bought for himself, can heal burns. He was afraid that his own set of practice in death if he couldn't die would make Luwei ravage his body. Get him a set to burn his ass. Luwei, you remember, you must not beat the trainer until it is necessary. You can beat the elves to the death, they are thick and strong, but people. Leahy took a deep breath and said something he thought was very threatening. Beating, you have to compensate Momu milk. Meow, the burn spray is twice as expensive as the wound medicine bandage. When did trainers become so valuable? Luwei tilted his head, slip. Leahy went to the last destination of the trip, the field training forest. On the way, I also bought myself a folding fan with a Shinado pattern at the small shop, and a Pikachu sun hat for Luwei. Wearing a small hat, Luwei was so happy that he kept flipping the hat with his tail. Fashion value +1 +1 +1. The field training forest is a mountain forest artificially planned by the Trainers Association. It is a good place for Fengdu trainers to cultivate spirits, sharpen their will, and conduct field battles. In addition, there is only one Chinchin wild training area nearby. As soon as he entered the field training forest, Leahy was relaxed and happy. The sparse strips show each other, and the clear water is slightly blue. Walking in the forest, watching Bobo show affection, sometimes eating dog food, walking by the stream, watching the carp king jumping, swallowing saliva. Luwei also enjoyed the forest wind and narrowed his eyes, slip tilde. The heart also calmed down. This environment is amazing. Finding a no-man's land, Leahy tried to lie down in the grass. Because the concentration of elves is too high, there are no mosquitoes, flies, or spiders in the forest, and they can lie in the grass. Enjoy the feeling of laying on the grass in the two-dimensional world. Six Tails, like a kitten, snuggled next to him. The two lay down for a full 10 minutes, and their figures seemed to melt into the adult calf-high grass. Unicorn, keep practicing, use poison needles. Leahy heard the sound and raised his head, It was actually the girl Wu, and the unicorn. The unicorn is an elf with dual attributes of insect and poison. It looks like an enlarged version of a caterpillar, its whole body is like a string of candied haws, and its biggest feature is the white poisonous horns on the top of its head. The two didn't seem to see anyone here and began to practice poison needles. Wu, I'll go. Li Hejung was about to say hello. As soon as he got up, he saw the cold light coming from 6 o'clock. His scalp is tingling, is my first time dedicated to a unicorn. Wu Yingyao instinctively squeezed out a sentence, the unicorn, take it back. After she finished speaking, she was in trouble and had to lose money again. This poison needle is no match for the poison needle used on the battlefield. Not only is the rate of fire faster, but it is also more toxic. It is the true strength of the unicorn. If it is on the battlefield, the little fire dragon will fall to the ground in 5 steps. As for the trainer, hee. Hearing Wu Yingyao's order, the unicorn's small dark eyes revealed helplessness. This is a poison needle, and it is not spinning. 6 blue poisonous needles flashed through the cold light, pierced the air, and made a rapid sound of swish, swish. 6 tails got up. It didn't move. Let the hair and Pikachu sun hat be swept by the strong wind blowing from the river. The morning light sprinkled by the rising sun draped over half of its body, and the rolled-up orange tail instantly straightened. At this time, the 6 poisonous needles are already approaching, close at hand. Lu Wei's eyes froze. The time has come. Not only did it not retreat, but instead, it lowered its head, leaned over, and swept out its tail that was ready to go. Accompanied by the scorching flame, it smashed all 6 poisonous needles into powder. The unexpected picture made Unicorn too surprised and a little at a loss. It's now. 6 tails leaned forward slightly, and buried his face in the shadow of Pikachu's sun hat. At the same time as his center of gravity was depressed, his feet and tail suddenly exerted force, and suddenly turned from extremely static to extremely dynamic. With a swipe, its entire body was shot out. The Pikachu sun hat was left in place, and after a moment of stagnation, it was pulled by natural forces and fell to the ground. At this time, a gust of summer wind blew past, rolling up the withered and yellow leaves on the ground, blocking the sight of the two like a curtain. Before the fallen leaves had completely fallen, the figure of the 6 tails rushed out of it. With a strong wind, its tail stretched forward, and jumped up. Under the dappled sunlight, the 6-tailed tail seemed to be flowing with magma, streaking across a curve full of power and beauty. From top to bottom, the tip of the tail was like the edge of a sword, stabbing between the eyes of the unicorn. Chapter 15: The Secret Biography of the Electric Gym Master. Actually, a few minutes ago, 2 uninvited guests came nearby. President Wu, what are you doing here? Principal Mew, who took a fishing rod and dressed like a retired old man, said cheerfully. While speaking, Principal Mew glanced at the bright bald heads of Wu Delang and President Wu. Next to him. A strong one. Quiet and thoughtful, come out and get close to nature. President Wu is over 40 years old. Even if he is bald, he is still a bald, middle-aged and beautiful man. Principal Mew laughed. You bullshit. Follow your own daughter, and get close to nature. Principal Mew didn't believe President Wu's nonsense at all. No one knew that President Wu was a serious daughter-in-law. Principal Mew dared to think so, but did not dare to say so. Although Principal Mew's main force is the fire-breathing dragon, if he fights, he may not be able to beat President Wu. The reason is very simple. President Wu's stinging bee is a professional attack trainer, and he has never missed it. Why did Principal Mew come here? Could it be that he was going to fish for a tyrannical carp dragon? President Wu asked back, is it stalking to secretly follow behind his daughter? That's called worry. What's so special? I only have this daughter, and I have raised it for so many years. How can I be taken advantage of by any dog? What is Principal Mew here for? Are you worried about Li He? Pooh. He was worried that Lu Wei would be abandoned by Li Haiyang. Those are the 6 tails, and for coordination trainers, they are simply dream spirits. Therefore, as soon as he received the notification from the field training forest, Principal Mew rushed over riding a fire-breathing dragon. When students from a trainer school like Li He enter the field training forest, the corresponding information will be passed on to the school. This is also to prevent accidents. The two looked at each other and smiled, but did not speak. Looking at the 6-tailed and 1-horned worms who were fighting unexpectedly, President Wu's expression condensed. The poison needle was smashed. What kind of attack method is this? It smells like a spark move, and it seems to have a tail-wagging move. This 6-tailed is so exquisite. Swordsmanship. President Wu has worked in Interpol and has extensive knowledge. There is a colleague of Dongying who passed on the family tradition of Kitano Yi Dao Lu, drawing sword, to Fatian Mantis. Principal Mew has a blank face. At this time, Li He, who was in the battle, said lightly, that's it. Just as the tail, which was burning with sparks and pointed like a sword, was about to pierce the unicorn, the 6 tails changed from extreme motion to extreme stillness, and suddenly stopped. Little sparks escaped from the tip of the tail and hit the unicorn on the face. The unicorn worm slowly moved back, and then fell softly to the ground in shock. The outcome has been decided. The worm-type elves are naturally afraid of fire, and they are suddenly hit by a tail. Well, a flaming sword tail is placed between the eyebrows, and the unicorn worm has no power to fight again in a short time. Already. President Wu, who was hiding under the tree, shook his head, and the conversation changed. This six-tailed animal has been bred quite well. Its fur is orange-red and shiny. It seems that it can not only keep up with the nutrition, but also obviously absorb it. Did you invite a professional breeder to massage the body every day? Speed, explosiveness, and reaction to danger are all excellent. This young man is from your school, right? President Wu squinted at Principal Mew. Why, you cultivated it secretly. Are you still hiding it? No, just an ordinary student. Just got the six tails a few days ago. Headmaster Mew is telling the truth. President Wu took a deep look at Principal Mew and said, Old Mew, you're not being authentic. We both bowed our heads and didn't see each other in Fengdu City. You still lied to me. President Wu looked unhappy. This young man is an ordinary student and a newcomer. What about my daughter? Hasn't he become a chicken? What's the matter? You're all pretending to be on Lao Su's head. Principal Mew had no choice but to nod his head. Yes, you guessed it right, I cultivated it secretly. That's right. President Wu patted Principal Mew on the shoulder, but Principal Mew did not dare to resist. Don't ask why, just because you haven't seen the backyard attack of the giant stinger. Glancing at Li He, Principal Mew thought that this little student Li was too low-key. Looking at the look of, I'm Mengxin, in fact, there are secret moves at home. And it looks like a huge potential, very suitable for the six tails. Wait. Is this secret move suitable for the six tails? Principal Mew suddenly glared at Li He. Could it be that this kid has been playing the idea of my six tails for a long time? At the same time, Li He, Wu Yingyao learned Li He's name from Lin Xiang. She took back the uninjured unicorn and flashed her beautiful eyes. What move did Lu Wei use just now? After she finished speaking, she hesitated for a while, took out a banana from the small bag she was carrying, and handed it to Li He. Well, this is for you. He, this little sister Wu also knows the truth of eating people with short mouths and short hands, and wants to bribe me. Li He said seriously, it's a tail-wagging move. Wu Yingyao didn't believe it. How can there be such a tail-wagging move? She snatched the banana from Li He's hand again. Holding the corner of her skirt, she left without looking back. Shrugging, Li He is also helpless. Omega. I'm telling the truth, I just didn't tell the whole story. This little sister Wu is still in a hurry. Six Tails experienced it on the spot for a while. As soon as he looked up, his whole body was filled with the joy of winning. Proud face. Asterisk. Although tired, the first victory made Lu Wei run to Li He's feet. He raised his head, flicked his tail, stared at him with big eyes, and then called out clearly, slip tilde. Subtext, praise me. Well done. Squatting down, Li He rubbed Lu Wei's little head. Asterisk, no slip. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes happily and rubbed the back of Li He's hand in turn. Looking at Lu Wei, Li He even felt a little guilty. Isn't this little guy too coaxing? Cough. He took out a piece of creamy Dove chocolate from his pocket, and Li He broke a large piece and handed it to Lu Wei. Well, this is a reward for you. I only have this piece on me, and we will share it. Li He, who had at least 5 pieces of chocolate on his body, said, seriously. Looking at his large piece of chocolate, Lu Wei looked at the small piece in Li He's hand, and the little black nose began to twitch. Slip tilde, oh tilde. The big dark eyes filled with water, and Lu Wei was very moved. Make up your mind. You must train hard and let your trainer live a luxurious life of eating a piece of chocolate and throwing one in the future. Slip ing. Li He bit the chocolate and thought about it. Lu Wei has been using 6 bottles of moo milk every day for the past few days. Does it cost 200? What about yourself? Sliced noodles twice a day, even if you add a bottle of Fat House Happy Water, it's only 30. Thinking of this, Li He felt at ease. Hezhong area, Raven Gym. Xiao Zhuer, the owner of Raven Gym, who had been busy all day, landed on the backstage of Elf Virtual Battle, as usual. After checking the information again, the Emperor Sadwind still did not reply. With a frown, Xiao Zhuer simply sent the basic secret biography of her Raven Gym. And added 2 sentences. Ding dong. The phone vibrated, and Li He took a look. It is the background message of the game, Genie Virtual Battle, app. ID, Shining Beauty, has sent you a document, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Spirit Rate Theory General Purpose Basic Edition. PDF. P.S. I want to learn from your tactics and use this as an exchange, okay. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I'm Xiao Zhuer, the owner of Raven's Gym. If you have time, let's PK with a real person, laughs, red exclamation mark, close black lens bracket. Li He stayed for a few seconds. Shining Beauty is Xiao Zhuer, the owner of Raven Gym. Real people. It was not that he had not considered this possibility at the time, but he felt it was unlikely. After all, in a parallel world, the ID, Tencent always carries the handle, is looking for you to play games, so the opponent must be the big boss of the Goose Factory. Not so. Swallowing his saliva, Li He's scalp felt numb. What does this, laughs with a red exclamation mark mean? Is it the legendary rubbing himself along the network cable? As for the real PK. Please, this is the real world. Once the real 100,000 volts are down, even a ghost can't do it. Chapter 16 New Moves Cheats, Recommended Tickets. Slip. In the end, it was Lu Wei's cry that brought Li He back to his senses. Little Zhuer wants to PK with my real person. He looked odd. Xiao Zhuer, this is the world's first-class trainer, proficient in electrical properties. If you provoke this person, it will be no better than a young lady who can shoot a sniper rifle if she cheats. Do you know Miss Cannon? Do not know. It doesn't matter. Do you know about the railgun? The principle is similar to that of a maglev locomotive. It is a ship-based weapon that uses super-powerful electromagnetism to shoot metal cannonballs at high speed. Xiao Zhuer's electrical property spirit. It is said that the core of cultivation is electricity to generate magnetism, and magnetism to generate electricity. By manipulating the magnetic field current, it can obtain terrifying speed and power. Such an electrical spirit, holding a steel shovel, is estimated to be able to shoot a railgun at you. If the physics of this world is not finished, the speed of the railgun should be more than 3 times the speed of sound, and the speed of 1 kilometer per second. In other words, within 50 meters, the average person has only 0.05 seconds of reaction time. The average reaction time of the human brain is between 0.05 s and 0.1 s. To sum up, within 50 meters, the pigeons will be directly painless, and they will be wiped out, and even the funeral expenses will be saved. Thinking of this, Li He seemed to understand why most trainers were single. Really, can't afford it. Even a ghost can't do it if the peony flower dies. Li He's face was inexplicably black. Didn't he just play a game, and was almost checked by someone along the network cable to check the water meter? Bad. Looking up again, Li He's face darkened even more. After tasting the thrill of victory, Lu Wei even set his sights on a fierce sparrow. 6 tails, O!Omega, O slip. As soon as he picked up the 6 tails, Li He ran away. In my memory, in the elf animation, the protagonist just smashed a fiery bird with a stone, and as a result, hundreds of fiery sparrows were attracted, and they chased and killed half of the forest. If it weren't for the explosion of Pikachu under the protagonist's halo, and one attack on 100, the protagonist would be Dove. The current 6 tails can't do 1 against 100. After coming out of the field training forest, Leahy returned the same way. As soon as he stepped into the house, Leahy was stunned for a moment, and a few lines of small black characters appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. Mission, I'm really just a new trainer, has been completed. Rewards. 1. Hajongyu LV1, 2. Lightning Flash Move Cheats, 6 Tails Edition. Close black lens bracket. Hajongyu, LV1, 0/100ths. You can basically read articles written in Hajong language without any problems, but daily conversations are still slightly difficult. In an instant, Leahy felt that there was something more in his mind, and couldn't help muttering to himself. There is no scallion duck that falls from the sky, Hajong proverb. Naturally, Leahy understood the meaning of this sentence. To be successful, you must work hard. After a while, Leahy returned to the bedroom and turned on the computer to take a look. Under the dugu9swords.ppt file, there is one more file. Open black lens bracket lightning flash, 6 tails edition, MP4. Close black lens bracket. Lightning flash is a speed move. Leahy pondered for a moment, and then downloaded Xiaojuer's copy of the Elf Speed Theory Universal Basic Edition.pdf to the desktop. From the reaction speed of the electric dragon in the game, the speed of the ultimate move, and the attack speed, it can be seen that this document is definitely extraordinary. Then, he opened the 2 documents and looked at them. 6 tails are more curious and focused than Leahy, and they can't take their eyes off of them. In the video of the flash of electric light, there is a 6-tailed, explaining the main points in professional 6-tailed language and demonstrating it. Leahy looked bewildered. Do not understand at all. He can only look at Xiaojuer's speed theory. The whole article is written in Hajong language, and it is not long, only 30 pages, but it integrates the main points of knowledge in many fields such as mathematics, physics, and elfology. Explain in simple terms how to increase the speed of the sprite. This speed not only refers to the speed of movement, but also the speed of releasing moves, the speed of gathering energy, and the speed of nerve reaction. For example, the grass seedling turtle, this short-legged turtle elf, how to increase the movement speed. You can't count on the step frequency of the grass seedling turtle, but use the instantaneous explosive power. Using moves, treat the grass seedling turtle as a cannonball and let it launch itself. Leahy looked fascinated. Until he saw the end, he was still not satisfied, and said with emotion. Learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well, and you are not afraid to come to the wizard world. What is the nature of the movement rate of the physical spirit of the spirit? Are the action and reaction forces? Its power. Is F force divided by m mass of the object equals of acceleration. In conclusion, under the circumstance that the weight of the elf cannot be changed, find the source of the maximum force of the moving speed of the elf, and find a way to increase it, so as to obtain greater acceleration. Similarly, in the case that F cannot be changed, using moves to reduce the mass of the object can also increase the acceleration. To get the strongest speed, it is to make F infinitely large and m infinitely small. How to solve the teleportation of the super-type elves? A question appeared in Leahy's mind. Looking at the document again, he sighed regretfully. After all, it's the basic version. It's no wonder that Raven Gym is a world-class gym. Their theories not only combine elfism, but also physics and mathematics. This is just a basic version. What is the advanced version, enhanced version, elite version, senior version, master version? Xiaojuer's basic rate theory just opened up Leahy's brain hole, but there is no specific training method. Even so, the document is well-deserved esoteric. Combining the information of the 6 tails, a prototype of a training plan slowly emerged in Leahy's mind. Lalu tilde. While thinking about it, Leahy glanced at the phone with a notification sound from the mobile phone system. It was Wang Zui's message. Wang Zui is the Han who asked teacher Lei Chu if he wanted to learn from Lin Xiang when Leahy conquered 6 tails. Wang Zui, Brother Li, are you still rubbing six tails at home? Little Lu Yiqing hurts her body, come out and hi. Hey Mao, the owner of the Bai Fu Mei gym next door, seeing that I am talented, is going to take care of me in secret. I am considering whether it is worth paying for it. Li He replied casually. Wang Zui doesn't believe this nonsense at all. Oh. The day after tomorrow, everyone made an appointment to go to the waves, karaoke, swimming, and barbecue together. It's all agreed, and you are the only one left. Wang Zui, Xiaoji said that if you don't come, he will stand downstairs in your house wearing a pair of pants and hold a sign. Li He, you are not human, you must be responsible to me. These goods, the world has changed, and they are still so shameless. Li He was angry and complained. Threat me, you tell Xiaoji, believe it or not, I will hang a banner downstairs in his house one day. It says Ji Ziming, you can go to high school with peace of mind. People can raise their children alone. Li He returned again. A sentence. Wang Zui's scalp was about to burst from the two people's show. In the end, Li He decided to go and see what elves these goods received. By the way, go to the Six Tails and feel happy. Yo tilde, Lu Wei yelled anxiously. The video is over. Do you want to watch it again? Are all fire-type elves such a tyrant? Not active when watching movies, but not energetic when watching teaching videos. Come on, Lu Wei, give me the paws, and I'll teach you how to use the mouse. You are already a mature six-tailed, you can warm milk by yourself, and it is time to learn how to use the mouse. Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and the little tail flew up. Oh slip. Li He couldn't help but glance at it. You are so motivated, wouldn't it make me look like a trainer? I can't keep a low profile if I want to. Well. Chapter 17 I really don't want to be the master of UP, please recommend. Lu Wei was watching the instructional video of the lightning flash move repeatedly. When he had nothing to do, Li He opened Station B and glanced at the video he uploaded a few days ago. Not surprisingly, the number of broadcasts is just over 1,000, and the account fans are only a few dozen. I looked at the replies at the bottom of the video again. Six tails are so cute. The master of UPs is okay. Find a few breeders and masters of the UPs to PY, Emperor Baifeng. Recently, the marketing account of Station B is rampant, and most people also regard this account as a marketing account, and slip away after a glance. Holding his chin, Li He found that the name, Baifeng Emperor, brought a certain amount of traffic. Otherwise, the data will only get worse. This also makes sense. How can the Lord be so good? At this moment, the system issued a new task. Task, I really don't want to be the master of UP. Task content. Within a week, have 5,000 fans under the name of the Bilibili account, Baifeng Daddy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward according to the actual situation. Close black lens bracket. 5,000 number of fans equals actual reward money, the rest will be included in the account operating fee. Close black lens bracket. If the number of fans exceeds 5,000, the system will automatically transfer 5,000 yuan to the background operation fee. Close black lens bracket. What does it mean? After a little thought, Li He understood. If a week afterwards, if your number of followers is 0, the system will give you 5,000 yuan. The more followers you have, the less money you will actually get. Once the number of fans exceeds 5,000, 5,000 yuan will be directly charged into the operating fee of the account background, and can only be used to promote videos. This is telling me in a different way, nurture the elves well, don't be the boss without doing your job, the system father will take care of you. Li He couldn't help but complain. This is to give me money for nothing. In this way, no accident, I can get nearly 5,000 yuan next week. Delicious. As for the number of fans rising by 5,000 a week. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Time flies by. It has been a whole week since Li He subdued and cultivated the six tails. Lu Wei was also fed by Li Hai with moo milk, and the hair massaged with his hands was beautiful and fluffy as a whole. The 6 orange-red tails stretched out, and when viewed from a distance, they were as gorgeous as burning flames. 7 days ago, the 6 tails would only use the strength of their bodies to hit their opponents with strength. The strength is at most equivalent to a small tiger and leopard. Now, the 6 tails who have learned the spark move, the tail-wagging move, the Dugu 9 swords, and the combination move, Dugu 9 tails, can completely crush lions and bears. Already an extraordinary individual. Elves are such unique creatures. At the same time, it was also the day when Lihi and the others made waves. Early in the morning, Lihi slept soundly when he was woken up by Lu Wei, who was in the same bed. The body temperature of the 6 tails is not static, but changes with the outside temperature and time. It's like a body alarm clock. At 6 or 7 in the morning, when the outside temperature is around 21 degrees Celsius, Lu Wei's body alarm clock will work. Sensing the temperature outside, Lu Wei's body temperature rose rapidly. As soon as the body temperature rises, the 6 tails, which are fire-type spirits, will be stimulated and awakened, and by the way, Lihi will also be awakened by the heat. Patting his cheek with his paw, Lu Wei encouraged himself, no omega, yo. After several days of comprehending the lightning flash move, Lu Wei still couldn't figure it out. In Lihi's view, this is too normal. Just like giving a modern man a sunflower collection, can he practice it after cutting it? 9 times out of 10, it's a no-brainer, let alone practiced, you can't even read it. To Lu Wei, the video of the flash of electric light is like a martial arts secret book, and it is not so easy to figure out. Lu Wei also knew about today's arrangement, but it wanted to study the lightning flash move, and was reluctant to go out. Therefore, squatting on Lihi's shoulder, Lu Wei was a little unhappy. Don't be puffed up, I edited the sound of the video of the flashing light and let you listen to it with headphones on the road. There are 4 people who are going out to play together this time. Lihi and Wang Zui are in the same class, Ji Ziming and Bai Yunfei are in another class, and they usually have a good relationship. When Lihi arrived at the coffee shop, the other 3 had been chatting for a while. When they saw Lihi, Ji Ziming's eyes lit up and his breathing was short. Brother Li, come on, let me touch your big baby. Gun. Lihi slapped off Ji Ziming's salty pig's hand that touched Lu Wei. Brother Li, why are your 6 tails still wearing headphones? Wang Zui noticed a bright spot. Let's go first, and try to get to Pengkeding KTV before 9 o'clock. Bai Yunfei is still relatively reliable, he said. He also glanced at Lu Wei with headphones, very curious. Pengkeding KTV is the only KTV nearby that can make elves sing, and the sound insulation effect is first class. Otherwise, Fat Ding will sing, and if a song goes on, the entire KTV will have to lie down. Xiaoji, don't touch Lu Wei for a while. It's in a bad mood these days. If it gives you a spark move, I can't stop it. Lihi warned. Your 6 tails can already use the spark move. My duck will croak. Ji Ziming felt a little nervous. My Fat Ding sang as soon as he came out of the Pokeball. Fortunately, he didn't know how to sing moves, otherwise I wouldn't dare to bring it out. Wang Zui had a bitter look on his face. Singing move. Let the opponent listen to a comfortable and beautiful singing voice, so as to fall into a sleep state. Yesterday he was forced to listen to Fat Ding sing a song all day, and he was stunned. What's even more abhorrent is that my father and mother are Yan control, unconditionally protecting Fat Ding, his family status -1, -1, -1. Bai Yunfei didn't mention that his elf was a dumb beast, because a dumb beast only has 1 tail, which is not enough for 7 mouths to eat. While talking, the 4 got on the bus one after another. Because the seats were not together, the 4 of them picked up their mobile phones and started playing. Looking at Lu Wei, who was listening to the recording, Lihi brushed some treasures for a while. Comment Officer, Pika Mang, I recommend a Pokeball gun for everyone, which can quickly shoot the Pokeball out to capture the Pokemon. The actual measurement shows that the accuracy is good, and it seems to have some attack power. Criticism is coming out in large numbers. Continuous 10. You can't even throw a high-speed ball at 0 km per hour. How dare you be a trainer? I'm all the balls thrown by the elves pick nose. Sure enough, where there is demand, there are business opportunities. Leahy smiled slightly. Not everyone can throw the pokeball accurately, so auxiliary equipment such as pokeball gun and pokeball launcher also appeared on the market. After brushing the news for a while, Leahy opened the background of Station B. Not only did the number of fans not increase, but they also dropped a few. The corners of his mouth rose, and Leahy's heart was steady. If I can't get the $5,000, I'm going to blow a kiss to the monster. During this period of time, he always spent money and did not have a big income, which made Leahy, who was a social person, inexplicably flustered. But now, when he thinks of the 5,000 yuan that he is about to get, Leahy is in a good mood and his sense of happiness is overwhelming. Chapter 18. Roar, ask for a recommendation ticket. After getting off the bus, they walked another 500 meters and finally reached their destination. Entering Fat Ketting KTV, after completing the formalities, several people officially began to sing and relax. I'll come first, I'll come first. As soon as he entered the KTV private room, Wang Zui picked up the microphone and screamed. The mother's sword is in her hand, and the wanderer's body is split. Electric shock plus holy sword, knife has crit. The sword dance and the dragon dance are 17,000 swords. One knife and 17,000, yo. One knife and 17 tilde. What's wrong with old Wang? Crazy, Ji Ziming asked. Well, that fat man robbed his parents of his love, and the only child's young heart was severely beaten by the family. Bai Yunfei said. Following Bai Yunfei's line of sight, Leahy glanced at Fat Ding. With big blue eyes and a pink balloon-shaped body, this fat man was extremely irritable at this time. He was cradling his chest with his arms, and one foot couldn't stop touching the ground. Brows furrowed. In the end, it couldn't hold it any longer, grabbed Wang Zui's microphone, and sang an elegant nursery rhyme. Lying on the sofa, Leahy was very comfortable. The most important thing was that from time to time a few ladies in rabbit dresses would pass by outside the door. People who don't know may also think that this is some kind of big health care place. Slip. Taking off the earphone with his claws, Lu Wei knew that he couldn't fight today, so he looked around curiously. The reason why Fat Ketting KTV is popular is because there are not only songs sung by people, but also songs sung by elves. Seeing Fat Ding singing, Lu Wei also learned to hold a microphone with his paws, yo-yo tilde. After singing a random song, the 6 tails were quite happy, and the 6 little tails danced around. We'll come too, Ji Ziming said. Bai Yunfei nodded. Okay. With permission, the well-behaved Da Duck and Dumb Beast sang elf songs one after another along with the original sounds, quack quack, and yadong. After a circle, the results of several elves were released on the big screen. Unexpectedly, Fat Ding got a perfect score. Unexpectedly, the second place was actually a dumb beast with a score of 97. Among the 4 elves, Lu Wei was only 2 points higher than Da Duck. In this comparison, Lu Wei was hit again. 6 tails, an airy summation, hollow square winking face. I didn't learn the lightning flash move, and now I even rank 3rd in singing. Do not. Lu Wei looked at Leahy and the others again, and was even more lost. Its score is only higher than that of Leahy, because Leahy has never sang the song of this world, and every song is not in tune. I actually became the tail of a crane. It's just for entertainment. Leahy rubbed Lu Wei's little head. You can't be too competitive. Slip tilde. Lu Wei raised his head, looked at him, and let out a crisp cry, his dark eyes full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Okay. Leahy handed his microphone to Lu Wei. I'll give you my chance. In fact, he wanted to sing those songs in his memory, but unfortunately there are none in this world. In addition, the purpose of coming out is to let the 6 tails relax. Since it wants to sing, let it sing enough. Wang Zui went to the toilet, and as soon as he came back, he said excitedly, I just saw that Lin Xiang has a few more female classmates. It's in the private room in front, have you gone? Ji Ziming came to his senses immediately, and Bai Yunfei was also a little moved. You go, I'm not going. Li He waved his hand. After 3 days, I'm already the man Xiaojue wants. Kobayashi-san or something, is already a cloud. Soon, only Li He and Lu Wei were left in the entire box. Fat Ding, Da Duck, and Dumb Beast were also called over by Wang Zui. The best way for a trainer to approach the girl is to use the elves to be cute. It was still early noon, and Lu Wei couldn't wait to grab the microphone and sang the song just now. Lu Wei's memory is quite strong. Before, he could remember the swordsmanship map of Dugu 9 swords in his mind, and practice his sword every day. The same is true for singing. As long as the 6 tales follow the original, it seems that you can remember the lyrics by singing it once. Li He couldn't tell the difference at all. To him, the lyrics were all, yo yo, yo yo, but the pitch was different. But this did not prevent him from supporting him without brains. Okay. 666. Little by little, Wang Zui's friends had forgotten their brothers and left Li He alone in the box. A few minutes ago, I knew that I came here, but when I got to the back, no one could see it. Li He can understand, because if there is Shinado in any box, he will abandon Wang Zui and them without hesitation. Brothers are sincere, and sisters are more expensive. If they are elves, both can be thrown away. My work ethic as a trainer is really top-notch. Li He picked up a French fries and stuffed it in his mouth, and by the way fed the thirsty Lu Wei with moo milk. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a wet towel and shouted, 666. Li He lay on the sofa enjoying himself. The song keeps looping. The score of the 6 tales also gradually improved. 75 points, 80 points, 93 points. The confidence of the 6 tales, which was hit by the flash of lightning, gradually returned to her body. The small chin also raised. After the last song was sung, Lu Wei waited eagerly for the result. The light on the song ordering screen flickered, and finally gave a full score. *omega***, slip. Lu Wei suddenly felt that the whole of himself was different. In the past few days, Lu Wei has really been hit. 6-tailed elves are naturally intelligent and have strong self-esteem. Especially after comprehending the spark move, the tail-wagging move, and learning to use the Dugu 9 swords one after another, Lu Wei's self-confidence gradually builds up. After defeating the unicorn, Lu Tai's self-confidence has already taken shape. Then, I encountered the problem of flashing light. It was fruitless for several days in a row. Although Lu Wei didn't show it, he was still very uneasy in his heart, and couldn't help but have a little doubt about himself. And through singing, from the initial failure to the current success, Lu Wei obtained a kind of spiritual food from it. Invisibly, Lu Wei's mentality became more mature. Self-confidence also seems to have been tempered and become more tenacious. The change in mentality made the childishness on Lu Wei's face seem to have decreased a bit. The success of singing has made it full of confidence in practicing lightning flash moves. Raising her small chin, Lu Wei shouted with ambition, yo yo yo. The voice was no longer slightly milky, but a growl. It was hard to imagine that the 6-tailed body could make such a ferocious roar. With the roar of the 6 tails, an invisible sound wave stirred around, and the sprite in front of Li He's desk was shaken out of ripples. This is a roar move. Discovering the abnormality of Lu Wei and sprite, Li He sat up straight and said in surprise. Although he brought Lu Wei to KTV and fantasized about this possibility, he didn't expect it to actually happen. Roar is a general type move. The effect is to scare the opponent away by roaring, forcing the opponent to escape back into the Pokeball. In the game, the 6 tails can learn how to roar by leveling up. But in reality, if you want to learn a new move, it is either a coincidence or a directional training from a trainer. In Li He's memory, the protagonist in the elf animation learned new moves by making the elf eat watermelon and then spit out watermelon seeds. During this time, the Six Tails were addicted to the video of the lightning flash move. The lightning flash move and the roaring move are both general moves, and there may be some things in common. In addition, the Six Tails are obsessed with singing. Opportunity. This also shows that the six-tailed comprehension is very high. Lihi rubbed Lu Wei's little head and praised, "Thank you for your hard work." Six Tails. Circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, slip. Chapter 19 Six Tails. I'm super fierce. Ask for a recommendation ticket. At noon, Wang Zui and the three finally knew they were back, followed by Lin Xiang, Wu Yingyao, and several girls. Even in the public eye, Lin Xiang's little fire dragon did not restrain his violent temper, and he refused to accept anyone. Seeing the Six Tails, the little fire dragon hooked its claws and provocatively said, "Concave, fuck duck, click here." Extraordinarily beaten. The little fire dragon, like the Six Tails, is a fire elf. It looks like a small dinosaur, like a lizard that walks upright. It has orange-red skin, and the most conspicuous thing is the flames burning on its tail. Lihi, you won last time, next time we will compete in the Youth Cup. Wu Yingyao said solemnly. Even if he didn't know him well, Lihi found out that Sister Wu was a very serious person. But he was not serious, and when he heard the words of a showdown, Lihi inevitably thought about it a bit, nodded and said, "Okay." In fact, he didn't even know what the Junior Cup was. Staring at Lu Wei, at Wu Yingyao's feet, the unicorn worm was also very unconvinced, propped up his upper body, and the unicorn above his head shone. Pyridine. The Six Tails are a little arrogant, and naturally will not tolerate the defeated general, and the defeated generals of the defeated general will provoke him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wei suddenly roared, "Yo yo yo." The voice was louder and more ferocious than the roaring move used for the first time, and it was full of the compulsive aura of an indomitable fight to the death. The invisible sound waves swept past, and the unicorns and the little fire dragons froze for a while, inexplicably fearful in their hearts. The size of the six-tailed roaring in front of them magnified infinitely in their minds. Finally, Lu Wei stepped forward lightly. Thump. This step was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With two bangs, the unicorn worm and the little fire dragon turned into a red light under the blankness of their brains, and were scared back into their respective pokeballs. Not only the unicorn worm and the little fire dragon, but even Fat Ding, Da Duck, and Dumb Beast all retreated into their pokeball at almost the same time. Wu Yingyao. Lin Xiang. Fuck, Wang Zui, Ji Ziming, and Bai Yunfei said. The essence of the repeater is exposed. Startled for a moment, Lin Xiang looked at Lu Wei dumbfounded, feeling that Lu Wei's small body was standing there, actually a bit domineering. Roaring move. Has your Lu Wei learned a new move? Wu Yingyao was indeed not an ordinary person. She was surprised for a second, and then her eyes lit up again. I'm not playing anymore. Sha Ying, you guys go play in the afternoon. I'm going to do special training for the unicorn. After speaking, Wu Yingyao didn't stop for a moment. She said a word, turned her head and left. Black high ponytail. Jump and jump. You, when did you win, Sister Wu? Lin Xiang suddenly reacted and asked in disbelief. Sister Xiao Wu is really suitable for wearing that yellow dress. Why didn't you wear it today? Lihi didn't answer the question directly, shook his head, and the topic changed. You know, there are very few people who can make my heart move. He glanced at the group of girls. Sister Xiao Wu is the 100th, and you are the 101, 102, 103, 104. Lihi deliberately changed the subject. Sister Xiao Wu didn't do anything to him, and she was a good person. The real rebirth through transmigration is that there were contradictions in the past, but now try not to make enemies. You used to be friends, but maybe now you can be better. They have all been reborn through time, and they are still concerned about the little things in the parallel world. I am simply sorry for this precious opportunity. Leahy's mentality is very stable, and he is not addicted to other people's rainbow farts. The group of girls suddenly laughed. Who doesn't like to be praised? Especially a compliment from a handsome guy. Even Lin Xiang gave Leahy a light glance, and Guozi blushed. She also realized that she had said something wrong and didn't ask any more questions. Until he separated from Lin Xiang and the group of girls, Wang Zui, who had always been bored, said with envy, "Brother Li, can my fat dick learn that trick from Lu Wei? It's just a magic trick." I don't know either. According to his memory, Leahy vaguely remembered that Fat Ding couldn't learn how to roar, but it was a reality, and he didn't dare to assert it. What if the fat people learned it? My six tails have been singing just now, and they learn to go with the flow. You can also let Fat Ding try it. Leahy said casually. By singing, did you learn how to roar? Ji Ziming was stunned. This motherfucker can do it ? Bai Yunfei couldn't help but glance at Lu Wei. 666. 666. 666, and the other two shouted 666. The repeaters are online again. Yo-yo, being praised, Lu Wei didn't have the complicated thoughts of Leahy. He was happy when he was happy, and proud when he was proud. He raised his head and his six tails also stood up. Don't give my six-tailed rainbow fart. What if you make it conceited? Leahy laughed and scolded. Okay, let's not talk about it. Brother Li, you are good at everything, but you are too humble. Wang Zui changed the subject and said again. However, the Youth Cup is really going to be held this year. I remember that last year's top prize was the Evolution Stone. The last suite on the top. Evolution Stone. A special ore that can make elves evolve. Leahy's heart moved. Many elves need evolution stones to evolve, and the same is true for six tails, which require fire stones to evolve into 9 tails. But in the real world, evolution stones are also a kind of non-renewable resources. The overall output is there, but compared to the entire trainer group, it is still a drop in the bucket. Just like houses, the housing vacancy rate in the Huasha district of the Blue Star Alliance is as high as 10%, but the reality is that there are still many people without houses. An evolution stone, the last suite on the top, this is really not an exaggeration. This year's reward is an attribute gem and corresponding special items. Bai Yunfei obviously did his homework. If it's a fire-type elf, the reward for winning the crown is fire gems and fire-type props. He took a deep breath. My dad told me that there is a special reward this year, and the first few may also get a place to participate in the summer camp run by Dr. Elf. Leahy was shocked. Fire gem. It looks like an ordinary ruby. It is said that the fire gem contains the flames of the earth, which can enhance the power of fire-type spirits. The fire attribute props are even more exaggerated. For the trainer, the fire attribute props are equivalent to the dragon-killing sword leaning on the sky sword in the martial arts novels, and the flying sword magic weapon in the immortal text. Finally, a summer camp run by Dr. Elf, that's gilded. The strongest trainer in the Carlos region, the Elf Master, the champion Karuni once participated in the summer camp held by the Elf Doctor. I'm rubbish. The bad old men of the organizer are very bad. They tempted us with these. They just wanted to see us being abused, and then get a thank you for participating award. Ji Ziming said angrily. Join a ghost. Leahy pouted. Glancing at the six tails, this little guy is blinking at himself, releasing star rays, star. Six tails looked excited, and almost said, I want to participate, I want to participate. Ding. When the phone vibrated, Leahy opened it and saw that it was Mr. Lei Chu's message. Leahy, Principal Mew named you to participate in the Youth Cup held this year, and your name will be reported to you. Don't have any psychological pressure, just participate and participate. Winning the championship will only give you a year of tuition waiver. It's just a first-year scholarship for Elf University, no big deal. You bring Lu Wei to the stage to be cute and deal with it. A year of tuition waiver and a scholarship for the first year of Elf University, is it still no big deal? Mr. Lei Chu, do you have an evolution stone mine at home? Li He took a deep breath. This bad old man, Principal Mew, is not a bad old man. He directly tempted me with six-figure money. The key is. He was moved. I'm. Participate. Still. Participate. And many more. After talking for a long time, it is tempting to take the reward that is invisible and intangible. What is this youth cup? Today is 2 nights later, and there are children at home these 2 days. Omega, backquote. Omega, plant water is not my style, and the quality is guaranteed in the early stage. Chapter 20 The Gym Masters, Gift, Ask for a Recommendation. During lunchtime, Li He took the time to search for information about the Youth Cup. The Youth Cup is an event held every year in the China region of the Blue Star Alliance. The venue is in each provincial capital city, so if Li He wants to participate, he has to go to the provincial capital Chengdu to participate. Under normal circumstances, players are not allowed to compete across regions and provincial capitals. Fengdu trainers like Li He can only participate in the Chengdu Youth Cup. The Youth Cup is designed to motivate the new generation of trainers, so the contestants are limited to ordinary trainers who have just received the Elves within a month. Because it is an incentive match, it is not as exaggerated as Ji Ziming said. Not only the first place is rewarded, but the runner-up, third place, and top-ranked players will all receive appropriate cash rewards. In other words, this is simply prostitution. Li He was thirsty. Not to mention the champion, the top 16 players alone will receive a cash reward of 8,888 yuan. Ji Ziming took a sip of fruit beer, knocked off the claws that the ducks grabbed for food, and said vaguely. My old sister said the same thing last year. She paid 200 yuan for the registration fee and went there excitedly. What happened? She was eliminated in the second round. The prostitutes didn't succeed, but they paid 200 yuan for prostitutes. Hearing this, Wang Zui also persuaded. Sister Ji Ziming's elf is a monkey monster with fighting attributes and aggressive personality. Back then, the monkey monster sent Wang Zui into the hospital with one punch. He is terrified now. Isn't the fighting power of the monkey monster stronger than that of Fat Ding? 200 yuan is also money. Isn't 6 bottles of moo milk delicious? Don't be a prostitute for nothing, but become a money boy. Otherwise, where do you think the cash rewards for the champions and third runners-up come from? It's not that wool comes from sheep. Bai Yunfei didn't plan to participate. Let the current dumb beast go up and fight. That's not called a battle, it's called a delivery to your door. Li He didn't say anything. Anyway, he was a real prostitute. I didn't even pay the $200 registration fee. As a result, throughout noon, Li He was conceiving and perfecting his training plan. Junxin High School, the principal's office. After sending away teacher Lei Chu, Principal Mew lay down comfortably in his back chair, feeling very happy. The male secretary next to him asked, Principal, do you really plan to exempt Li He from tuition for 1 year and provide him with a scholarship for the first year of Elf University? Latent lines. Although our school has funds, it is not so spent. Principal Mew picked up the teacup, blew it lightly, and said slowly, of course, as long as he wins the championship. Subtext. If you can't win the championship, waive 1 year of tuition and provide a scholarship for the first year of Elf University. Gone. The male secretary understood it in seconds. He thought about it carefully. Although Li He has 6 tails and worked hard, he will not be eliminated in the preliminaries, but the champion. Male secretary is not optimistic. Chengdu's trainer level is much higher than Fengdu's. In history, there have been master-level trainers, and there are more than one. Thinking of this, the male secretary understood what Principal Mew meant. As soon as Li He participates in the competition, will some people wonder where the 6 tails come from? Is awarded by the school. In this way, did Principal Mew and Junshin High School become famous. And the better Leahy's rank, the better looking Principal Mew's face is. What a champion, what a one-year tuition waiver, and a scholarship from Elf University are simply empty promises. There is not a dime until the championship. The male secretary looked at Principal Mew in admiration. Principal Mew made a phone call and got so many benefits without spending the 200 yuan registration fee. Ginger is still old and spicy. Principal Mew was also a little proud in his heart. Classmate Xiao Li, you endured the humiliation and burdened me and prostituted a six-tailed me for free. Now let me prostitute you for free. Ha ha. After taking a sip of tea, Principal Mew felt that today's tea really fragrant. Especially fragrant. It's fragrant to no end. Galar region, traceable town. Originally, this mountain city in the northwest of the Galar region was quite unknown. But because of one person, because of Kobo, the owner of the mission hall, this mountain city has become a must for trainers in the Galar region. Kobo, a fighting genius in the Galar region, is also a world-class fighting attribute trainer. There are only 8 words in the fighting style, not moving like a mountain, moving like a thunderbolt. The main elf of this expert in the field of fighting is a female monster, a humanoid elf with 4 arms, infinite strength and extremely powerful fighting instinct. Looking at Kobo, who was sitting and meditating on the wooden floor, Wei Li was very worried. This trainer of his own is either practicing martial arts or dealing with challengers all day long. The fighting style is ruthless, let alone laughing, and online reviews are mixed. The most poisonous evaluation is ruthless and ignorant, born cold and thin. From a challenger who was beaten and cried. If things go on like this, will this trainer of my family be able to marry in the future? Wei Li looked at Kobo several times with the same eyes as an old mother, took out his mobile phone and pulled out a poem. There are beautiful women in the north, peerless and independent. One smile will make a city, and another smile will make a country. I would rather not know about a city and a country, and beautiful women are hard to come by. It was written by the Great Wind Emperor. Wei Li checked and found that this Emperor of Sad Wind not only won Nazi, Xiao Zhuer, but even the eldest princess of Battle Castle in Elf Virtual Battle. In reality, the Emperor Sad Wind is estimated to be a master-level trainer as well. Even if he is not a master, his strength is still top-notch in the world. The voice is male again. Does it match up well with color beans? The most important thing is that now it's Lang Yuking, so the concubine has no intentions. As for why Lang is affectionate. The strange force is not ignorant, only the male strange force of the muscles in the brain. It is a female monster, and it has a sensibility that ordinary monsters do not have. Look at this poem, there are beautiful women in the north. Is Sichuan town in the northwest of the Galar region. As for the beauty, it clearly refers to Kobo. Look at the back, this is clearly a love poem. When I saw this poem for the first time, Kobo trembled, and goosebumps formed on the back of her hands. Not only did the strange force tremble, but there were 2 flushes on her angular face, making this female strange force very charming. The power of poetry lies in this, which is a kind of spiritual shock. Even people who do not understand poetry and do not know the rules and regulations will still have a feeling of scalp tingling when they read the masterpieces and poems handed down through the ages. Because of this poem, Wei Li's favorability for the great Emperor Baifeng is +100, +100, then +100. Then, looking at her son-in-law with the eyes of her mother-in-law, the strange force became excited. Mom, this baby is not only powerful, but also a literate person, and also interesting to Kobo. It's a pity that Kobo, a straight daughter, has no more text after that. In this regard, strange force is very worried, very worried. It seems to be on his own. After searching the information, Wei Li found out that the Baifeng Emperor had a new 6-tailed animal. And no matter what kind of elves, in the early stage, they definitely needed tribute gems. Without saying a word, in the name of Kato, through the platform of Station B, he gave a reward to the Bifeng Emperor, attribute gems. Like, follow, and change the self-introduction of Kato's account to that poem. There are beautiful women in the north, peerless and independent. One smile will make a city, and another smile will make a country. I would rather not know about a city and a country, and beautiful women are hard to come by. After doing this, Wei Li sighed deeply. Other elves, at most, are training hard. And what about yourself? Not only train hard, but also help trainers fall in love. Ah. Hey. Mother, I am so hard. Chapter 21 General Gems, Recommended Tickets. On Li He's side, he is preparing to participate in this year's Chindu Youth Cup. Anyway, Li He has no reason to refuse. After lunch, the four of them went to the nearby water park to play normally in the afternoon. Li He also discovered a weakness of Lu Wei, perhaps because of the instinctive resistance of fire-type elves. Lu Wei did not approach the swimming pool all the way, and only flicked his tail on the shore to practice the 9 swords of Dugu. He moved in his heart and secretly wrote it down. 6 tails hate water, so maybe it's useful in special training. When I was eating barbecue in the evening, I heard that Li Hejun was going to participate in the competition. Wang Zui patted his chest and supported him. Brother Li, don't worry, if you can't beat him, I will secretly let Fat Ding sing outside the field, and we will win by surprise. If you don't win, you have to draw the whole thing. Brother Li, don't worry. Ji Ziming's words don't sound right. Still Bai Yunfei was the most practical, simply saying, come on. Although the three of them wanted to cheer for Li He, they thought rationally. In the newcomer stage, the insect-type elves evolved quickly, and the flying-type elves could fly kites in the sky. Although the 6 tails are fire-type spirits, they really have no advantages. Unless Li He is willing to damage the potential of the 6 tails, buy a firestone with the money of a sweet and let the 6 tails evolve in advance. But no one would do that. After all, it's just a youth cup. Who would kill their own elves for a championship? Last year's champion of the Chindu Youth Cup was a giant stinger, whose trainer was President Wu's nephew. Li He rolled his eyes and didn't say anything, he just ate to death. This meal, Ji Ziming, please. The Ji family not only has a second child, but also dares to raise 2 trainers, which is not bad at all. Eat big households, do not feel bad. 6 tails also heard the insincere words of this human being, turned their unhappiness into appetite, and ate meat with big mouthfuls. After the meal, while Wang Zui and Bai Yunfei were going to the toilet, Ji Ziming hesitated for a while, and said with a smile. Brother Li, my parents checked my small treasury recently. I'll put some of the New Year's money I saved with you. You can give it to me when I need it. Li He heard what Ji Ziming meant. This kid clearly knew that his family was ordinary, and he was afraid of hurting his self-esteem. He thought that since he was going to participate in the competition, he was prepared to support him with some money. Li He warmed his heart, patted Ji Ziming on the shoulder, and said nothing. If there is no choice, he will not borrow money from friends. This is a matter of principle. Money really hurts feelings. Seeing Li He's reaction, Ji Ziming stopped mentioning the money. He thought that when he went back, he would sweep away the training books and battle materials collected by his elder sister, and give them to Li Hei another day. After all, several people are friendships in their student days, which are fundamentally different from most social plastic feelings. The time of happiness is always short, and it was too late, so Li He directly hit Didi and took the 3 of Wang Zui home along the way. When he got home, Li He turned on the air conditioner, took a shower, and went to the bedroom to think about his special training plan. And the 6 tails, as soon as they come back, they spit flames and wag their tails to practice the 9 swords of Dugu. As a little arrogant temperament, 6 tails worked hard to make the 3 bad guys look good. 6 tails, slip back quote. Back in the bedroom, Li He turned on the computer and pondered. In the rookie stage, elves who can fly and can attack from a distance do have an advantage. Not only that, the early attribute restraint is also very tricky. Not to mention, some elves are directly immune to fire damage in the early stage by virtue of their characteristics. The characteristic is a talent of the elves, just like people can make and use tools, and fish are born to breathe underwater. Each elf has its own innate special ability, that is, characteristics. Some elves, by virtue of their characteristics, can be immune to fire damage. With his own memory, Leahy has a prototype of a training plan. Combined with Xiaojuer's basic speed theory, after the little fan's detailed explanation of the six-tailed information of Battle Castle Princess, they know what to focus on training the six-tailed and what purpose they should achieve. The most critical point of the training plan is phased results. If only the six tails could see and touch the results. The results and data are like the weekly and monthly test report cards that motivate and lash out students. Like only then can the six tails persevere. In the next 2 days, Leahy was perfecting his special training plan. Until he answered a call. "Hello, we are the official of Station B. We have a special courier for you here. You need to check it yourself. Could you please report the address?" The voice is very sweet, and it is estimated that she is a young lady in charge of beauty. Leahy, who has experienced countless scams such as Qin Shi Huang playing money, first thought. Official at Station B, got my special courier, is that a lie? But after checking the number, it was really the official number of Station B. Leahy was suspicious. Who is the sender? What did you send? The other side of the phone paused, and then said in a sweeter voice, "The one who sent you the message is Your Excellency Kobo, the owner of the Galar region. As for what it is, we don't know. Miss B Station is terrified. How dare we participate in the matter between you and the gym owner Kobo?" Seriously. Leahy was even more stunned. Why did the master of the missionary school send me something when he had nothing to do? I am not familiar with her. It's Xiaojuer who wants to fight with me with real guns, not Kobo. After that, Miss B Station was struggling to talk. She reported her home address, ID number, and name to Leahy, so she almost gave him an address, and accepted the gym owner. Courier sent. Hang up the phone. Miss B Station is inexplicably wronged. What's the matter? That night, Leahy, who came to the gate of Fengdu Civic Center, waited for a minute. The next second, a Shinado suddenly appeared. After confirming Leahy's identity, Shinado handed over a pink essence-packed cube box to him. Looking at Leahy's face curiously, Shinado's figure disappeared out of thin air. The overly surprised Leahy even forgot to take the opportunity to touch Shinado's little hand. Leahy was disappointed. A group of couples in the grove next to them looked dumbfounded. Could this be the members of the legendary underground organization? Sending something that Shinado uses teleportation to send, is it so cinematic? When he got home, Leahy opened the box. Inside is a pale pink, cherry-colored diamond. It is only the size of a walnut, and there is a thin gray thread in the middle. Such a big diamond. If it was placed in a previous life, it would cost several $100 million. When Leahy checked the picture with Dunyoung's knowledge, his heart suddenly jumped. Surprised, this is a normal attribute gem. Ordinary attribute gems, similar to fire attribute gems and fire gems, are a type of attribute gems and can enhance the power of elves. General attribute moves. Chapter 22 Luwei's Sunflower Collection. How does this thing work? No, the most important thing right now is, why did Kobo give me normal attribute gems? Taking a deep breath, Leahy slowed down for a while before calming down. Picking up the phone, Leahy logged into the background of Station B, and several prompts appeared in a row. Open black lens bracket ding. Kobo, the owner of Su Chuan Museum, has followed you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Kobo, the master of Su Chuan Hall, has rewarded you with a general attribute gem. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the number of fans, Lee Hadu burst. My $5,000. Gone. The number of backstage fans has exceeded 10,000, and it is still growing rapidly. 5,000 yuan, flew away. Lihi's heart ached for several minutes before he settled down. Is it a question of 5,000 yuan now? He hurriedly opened the comment area for the only video, and there were only a dozen comments, and the number of comments soared to hundreds. Isn't this account a marketing account? Why is it so popular? Big brother, what's your relationship with Kobo, the master of the mission hall? Upstairs, are you stupid? The great Emperor Baifeng left a poem, screenshot, in the video comment area of the official propaganda account of the Su Mission Hall, and today, the background profile of the Su Mission Hall owner Kobo was changed to I read that poem, screenshot, you say, what is the relationship? No tilde asterisk. If the relationship between these two people is pure, I will complete the real name system and stand upside down 360 degrees to compete against each other. My Emperor Baifeng just wrote a love poem for Kobo, and I just put the love poem in the introduction. Our previous relationship was so simple. The goddess is gone, I'm going to die, don't stop me. Who stopped you and jumped off the building? You have to line up on the rooftop now. You are not strong enough to even jump from the roof. I asked a university literature professor to interpret the poem, link. You can go and see it. The literary talent of this great Emperor Baifeng is absolutely top-notch. If you are in Galar, you will go to the door of Su Mission Hall tomorrow, ask for the blood book of 10,000 people, and ask Su Mission Hall to give an explanation. Mother, I want a real person to PK the great Emperor Baifeng. If you have the ability, report the address. Just you, even PK Baifeng the Great, you haven't seen other people's records in Elf Virtual Battle. Lihi's B Station account is also constantly being privately messaged, and some are curiosity, and some anger. Lihi ignored it. His own, Melon, he was very confused. In just a few minutes, Lihi's mood went from dazed, to surprise, to shock, and finally to numbness. Quietly shutting down Station B, Lihi really wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm down. For my personal safety, should I quit the circle? Don't wave at Station B for the time being. If you wave again, there will be problems. Quietly retreat, train Luwei during the day, and play a few games silently at night. After thinking about it, Lihi had to face reality again. Kobo gave him a normal attribute gemstone, such a big diamond. Does he need a gift in return? But what can I get back? Your own body. If you ignore it, will you think that there will be one more gym master of the real person PK? Headache. Alexander. As big as Mount Everest. Lihi sighed deeply. I just want to be a handsome ordinary trainer quietly, and make some money at Station B. Why did things turn out like this? Lihi knew about common attribute gems, but he didn't know how to use them in reality. Fortunately, in the information age, Lihi directly logged into the local trainer forum and posted a consultation post. Open double angle bracket Youth Cup rewards and attribute gem. What is the use of this thing, please? Is it for the elves to eat it? Close double angle bracket. Then I recorded a cute female voice with the voice changer software. Lihi uploaded it and said calmly. It is estimated that there will be a reply in a while. Don't ask Lihi why this wave of operations is so fierce, just ask him. I went to the living room to have a look. Luwei was still working hard. Taking a bottle of ice Sprite from the refrigerator, Lihi returned to the bedroom and logged in, Elf Virtual Battle. Play the game to adjust your mood, and complete the task by the way. When Li Henian moved, a task to be completed jumped out. Continuous mission. Insist on winning one victory in the game, Elf Virtual Battle, every day. Close black lens bracket. Current progress, 7/10. Close black lens bracket. Quest completion reward, a mysterious reward. Close black lens bracket. After thinking for a moment, he chose to add one of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary types, Moon Ibra, into the team. Moon Ibrahimovich, evil spirit elf. Looks like a black spirit dog. Cut into the game screen. Lihi waited for a few seconds, and matched an international friend from the Kanto region with the ID, Gary Oak. After 3 seconds passed, the game officially started. The screen changed, and a grassland scene appeared. On the left is a moon Eevee with a golden pattern and dark skin, and on the right is a hellhound elf Helluga. Helluga, evil and fire dual attribute elf, with antelope horns on its head. The overall look is the same as the legendary Cerberus. Moon Ibrahimovic, roaring loudly, flashing lightning, and chasing maliciously. Heruga, use tricks. Almost at the same time, the two gave orders. I saw that in the game, Helugia roared, and a strange black light flashed in his eyes. This is the evil attribute move trick, which can increase the attack power of the elves. At the same time, a black airwave surged out of Moon Ibrahimovic's mouth and impacted the audience. Move, loud roar, converts evil attribute energy into sound waves and releases it to attack the opponent, and can also reduce the opponent's attack power. Helugia's body was lowered, his claws exerted force, and he forcibly resisted Moon Ibrahimovic's loud roaring attack. However, at the same time when the loud roaring move hit Helluga, Moon Ibrahimovic used the lightning flash move, and the movement speed suddenly became faster, and the whole body was like a black lightning, slamming into Helluga's body. Bang! Heruga's entire body was actually knocked out by Moon Ibrahimovic's blow. The barrage instantly increases. How come Ibrahimovic's blow is so strong? He even knocked Heruga away. According to this kind of attack strength, under normal circumstances, Helluga cannot have residual blood. Sure enough. Leahy nodded. First use the loud roar move to create damage, then use the speed of the lightning flash move to make Moon Ibrahimovic quickly approach the opponent, and finally connect to the malicious pursuit move. Because Helluga was injured before, the attack power of malicious pursuit moves can be doubled directly. If Moon Ibrahimovic can use these 3 moves proficiently, it should be comparable to the speed moves of Wind Speed Dog. Emperor Baifeng is also proficient in evil attributes. I have decided to let my Ibrahimovic evolve into Moon Ibrahimovic. If I learn this trick, who will dare to attack me in the wild in the future, I will smash his balls into pieces. Dozens of comments were added instantly. Since it can be used in the game. Leahy pondered. The best way to use the lightning flash move is not to attack, but to connect other moves. Just like the Sunflower Collection, the swordsmanship of warding off evil spirits. Warding off evil swordsmanship sword moves are ordinary, only because the Sunflower Collection and evil swordsmanship have the effect of plus hand speed, plus sword speed, so they are so fierce. For some elves, the flash of lightning is their Sunflower Collection and swordsmanship to ward off evil spirits. Can be used for acceleration. Or, more like light work. At this time, in the game screen, Moon Ibrahimovic used the 2 moves of Lightning Flash and Malicious Pursuit, which turned into a black lightning, and quickly traversed the field. Helugia was directly stunned, and was quickly defeated without the power to fight back. Looking at Heluga who fell to the ground, Dr. Omu's grandson Xiaomao was very surprised. Ibrahimovic, an ornamental elf, has evolved into a Moon Ibrahimovic so strong. From worms and gangs, to iron ants with dual attributes, to 3 gophers with ground attributes, to Raichu with thunder attributes, and Moon Eevee with evil attributes. Is there another attribute that Emperor Baifeng is not good at? Is the Baifeng Emperor at Station B the same person as this Baifeng Emperor? Mr. Baifeng, do you know that you have been on the homepage of Station B recently? Naturally, Leahy didn't know anything about the comments of the spectators. After closing the game interface, Leahy thought for a while, picked up the normal attribute gem, and came to Luwei. Luwei, I have seen your hard work in the past few days. I bought this specially to reward you. Do you know why we're so poor that we even get to eat chocolate? That's why it's not very expensive. It's only equivalent to tens of thousands of bottles of moo milk. Look, has the lie about the chocolate distribution been rounded up? This is emotional intelligence. Chapter 23 Roar Augmented Edition. Several, tens of thousands of bottles of moo milk. Hearing Leahy's words, Lu Wei was so shocked that his mouth opened into a cute, O, shape, *row. With the increase of growth and experience, Lu Wei has begun to understand. In ignorance, Lu Wei also suspected. At home, it seems, isn't it super poor? Li He wants to add a big chicken leg to his meal. Therefore, thinking of the recent chocolate distribution incident, Lu Wei's doubts gradually increased. However, looking at the ordinary attribute gems, the Six Tails finally understood. Even if the Six Tails have never seen this thing, they can still feel the powerful energy contained in ordinary attribute gems. From its horizon, it can be seen that light pink and cherry-colored gemstones with general attributes are continuously releasing high-energy radiation. The powerful energy fluctuations swayed a pink halo around the gem. This thing must be extraordinary. Lu Wei instantly believed Li He's words, and felt guilty for doubting him. Slip. Degree. Jumping on Li He's leg, Lu Tai's big dark eyes filled with water waves, and he was moved. I've been a little slack lately. From today onwards, we must double the hard work. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Li He Xindao quickly brushed up his favorability. Next, it's a devil-style special training. With these sugar-coated cannonballs, there is no reason for Lu Wei to refuse no matter how hard or tired it is, right? It's okay, don't put too much pressure, it's okay not to win the Youth Cup. Li Heko said indifferently. Lu Wei was even more moved. Listen, is there a better trainer than Li He in this world? Impossible. Will not have. It's too good to go. Half an hour later, Li He swiped the post. Attribute gems are still different from secret moves. If the secret recipes are similar to cola recipes, Lao Ganma's production process, etc., then attribute gems are like nuclear element uranium. The former is that the correct information cannot be found on the internet at all. The latter is a lot of correct information, the point is that you can't get uranium at all. The same is true for attribute gems. Trainers who have reached a certain level know how to use them, but few people can get them. Therefore, Li Hekai obtained the use of ordinary attribute gems without much effort. The most basic usage of ordinary attribute gems is to let the elves wear them as a pendant that increases the power of ordinary attribute moves. The second way is to let the elves completely absorb the common attribute gems. The method is also very simple. First, let the elves wear them closely, so that the energy in the gem naturally penetrates into the elves' bodies. The second is to soak the common attribute gems in moo milk. First use the moo milk to extract the energy in the gems, and then let the elves drink the moo milk. The advantage of the natural penetration method is that it is stable and gradual, but it takes a long time. The advantage of the moo milk extraction method is that it absorbs quickly, but it has certain requirements on the nutrient absorption capacity of the elves' body. If the elves don't absorb it well, there will be energy loss. Li He summed it up. For a gem of ordinary attributes, if the natural penetration method is used, the elves can absorb 90%, but it may take a month or two. And the moo milk extraction method, the time is fast, maybe half a month. The elves can absorb one attribute gem, but only 70% to 80%. After pondering for a moment, Li He decided to summarize it. Prepare a large pot on the gas stove and fill it with moo milk. Then let the Six Tails hold the normal attribute gem and go into the milk bath. Finally, turn on natural gas, ignite, and heat. I then massage the Six Tails with my hands to speed up its absorption. Li He slapped the palm of his hand and said to himself, finally, let Lu Wei drink all the moo milk, and I'll massage it to speed up the absorption. Just do it. In the kitchen, in a large iron pot full of moo milk, Lu Wei was holding a gem of ordinary attributes, feeling like he was dreaming. What a happy time this is. Lighting the fire, Li He put his hand in and gave Lu Wei a massage against the heat. If the milk is too hot, turn off the heat and turn it back on when it is cold. The Six Tails were comfortable at first, but as time passed, he felt his body getting bigger and bigger. Like a balloon that was gradually filling up, the six tails endured it, and finally couldn't hold on, and it roared in a venting style. Yo yo yo. The sound waves that seemed to be substantial surged out of Lu Wei's mouth. Move, roar. The glass placed in the kitchen vibrated with a humming sound, and suddenly burst with a pop. The sound wave became stronger and stronger, and with a final bang, the kitchen window glass was suddenly shattered by Lu Wei's roaring move. In the next building, in the middle of the night, a young man in black night clothes was sliding down from the top of the building and was about to slide to the fourth floor. He stepped on the spot in advance, and there is no one in this place tonight. The reason why this young man can be so sloppy is not because of his skill, nor because of high-tech equipment, but because he has a spider silk tied around his waist. One end of the silk was on the young man's waist, and the other end was in the mouth of the spider-like elf on the roof. It was this spider-like elf, the silk spider, that used the spinning technique to turn the young man into a spider thief. Using tools, the young male opens the window and is about to enter. Suddenly, a roar came from afar, startling him. What's the situation? At the same time, hearing the roar, the silk spider on the roof shivered with fright, and turned into a ball. The whole body turned into a red light uncontrollably, and retreated into its elf ball. Young male. Nima, help, help. Gravity dominated his body again. The young man screamed in panic, instinctively grabbed the base of the air conditioner, and his entire body was suspended in midair. Six Tails' roaring moves were boosted by ordinary attribute gems, which directly affected half of the community. Countless elves shivered and were forced to retreat into the Pokeball. In the kitchen of his home, Li He, who was startled in a cold sweat, began to consider the issue of fines. In the iron pot, Lu Wei also seemed to know that he was in trouble, shrinking into an orange-red fleshy ball in dejection, and his big dark eyes looked at him pitifully. Boom, boom, boom. Less than 10 minutes later, when he heard a knock on the door, Li He thought that what should come will always come. When he got to the door, Li He didn't open the door and looked through the cat's eyes. A middle-aged male police officer stood outside the door. Aunt Wong next door opened the door. Comrade police. What's the matter? Nothing major happened just now, right? It's not a big deal. The male policeman pointed to Li He's house and asked, who lives in this house? You mean Xiao Li? He has something to do with what happened just now. Auntie Wong knows Li He, and has met Li He a few times. She has a good impression. He's just a student. Comrade police, did you make a mistake? Can't be wrong. The male policeman shook his head. In several buildings, the window glass of this one was broken, and it was almost certain that it was this one. The male policeman praised. It was the owner of the house who made the elf subdue the thief with a roar in time. Which elf university did you say, Xiao Li? What's his name? I'll let the bureau contact their school when I go back. Young and promising. Why do not you talk? Listening to the male policeman's continuous questions, Aunt Wong opened her mouth and said blankly. You mean Xiao Li? His name is Li He. He seems to be only a sophomore in high school, and he won't be a senior until the end of the summer vacation. Chapter 24 The Mouth of the Trainer, the Ghost Who Deceives the Elves. Auntie Wong said these words. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. The male policeman didn't speak, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. High school student. A high school student's elf actually scared off Lu Jun's silk spider with a roar move. Did his elf grow up eating ordinary attribute gems? Although Lu Jun is only a little thief, he has committed many crimes by virtue of the silk spider, and is considered a little famous in that industry. The usual roaring moves are really unstoppable. The silk spider. Are all high school students so good now? The male policeman felt that his views were unstable. Calm down, the male policeman said. This thief has committed a lot of crimes, and the bureau has rewards for those who assist in solving the case. Although not many, only 5,000 yuan, but... Boom. Hearing that there was a bonus of 5,000 yuan, Li He pushed open the door and said bluntly. Officer, is 5,000 yuan in cash or transfer? I can transfer in cash. 5,000 yuan. Money made Li He's smile brighter and he looked more handsome. Aunt Wong. Policeman. It took half an hour before and after recording the transcript, Li He returned home with 5,000 yuan in cash. When I went to the kitchen, Li He was shocked. The shards of glass that had been scattered all over the place disappeared. Slip, slip, slip. Six Tails stared, searched around for glass fragments, and found a small piece, and it immediately screamed happily. After throwing the glass fragments into the garbage basket, Lu Wei pressed the rag again and began to wipe the floor. Well-behaved and sensible housework expert 6tails.jpg. My 6 tails can not only warm milk by themselves, but also sweep and mop the floor now. I actually bred such an excellent 6-tailed, as expected of me. Thinking of the 5,000 yuan in his pocket, Li He was even more happy. Isn't it just a few pieces of glass? As long as the money is in place, it will only take a few minutes to restore it to its original state. Lu Wei, this matter, in fact, all the responsibility lies with me. It has nothing to do with you, you don't have to feel guilty. Li He deliberately said so. As predicted. Hearing Li He's words, Lu Wei looked at him in disbelief. In order not to make himself uncomfortable, the trainer actually took all the responsibility on himself. The trainer is so kind to himself. Oh. Mop the floor, work, and be sure to clean the kitchen nicely. After making up his mind, Lu Wei worked even harder. Not only did he work hard, but he was also moved. And Li He just moved his mouth. That's what it's called. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, a male trainer's mouth, an old ghost fooling the elves. The next day, Li He called someone to replace the glass in the room with a new one. That afternoon, he took Lu Wei to the Qianyahai Resort in Fengdu. There is also a sea near Fengdu, but it is an inland sea. Qianyahai Resort is built along the coast and is a famous seaside resort. Of course, Li He's goal is not the big sister in swimsuit by the sea. Although it does not rule out that he wants to make waves. But the main target is the special attractions near Qianyahai Resort. Thousand Cliffs Sea. Even at high tide, there will be small reefs of different shapes on the sea near the land, exposed above the sea. The big one can stand a man, while the small one can stand a cat at most. From a distance, it looks like a miniature version of the cliffs. Therefore, it is called Qianyahai. This place is suitable for the special training of the 6 tails. Because the 6 tails are afraid of water, Li He deliberately chose this place. As the saying goes, practice the gall before practicing boxing. Those martial arts masters are trained on the cliff where their lives are hanging by a thread. 6 tails 2. If you want to be brave and fearless in the battle, you must train on the sea cliff that it fears most. Fear to the extreme is numbness. On the bus to Qianyahai Resort, Li He thought silently. And Lu Wei was happily flicking his tail, thinking that he was going on vacation, but he had no idea what he was about to face. That afternoon, Li He arrived at the resort and checked in immediately. Just after eating at 6 o'clock, he took Lu Wei to the beach and found a special training place with few people. Not far away, there was a couple leaning on the beach to spread dog food, and Li He ignored them. Looking forward, dense rock pillars pierce the sea. This place really suits my heart. Li He sighed with emotion. The 6 tails rarely showed a flinch. Taking out his mobile phone, Li He reviewed his special training documents. According to Xiaojuer's rate theory, the first step in the speed development of elves is to tap the potential of the body. This one is simple. Let the elf do a 50-meter or 100-meter sprint without using any moves, and tap the elf's explosive power. People with slightly better physical fitness, as long as they exercise properly, can basically run 50 meters in more than 6 seconds. And elves, even if they don't use moves, some elves can reach an unbelievable speed. For the 6 tails, the first stage is to run 10 kilometers in the morning, noon and night, and sprint 50 meters and 100 meters each 100 times. In this way, the stamina, physical strength, and explosive power of the elves can be tapped. After listening to Lihi's training arrangement, Lu Wei not only did not feel tired and bitter, but secretly relieved. Fortunately, I didn't jump off a cliff into the sea. Compared with jumping off the cliff and going to the sea, running or something seems to be nothing at all. Lu Wei's reaction was also expected by Lihi. In fact, people are also like this. Only when there is comparison can we know happiness. With the sea and water that the six tails hate the most, in front of it, although the amount of running training is a bit larger, it is not so unacceptable. Lihi, this bad embryo, has fully understood Lu Wei's mind. On the first day of running, even if Lu Wei was not quite used to it, he also ran good results in 5.35 s for 50 meters and 11.24 s for 100 meters. In the evening, when he returned to the hotel room, Lihi massaged the six tails to relax his body, while giving it a special, power drink, to restore physical strength. The formula comes from Xiaojuer's secret document of rate theory, 250 milliliters of moo milk, and then paired with freshly squeezed juice of tree fruit, apple wild fruit, orange fruit, and cherry fruit. Tree fruit, which contains high energy, is the main food of elves. And apple wild fruit, orange fruit, cherry fruit, all contain wonderful powers, which can restore the physical strength of elves. The next day, the six tails who took the power drink were really in good spirits, and they did not care about the first stage of running special training. Until the third day, Lu Wei was already able to run 10 kilometers with ease, and in good condition, he could run 4.67 s in 100 meters. Compared to the first day, it is a rapid improvement. Sure enough, as Xiaojuer said in the document, creatures like elves, as long as they are properly trained, can make very rapid progress in the early stage. Lihi guessed that this was also related to the power drink, as well as other special drink recipes and general attribute gems on the rate theory document. When he went back at night, Lihi, as usual, let Lu Wei take the normal attribute gem to take a moo milk bath, and then he massaged it until it fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, Lihi and Lu Wei, who raised their chests, came to the beach again. Lu Wei, who thought it was continuing to run, looked comfortable and a little proud. It also knew that it had made rapid progress in the past few days. Coming to the edge of a cliff with a height of 6 or 7 meters, Lihi said with a smile, "Come on, let's play a diving game to relax." Slip. Lu Wei felt guilty, and slowly moved his footsteps back. "Don't be afraid, I can swim and artificial respiration, so you can rest your heart, you won't die." Hearing Lihi's words, Lu Wei was even more afraid. Su D subset of. Can't you run well, why do you have to think about jumping into the sea? Chapter 25. Trainer. If you don't want to dance, then don't dance. Upon seeing this, Li Hidao, who had no intention of letting the six tails jump into the sea. Slip. Lu Wei suddenly felt that the super good trainer was online again. Let's all take a step back. I'm not forcing you to play the sea jumping game with me, but you have to jump on that rock to practice the spark move, and the Dugu Juwei move. Li He pointed to a reef on the sea. Following Li He's line of sight, Lu Wei hesitated. The reef is not so much a reef, but a stone pillar on the sea, which is 7 or 8 meters high from the sea. At most one person can sit at the top. There are seas in all directions, and it is a real, solitary cliff on the sea. If Lu Wei wants to pass, he must carefully jump all the way along the reef on the sea. Slip. Ideographic period. Ellipsis quote. Faced with jumping into the sea and going up the cliff, Lu Wei had no choice but to go up the cliff in the end. Better than jumping straight into the sea, right? Six Tails turned back one step at a time, with a pitifully lowered head, carefully raised his feet and walked to the edge of the coast. Looking up at the sea below, the Six Tails were instinctively afraid. Looking back at Li He, Lu Wei called out, "Slip tilde." Li He gave it a Don't worry about it, look. 6 tails. Oh. Don't worry about it, okay. Lifting his legs, closing his legs, hesitating for a while, then raising his legs and closing his legs, Lu Wei lingered on the coast for 10 minutes. After looking at the time, Li He did not rush, but instead encouraged, Lu Wei, let's not worry, the training effect is better when it is dark, you take your time. Subtext. I won't go home without training today. Hearing this, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and jumped out, landing firmly on the first reef. The claws gripped the reef tightly, and Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It never thought that it would be so flexible. The beginning of everything was difficult, and the 6 tails, who took the first step, flexibly jumped towards the special training location. At first, Lu Wei had to look around for a long time before he dared to jump to the next reef. Later, the extraordinary flexibility of the body made Lu Wei more daring, and even jumped continuously on the reef. Slip. There was a hint of excitement in the crisp cry. Jump on the reef stone is also a challenge for Lu Wei, and a new beginning. Seeing this scene, Li He nodded secretly. Don't look at how simple this step is. This is very important. It can not only exercise the flexibility of the 6 tails, but also exercise the gallbladder. The practice on flat ground remains the same, and in the future, the practice of cliff jumping will be gradually moved to the evening. This is the second step, to develop the flexibility of the 6 tails. The speed alone is not enough, and the sprite must be able to control the speed and change direction continuously during the movement. To put it simply, not only the speed should be fast, but also the position. Li He thought silently. On the cliff, Lu Wei's attention will also be unprecedented. Practice the moves, the effect will be better. In addition, in order to prevent it from falling, the claws of the 6 tails will firmly grasp the reef surface, and the whole body will be tense. If things go on like this, the energy in its body will flow on the whole body and claws. Just as Li He was thinking, Lu Wei also jumped to the top of the stone pillar. Tremblingly, he stretched his head out and saw the sea in all directions. 6 tails. It was so frightened that its tail was tense, and it stood up high, like 6 flaming swords. Boom. Occasionally, a wave rolled up and slapped the stone pillar fiercely. 6 tails were all stiff, and their claws gripped the rock face tightly, not daring to move. Use spark moves to practice Dugu and 9 tails. Li He's voice came from a distance, and Lu Wei showed a grievance and despair expression of, I'm so scared that my legs are weak, you still let me use the moves. 6 tails felt at this moment. My own trainer is usually very good-natured, but during the training process, his smile looks like a ghost, a devil. Smiling devil, Li He. The 6-tailed feet froze on the stone pillar for half an hour, not a single move came out. It didn't dare to move. It's like a kitten that climbs up a tree and doesn't know how to get down, so she can only, meow meow meow. That won't work. Li He thought for a while, and then changed another way. Lu Wei, we only need to practice 3 spark moves and 3 Dugu Jue moves, how about the end of today? Lu Wei is eager to jump back to the shore now, nodding a little, and shouting in agreement, slip. Then Li He started shouting the slogan, 1. 6 tails spit out a flame, which was nearly double the flame of the original gas stove, and the range was as long as 100 centimeters, which was powerful enough to ignite a pile of firewood. At the same time, its 6 tails are also tense one after another, point, stab, split, flirt. The angles of each move are more and more subtle and unparalleled. Little sparks tangled around the tail of the move. The spark move is like the fire attribute internal power of the 6 tails born epiphany. Every time you practice the spark move, the fire attribute energy in the 6 tails will flow naturally in the body, convert it into flames, and release it. Using a spark move, the fire attribute energy in the 6 tails will flow in the body once, making the physical quality subtly enhanced. Li He's understanding of the spark move is an attribute exercise with its own magical powers. Supernatural power is a breath of fire attack, and can cause burn effects. Spark moves are the foundation of the six tails right now. The tail wagging move is the medium through which the six tails can connect the spark move with the Dugu Jujian swordsmanship. And the 9 swords of Dugu is currently the strongest close-range attack method of the six tails. In this way, the six tails with Dugu 9 tails and spark moves are like a swordsman with infinite potential. In the short term, there is only one light skill, that is, a flash of lightning. Thinking of this, Lihi shouted again, 2. Then he commanded frequently, Spark, Dugu Jue, 121, 121, 121. Lu Wei subconsciously followed and practiced. It wasn't until a few rounds went on that Lu Wei realized something was wrong. What about your 3? Why is it gone? When he was distracted, Lu Tai's foot slipped, and his entire body slipped out with a squeak. This is normal. The reefs on the sea are washed by the sea all the year round, and they are slippery. She was so frightened that she used a roaring move. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. With a plop, Lu Wei fell into the sea and struggled violently. Slip, equals degree d degree equals. After struggling a few times, Lu Wei slowly mastered the dog planing swimming method, showing a salted fish expression of, this Lu Wei is dead, please burn paper if you have something, and floated on the sea. 6 tails. Jumping into the sea, Lihi carried Lu Wei up. See if you can see how much you have gained today. You have practiced not only the spark move, but also the Dugu Jue and roaring moves. Not only that, but also learn to jump off cliffs and swim. The exhausted Lu Wei was unable to complain, and could only put on a, well, that's it, face. I can't get up. In the evening, after packing up, Lihi prepares to go back to the hotel. Before leaving, Lihi said with satisfaction, this place is really nice, we will come every day in the future. 6 tails. For the first time in my life, the idea of attacking a trainer came to me. In Qianyahai, Xiao Lu Wei saw how devil Lihi was for the first time. He thought that today was the bottom line, but it was just the beginning. Chapter 26 Nurtured Eyes, Recommendation Tickets. The 5th day in Qianyahai Resort. Taking time out, Lihi also completed the consecutive tasks. Continuous mission. Insist on winning 1 victory in the game. Elf virtual battle, every day. Close black lens bracket. Quest completion reward. Skill Eyes of Cultivation. Close black lens bracket. Eye of Nurture. Passive skill. Close black lens bracket. Nurtured Eyes. Long-term contact with your own elves allows you to see through their levels and levels at a glance. Close black lens bracket. Lihi glanced at Lu Wei, and lines of small characters appeared in front of him. Elf. 6 tails. Attribute. Fire attribute. Feature. Unknown. Move. Spark. Special effect. Burn. Roar. Special effect. Stun the opponent. Expel the opponent back into the Pokeball. Tail wagging. Special effect. Distract the opponent. Reduce the opponent's defense. Combination trick. Dugu Jue. Spark move plus tail wagging move plus Dugu Jujian. Special effects. Burn. Break defense. Break the defense. After thinking about it, Lihi understood. Originally, the tail wagging move is to distract the opponent by shaking the tail, thereby reducing the opponent's defense. And the 6 tails use the tail wagging move to use the sword move of Dugu 9 swords, which is to attack the opponent with a broken face. The effect of the subtle swordsmanship is to break the defense. After playing the game, Lihi pulled Lu Wei and was about to go to the old place to continue special training, but Lu Wei was pretending to be asleep. Last night, Lu Wei was a complete enlightenment, and he was caught in Lihi's routine. Not to mention the cliff, just running, the result. Not yet on the cliff. It was said that there was no need to jump into the sea, but only to climb the cliff. What happened? Not only on the cliff, but also jumped into the sea. The trainer is too insidious, no. Lihi under special training is the devil. Lu Wei's eyes closed, and his body was lying on the bed in the shape of a wood, pretending to be asleep online. Taking out his phone and opening the memo, Lihi used his trump card, Did you burn my hair with a spark move a few days ago? Sigma opening parenthesis for all no. Lu Wei raised his head in surprise and put on a shocking expression of, how do you know? It wasn't over yet, Li He continued. On June 14th, in the early morning, you knocked me out of bed. And also. After reading a few words, Li He showed a kind smile. If you think I don't know, unless you don't. I know what you did and didn't do. You for all you. Lu Wei's expression gradually collapsed. Devil, there really is a devil here. However, you have worked very hard, and these things will pass. If you don't want to go to the cliff to train, I won't force you. Lying on the bed, Li Heko said wrongly. Sure enough, seeing Li He like this, Lu Wei felt even more hopeless. The worst thing about going to the cliff for special training is to fall into the sea. I already fell once yesterday, so that's it. But if you don't go, who knows what the devil trainer in the special training state has prepared for himself. Slip. Biting the corner of Li He's clothes, Lu Wei dragged him to go to special training. What? Are you going to go to the cliff for special training? Let's talk about it first. It's not that I threaten you or force you, it's you who want to go. Slip. Lu Wei nodded reluctantly. Pulling Li He out the door, Lu Wei looked up at the sky. I was obviously going to protest by pretending to be asleep. Why did things turn out like this? Omega. The potential of the elves is really terrifying. On the second day of the special training on the cliff, Lu Wei became accustomed to the terrain and seawater. Even if he fell into the sea, he could swim ashore by himself and continue the special training. The six tails themselves liked this feeling of getting stronger little by little, and the previous reluctance was just because it instinctively resisted the seawater. Just like ordinary animals are afraid of flames, fire-type spirits are not very good at water. That night, while no one was there, Li He took Lu Wei to the woods by the sea to try the spark move and the power of Dugu Jue. In the woods. Spark. Hearing Li He's order, Lu Wei spurted a small flame towards the big tree in front of him. Boom. The withered bark was quickly burnt black by the sparks, rolled over, and fell off. Dugu and 9 tails, Li He ordered again. Whoosh. The tail on the edge of the 6 tails suddenly stabbed out and landed on the trunk of the big tree. Whoa. One person the surrounding tree trembled fiercely, and a large number of leaves flew down, like rain. 6-tailed tail had pierced deeply into the tree trunk. At the same time, wisps of scorching smoke emerged from the edge of the wound on the tree trunk. Taking a look behind the tree, Li He was shocked. A wisp of smoke gushed out from a small hole in the tree trunk, as if pierced by 6 tails. What is this? Sword chi. Exhaust gas. Excited in his heart, Li He's expression did not change. Which boy does not have the dream of a martial arts hero? In his second year of middle school, he also fantasized about a sword in his hand, and the sword was cold in Kyushu. And now, it seems that the first step in chasing the dream has been taken. Although it was done by the 6 tails, but the 6 tails are mine, which means that I did it. Thinking of this, Li He was extremely happy. No wonder everyone wants to be a trainer, and elf cuteness is one aspect. The feeling of holding the power in this hand is also very intoxicating. Yo-yo tilde omega. Pulling out his tail, 6 tails screamed several times in excitement. Before the special training, it would never be able to do this, otherwise Wu Yingyao's one-horned worm would not even have the power to retreat. On the third day, Li He still came to the old place early in the morning. Without Li He's supervision, Lu Wei, who had tasted the wonderful taste of becoming stronger, couldn't wait to rush to those rocks, flicking his tail to practice his sword, and spitting sparks. After setting up the reclining chair, Li He lay on the shore, looking around leisurely. Turning his head, Li He saw the couple again. These two are not tired of drying dog food at the beach every day. Quote. They still feed each other. This is not a two-dimensional element. Do you still play the set? At this moment, a big bird swished down, quickly robbed the couple's backpack, and flew away gracefully. Only the two were left looking at each other. Seeing this scene, Leahy thought that there is a cycle of reincarnation in heaven. Whoever will the heaven forgive you? Who will let you dry dog food every day? No, the bird elf Bobo can't stand it anymore, and I have taught you a lesson. This is just an episode. On the 4th day of the special training on the cliff, the 6 tails can move quickly on the reef and use the Dugu 9 tails. At this time, the energy in the 6-tailed body is not only limited to the tail, but in the process of moving, its claws, and even the surface of the body, have some sparks and white light escaping out. Mars is the fire attribute energy that the 6 tails are most familiar with, while white light is the general attribute energy. In fact, when the 6 tails learn the general attribute move and wag their tail, there is a certain amount of general attribute energy in its body. During this time, the 6 tails absorb the power of ordinary attribute gems, and the ordinary attribute energy in the body had already reached a very high level. It's almost there. This morning, Lu Wei ran 100 meters in just 4.12 seconds. The development of the explosive power of the body has been completed. In addition to absorbing the energy of ordinary attribute gems, the ordinary attribute energy in the 6 tails has also reached the standard. According to the speed theory document, Leahy judged, the 6 tails are only one opportunity away from comprehending the lightning flash move. As long as he learns the lightning flash move, the short board of the 6 tails in speed will disappear. With Dugu and 9 tails, the Youth Cup champion, it seems that it is not completely out of the question. In a good mood, Leahy picked up a piece of chocolate. Just as he was about to stuff his mouth, Leahy glanced from the corner of his eyes. His pupils shrank. MMP. Boom. In the blue sky, a big bird, like a small fighter jet, swooped towards Leahy. The chocolate in his hand. Seeing this scene, the couple on the beach also laughed. Let you just laugh at us, is it your turn now? Heaven has reincarnation, who does Bobo spare? Chapter 27. The first time in the true sense of the 6 tails. Seeing a spirit attacking Leahy, Lu Wei hurried over to save him. But Bobo was subducting significantly faster than the 6 tails were moving across the reef. In desperation, the energy in Lu Wei's body circulated at a high speed, gradually escaping into the body, forming a white and red energy coat. Holy clothing! At the same time, the speed of the 6 tails suddenly increased, rushing straight towards it like a cannonball. It is a speed-type move, and the electric light flashes. Lightning flash move. Pounce on the opponent with lightning speed and attack. Boom. Out of the corner of the eye, Bobo also noticed the 6 tails rushing towards him. Just when Lu Wei was about to hit Bobo, Bobo flapped his wings suddenly, his whole body froze first, then with the help of the reaction force, he took off towards the sky again, beautifully avoiding Lu Wei's blow. On the beach, the man in the couple raised his head in amazement and said, Bobo's wind-raising move. Wind-up move. Use your wings to blow a gust of wind to attack your opponent. This move was originally an attack move, but Bobo used a new trick. Use the wind. It flaps its wings and blows a gust of wind, and uses the reaction force to evade the electric flash of the 6 tails. This Bobo is very smart. Seeing his girlfriend was a little puzzled, the man in the couple explained. Boom. In the sky, the bird elf Bobo with a purple beak and purple claws stretched his wings, making his body look bigger and more powerful. While circling, Bobo stared viciously at 6 tails with his sharp bird eyes. As for Leahy, I'm sorry, the reason why the wild elves will choose to attack the elves first is because in the eyes of the wild elves, humans are just scumbags. No threat. A Bobo dares to bully me, 6 tails, fuck it. I'll wipe it. Just when Leahy was talking nonsense, Bobo flapped his wings wildly and used the sand splashing move. This move can cause Bobo to set off sand and dust, reducing the opponent's hit rate. At this time, with the flapping of Bobo's wings, the dust that swept up not only covered Lu Wei's figure, but also blocked Leahy's sight. At the critical moment, Li He took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in his heart, and gave an order that surprised the onlookers. Lie down. In the area shrouded in sand and dust, Lu Wei fell to the ground obediently. This scene caught Bobo a little off guard. As usual, as soon as it uses the sand splashing move, the opponent will panic and run out of the place shrouded in sand. In this way, Bobo waits for work, and then gives the opponent a head-on attack. Who would have thought that it would be useless when it comes to Lu Wei? Wait for the moment, Li He shouted quickly. Relying on the command practice on Elf Virtual Battle, Li He gradually calmed down. Afterwards, Li He and Lu Wei calmly waited for the sand and dust to subside. Suddenly, the dust in front of him rolled, and Li He's eyes lit up. It's now. Use roar. Bobo burst into the area shrouded in sand and dust, and just about to attack Lu Wei, he saw Lu Wei suddenly stand up and let out a majestic, fierce and domineering roar. Yo yo yo. Affected by the roaring move, Bobo froze subconsciously, and his entire body froze in midair. Go, rush up with a flash of electric light. Bobo Fang was just about to attack Lu Wei, so it was very close to Lu Wei, and when Lu Wei exerted force on his limbs, he burst out with huge power, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Bobo with a flash of lightning. Boom! At a critical juncture, Bobo regained his sanity and let out a surprised cry. It quickly fluttered its wings, wanting to repeat the old trick and perform the wind move. It can not only retreat backwards, soar into the air, and avoid the lightning flashes of the six tails, but also blow a strong wind and attack the six tails. This Bobo reacts quickly, but the six tails are faster. Just as Bobo flapped his wings and prepared to use the wind move, the six-tailed tail slammed out fiercely, and Dugu nine-tailed attacked. The tip of the burning spark's tail quickly stabbed into Bobo's chest and abdomen. Boom! Boom! With the previous sound, the six tails landed steadily. Then, it was Bobo's entire body that was knocked out, throwing a graceful parabola, intersection, in midair, and finally fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Victory and defeat. Yo-yo. Turning his head, Lu Wei shouted proudly towards Li He. Subtext. Look, I'm amazing. Come on, go up and whip the corpse. No, Lu Wei, you have to keep in mind that some people and elves are too shady, and they will pretend to be dead. Li He took the opportunity to educate. So, in the battle process, you must not take it lightly until the end, and even at the end, you have to make up for it. Do you know what it means to make up the knife? I don't know. It's just another move to make sure that the opponent is really dead. Listening to Li He's words, Lu Wei was thoughtful and nodded to show his understanding. Omega, slip. On the beach, the men in the couple were amazed. Okay, it turns out that the six tails lie down to show the enemy's weakness, and the waves take the initiative to attack, revealing flaws. I thought it was to let the six tails hold their heads and admit defeat. The women in the couple don't care about the result. The elves are so cute, why do they have to fight? Saying that, she uploaded the battle video she just shot to Dojiji. The two chatted for a few words, and soon snuggled up and fought together again. While the couple on the beach were talking, Lu Wei dragged Bobo's body to Li He's feet. Six Tails pressed Bobo's head with his claws, his face proud. Click. Li He took a photo and kept it as a souvenir. Before the six tails were happy, a few more figures of Bobo appeared in the sky. Is this the whole family here? Both Li He and Lu Wei's expressions changed. Leaving the unconscious Bobo behind, Li He hurried away with Lu Wei. Do you think that only the fierce bird is the most fierce in the wild? Then you were wrong. Popo ethnic group, it is the most powerful bird force in the wild. Back at the hotel, Li He soaked in the bathtub with Lu Wei in his arms. The six tails were not injured, and there was no need to go to the elf hospital. Yo-yo tilde. Flicking his tail, Lu Wei was so bored that he spit bubbles in the bathtub. Oh. As a fire spirit, the six tails don't like bathing very much. Six Tails learned the lightning flash move, and Li He was in a good mood, ready to let the 6 tails and 1 horse go, and also let himself go. Let's not train today, let's watch the latest movie, The Salted Fish King, together. 6 tails. Backquote winking face, what circle dot operator for all circle dot operator. Sitting in a dark room with a bunch of humans and elves for 2 hours. Just to see a salted fish king. Rather than training. But looking at Lihi's cheerful expression, Lu Wei nodded reluctantly, slip. Very reluctantly. There is a movie theater inside the Qianyahai resort. Lihi group bought a bottle of Kool and a bucket of popcorn, and brought Lu Wei into the theater to watch the movie. The King of Salted Fish is an orthodox inspirational film, and Lihi watched it with relish. Lu Wei was not very interested, but took a bite of the popcorn, slip. Taking another bite, the 6 tails wagged their tails excitedly. Take a sip, 6 tails, sigh for all, sigh. On the way, the phone vibrated. Lihi picked it up and saw that it was a class group message. Chen Dusho, the holiday is so boring. I don't even know how to train the elves, so I can only let Bobo fan the wind with his wings and help me fly the kite. Chen Dusho, by the way, is this a wind-raising move? Video, my Bobo seems to have learned the wind-raising move by flapping his wings. Chen Dusho, it's so hard to cultivate elves. I feel like this year's Elves college entrance examination is not enough. Wang Da. LV Qinghu, the ancients once said that one can't be too bitch at Chen Dusho = convex. Suddenly Lihi found that someone was at him. Wang Zui, at Lihi, brother Li, where have you been recently? Are you in special training with Lu Wei? Lihi, at the cinema, watch, The Salted Fish King, with Lu Wei. Wang Jiajia, everyone, watch this video of the addiction, this person is so amazing, he commanded Lu Wei's second wave video. Wait. Lihi, this person looks like you. Circle.operator hollow down pointing triangle circle.operator. After opening the video and watching it a few times, Wang Zui cried out in his heart. I'm Su. This is more than just like, looking at that jealous face, it is clearly brother Li himself. And that 6-tailed, is this the same 6-tailed before? He picked up his phone and sent a message on it. Wang Zui, fuck, brother Li, when did you become a bitch like Chen Shuhua? You've been training Lu Wei for a second, Bobo, and you said you were watching a movie. Mengxin will recommend it the day after tomorrow, involving the vote for the second elf. Congratulations Tilda. Excited and a little apprehensive. Lihi, the protagonist, should be relatively rare in the 2-dimensional category. Generally, the male protagonist is either a straight man of steel or a positive energy to strive for progress. And Lihi, it should be quite bad and scum, but also emotional. To sum up, take all, eat to the best, the stomach is quite bad. The 6 tails, on the other hand, are rare positive energy spirits, hard-working and energetic, which is the so-called learner and nerd type. But there are also things it hates, resists, likes, and pursues. It will be written later on. The second sprite will come out with the space. Let's all vote. 1 electrical properties. 2 ghost attribute. 3 other attributes, specific to the sprite. When you are about to get on the second elf, come back and read this chapter and the number of likes. Whichever is higher, write whichever is higher. P.S. Starting from tomorrow, there will be 2 updates, at 12 o'clock noon and 11 p.m. If the noon one is delayed, it will be updated at 6 p.m. Ask for leave today and modify the previous article to recommend it. Let's show you the stunts of the 6 tails. Acting cute. _hey. Chapter 28 How to make the 6 tails faster. Click. He secretly took a picture of the big movie screen with his mobile phone camera, and Lihi uploaded the picture to the class group. Lihi, look at the picture yourself. Am I watching a movie? I don't believe the truth these days. Am I the kind of person who always pretends to be 13? Slip. He glanced at the phone screen, but Lu Wei, who was not very literate, couldn't understand it, so he quickly lost interest. Lu Wei fed Li He, who was busy playing with his mobile phone, a mouthful of popcorn, and ate it himself happily. 6 tails, Omega. Alas, I have to feed the trainer, it's too hard for me to slip. Seeing the message sent by Li He, the class Chen Du shows, flower of Dixiu, and second in the class of elf theoretical knowledge almost spurted out the nutrition express from her mouth. Aren't you enough to fit 13? Both me and Bobo were put in by you. Chen Dushou was very depressed. None of his Bobo can do sand splashing moves, and the Bobo in Duji's video can not only do sand splashing moves, but also wind up moves. Looking at the size again, it is about a circle larger than his Bobo. Obviously stronger than his Bobo. At this point, Li He's 6 tails were swept away, and he was trampled on his head. Looking at Lu Wei's skilled, whip corpse, operation, Li He must have taught him. You tell me now, you are not the kind of person who can always play 13. Chen Dushou watched the video of shaking addiction repeatedly and fell into deep thought. He had also seen the 6-tailed one before. He obviously didn't know any moves before, but he looked a little more lively. How can it be so strong? And in such a short time? How can that be? Chen Dushou bit her lip. Suddenly I felt a little suspicious of my life. Putting away the phone, Li Hejun was about to continue watching the movie. The phone vibrated again. Who is at me again? Does this stop people from watching movies? Li He picked it up and took a look. It's Mr. Lei Chu. Teacher Lei Chu. At Li He, the school leader went to your house yesterday. No one in your family is at home. What are the school leaders doing at my house? Li Hejun replied, and a message jumped out again. Wang Zui. Mr. Lei, what happened? Watch this video. Lei Chu had already seen the video. If she hadn't known the news, she might have been surprised, but now, her heart is very complicated. Apart from being proud of Li He, she also has a hint of disbelief. Teacher Lei Chu, at Li He, did you help the police arrest a trainer thief a few days ago? The police station has called the school with thank you calls. The school leaders came to your house to visit you. Ask your parents, when will they have time? Wang Zui. Chen Dushou. Wang Jiajia. Repeat message X18. The students were stunned, and the young mind was greatly impacted. Our elf is still waiting to be fed. You have already taken the 6 tails to fight crime, the key is. It also worked. Are we really classmates? The news spread around 100 times, and when it reached the ears of Lin Xiang, who received a one-on-one coaching special training at the Harley Battle Club in Fengdu City, it had become an upgraded version. What? Li He arrested a trainer felon. Listening to the voice on the phone, Lin Xiang said blankly. Her pupils were widened, her cherry lips were slightly opened, and the whole person was shocked. It's not scientific, okay. Kick it. Attracted by Lin Xiang's reaction, Xiao Hualong, who was undergoing special physical training on the treadmill, was distracted, and slammed his face to the ground with a squeak. It hurts to look at. The special training instructor quickly turned off the treadmill, checked the status of the little fire dragon, and was relieved when he found that it was no big deal. Turning his head, the special training instructor asked curiously, Li He. Our professional trainer in Fengdu. Why haven't I heard of him? If you can catch felons, then you can't be a professional trainer. Opening her mouth, Lin Xiang didn't know how to respond. And the other side. What? I caught a trainer felon. I didn't. I'm not low-key. You don't even think about it. Is it possible? I just assisted the police to catch a thief, or by chance. Just by chance. I really didn't. Hanging up Ji Ziming's phone, Li He's scalp went numb. I really underestimate these high school students who are green on the outside and turbulent in their hearts. Their gossip ability has caught up with the square dance ant. Buzzing. As soon as I hung up the phone vibrated again. This movie can't be seen. Aware of the strange eyes of the people around him, Li He took Lu Wei out of the cinema. Back at the hotel, Li He threw the phone directly to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, I'm busy. If anyone calls or sends a message, you will call them back. It's time for Lu Wei to teach himself how to read and write, and help him deal with these mundane things. As a trainer, Li He's ultimate goal is to lie to win. Looking at the phone that vibrated frantically on the edge of his paws, Lu Wei's face was dumbfounded. Single quote O. Time goes by slowly. In the evening, under the influence of Kato love poem, and battle video, and after this period of fermentation, the number of fans of Li He on Elf Virtual Battle also officially exceeded 50,000, and he is still going. Rise. Open black lens bracket ding. Make an achievement. Close black lens bracket ID, Baifeng Emperor, has more than 50,000 fans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gets special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket charm +1. Close black lens bracket. 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Steps, Lone version. Close black lens bracket. Another martial arts manual, let me take a look. Li He, who was studying Xiaojuer's rate theory in front of the computer, returned to the desktop and saw that there was an extra document. 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams Steps.ppt. Li He opened it and watched for a few minutes. Is it a footwork? Teach people how to move quickly in the direction of the 9 palaces. He squeezed his chin. Before, he was thinking about the lightning flash move. Learning the lightning flash move did make the 6 tails strength jump a lot. But the rigid use of lightning flashes did not satisfy Li He. With the flash of the S-type electric light, and the flash of the Z-type electric light, the 6 tails should be able to do it soon. The real difficulty is what comes next. Why does the lightning flash move form a layer of energy clothing on the surface of the elf? By studying Xiaojuer's rate theory and adding his own knowledge of science, Li He analyzed. The attack effect of the lightning flash is to make the elf rush towards the opponent quickly, and then collide with it. The heavier the elf's own weight and the faster the speed, the higher the lethality. But the effect of force is mutual. The reason why the elves will not be hurt when they use the lightning flash attack is because of the energy clothes. The energy suit has endured the reaction force of the rapid collision on behalf of the elves. This is the first effect of the energy suit. The second function is that the energy suit should also reduce the frictional resistance of the air. Thinking of this, a memory in Li He's mind suddenly rolled out. Not only Xiaojuer, the owner of Raven Gym, is good at developing the speed of elves, but the main dishes of the gym in the Beidai Gym in the Shanao area are also good at developing the speed of elves. Even a grass seedling turtle can be cultivated to have a movement speed like teleportation. Referring to Xiaojuer's rate theory, Zhugong gossip steps, and knowledge of science, Li He thought over and over in his mind. Time passed little by little. A 6-tailed tail appeared in Li He's mind, moving quickly on the grass. Gradually, the 6 tails moved faster and faster, and finally the 6 tails kicked their limbs, and the whole body moved out like a cannonball. The scene in his mind made Li He suddenly raise his head and wake up suddenly. There was excitement in his eyes, and there was a hint of eagerness. In this case, should be able to let the 6 tails faster. Excited, Li He glanced at Lu Wei, who was already asleep. When will the 6 tails be able to think about their own training plan? I'm always so brainy, I won't be bald in the future. Chapter 29 Lightning Flash Change. The next day, early morning. The wind is sunny and the sun is cloudless. Li He took Lu Wei to the edge of the previous cliff. Today, the couple didn't dry dog food on the beach, and there was no bobo in the sky. No one disturbed him, and Li He was very satisfied. Lu Wei, did the popcorn smell good yesterday? Li He asked suddenly. Flip. Lu Wei nodded. Fragrant. You know what? Popcorn is just normal food. Steak, hot and sour fish, grilled meat, Shiroi Koibito's chocolate, dumb animal's tail, duck with green onions. Do you know how flavorful these are? Some are better than popcorn. 10 times, some 100 times better than popcorn. Lihi's voice was full of temptation. Gudong tilde. Lu Wei swallowed his saliva. Slip. The tail swung around excitedly, and the 6 tails expressed their desire to eat, and their eyes almost shot out high-speed stars. Unfortunately, we have no money. Some 5-star restaurants are not a matter of money, but identity, status, and strength. We don't have any. Lihi wiped away tears that did not exist at all. Slip. Oh, 6 tails bowed their heads in despair. The dumb beast it has seen before is the elf of Bai Yunfei, and its tail exudes a fragrant smell. It was edible, and it was delicious. 6 tails regretted. Why didn't you take a bite in the first place? That's why we have to become stronger, practice hard, and participate in the youth cup. Lihi turned around, squatted down, rubbed Lu Wei's little head, with a heavy face, and said in a low voice. I do this not for myself, but for you to taste all the good things in this world. Now, are you motivated? Slip. 6 tails nodded vigorously. Looking at the motivated Lu Wei, Lihi decided not to teach Lu Wei how to read for the time being. If the culture is too high, it is not easy to cheat. Well, it is not easy to guide. After mobilizing the 6 tails, Lihi continued. In the Junior Cup you have a lot of opponents, some opponents. There are poisonous horns on the top, the weight is heavier than you, and the speed of lightning flash is faster than you. When it comes straight to you, how do you deal with it and what will happen? Slip. Oh, omega, asterisk, oh. Lu Wei rushed forward a few steps, showing that he also hit him with a flash of lightning. You are so tough. Come here and watch this video. Lihi knew it would be like this. He took out his phone and played the video he had prepared for a long time. In the video, a motorcycle collided with a large truck. The motorcycle was directly knocked backward and flew far away, while the large truck was intact. After watching the video, Lu Wei turned his head to the side and thought again, and immediately understood what Lihi meant. I am that motorcycle. 6 tails nodded thoughtfully. Besides that, if your opponent attacks you with an extremely fast long-range attack in front of you, how can you? Yes, you can bounce off with your tail, but what if the attack carries a strong toxin? 6 tails use their brains too much, coupled with continuous blows, they lay on the ground directly, slip. In addition to depression, there is also some unwillingness. So, you not only have to master the flash of the S type of electric light and the flash of the Z type of electric light, but also have superb evasion ability. Slip tilde. Lu Wei raised his head, flicked his tail, and screamed cutely, asking Lihi what to do. Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Opening the mobile phone memo, Lihi explained to Lu Wei little by little. According to Xiaojuer's speed theory, the support points of the 6 tails' movement speed are the limbs, the claws, and the tail. The weight of the 6 tails cannot be changed for the time being, so if you want to increase the explosive power in speed, most of the power must be concentrated on the claws and tail. Then it suddenly exploded, causing the reaction force to shoot out the 6 tails like a cannonball. This is the fastest speed that the 6 tails can achieve so far. Similarly, because the current energy level of the 6 tails is not enough, the energy clothing must be discarded. Part of the power of the condensed energy clothes is concentrated on the claws and tails of the 6 tails. This skill may not be uncommon for the world-class trainers of Xiaojuer, but it is enough to become one of Lihi and Lu Wei's trump cards. In this way, you can have faster speed and stronger evasion power in a small range, and then cooperate with this. Lihi put the printed Zhugong chart in front of Lu Wei. 6 tails lightning flash move doesn't require an energy suit at all. Because at the current speed of the 6 tails, the air resistance is actually not large. In addition, the main attack method of the 6 tails is Dugu and 9 tails, so the energy clothing on the body surface is directly discarded, and the energy is concentrated on the claws and tails in exchange for stronger speed and power. So, in the process of moving, you only need to use the energy suit to protect the claws and resist the momentary reaction force generated when moving. Leahy explained in detail. Once the six tails are proficient, they can condense the energy clothing on the claws when the energy explodes, and remove the energy clothing when the body moves. This will save more energy. After Leahy explained, Lu Wei started his first attempt. Slip. Carrot. Patting his face with his claws, Lu Wei encouraged himself first. According to Leahy's request, Lu Wei used a flash of lightning. However, this time it did not rush out, nor did it go with the flow to condense the energy coat. Instead, he concentrated all his power on his feet and six tails. Immediately after, the limbs used force, the claws slammed on the ground, the tails slapped the ground hard, the energy exploded again, and the six tails instantly went to the sky. Yo-yo. With a bang, Lu Wei's entire body accelerated into the air, flew to a high distance, and fell into the sea with a thud. Leahy was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it fell into the sea. If it hit the ground, wouldn't it hurt? First attempt, failed. If you want to move quickly in a small area, move backward, left, right, just like a teleportation, with a swish, move out a distance. This is much more difficult than Leahy imagined. If the energy condenses too much, it will get out of control, and the whole body will fly into the sky and become a living target for others. Falling can also hurt. And the energy is too little, and the speed of the explosion is not ideal. The next few times, Lu Wei's luck was not as good as the first time, and all fell to the ground. Six tails, Omega K. It was so painful that Lu Wei secretly wiped away her tears. After a whole day, the injuries of the six tails are no longer easily resolved by the elf wound medicine, and the rapid burst of energy has also caused great pressure on the claws and tail. For the first time, Leahy took the six tails back into the Pokeball and took them to the nearby Pokemon Hospital. After half an hour. Elf Hospital. It's okay physically, some minor injuries can recover quickly after applying this liquid medicine, mainly limbs, paws, and tail, and it may take a while to recover slowly. The female nurse in a white coat pointed to Lu Wei on the small hospital bed, and suggested, "If you want to do this kind of high-intensity training in the future, you must ask a professional breeder or breeder to massage the limbs, feet, and tail of the six tails with special techniques. Otherwise, if it goes on for a long time, there may be dark injuries, which will be troublesome." Flicking his tail, although Lu Wei failed for a day, he was still very ambitious. Slip. No, Omega. Lie down quietly. Seeing Lu Wei working so hard, Leahy was still a little distressed. He rubbed Lu Wei's little head and thanked the nurse again. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The nurse smiled and left. Leahy pondered for a moment, then looked at the massage skill. Open black lens bracket Tuina massage, LV2, 137 200 close black lens bracket. Turning his head, Leahy looked at the elf's body on the other bed. Should I find a way to get experience points from the bodies of these elves? Tuina massage. Once the skill is upgraded, it can better help Lu Wei to stretch his body and relieve the pressure of training. In this way, the six tails can undergo more difficult training. Six tails shivered instinctively. Six tails, single quote. Chapter 30 Magical Skill. Dodge. Recommend ticket. With a move in his heart, Leahy stepped forward to chat with the trainer next to the hospital bed. All the female trainers did not refuse that Leahy wanted to massage their elf. This has absolutely nothing to do with Leahy's appearance, but they were moved by Leahy's hand skills. After working all night, Leahy's hands were sore, and he gained enough experience points. Open black lens bracket ding. Massage skills have been upgraded to LV3. Close black lens bracket. Tuina massage, LV3, 1/300th, special effect. 1. During the massage, it can reduce the tiredness of the elves. Close black lens bracket. 2. Help the elves stretch their bodies. Close black lens bracket. 3. Long-term massage can subtly heal the dark wounds caused by elves during training and battles. Close black lens bracket. Finally upgraded. Leahy was very excited. You know, for the experience points, he even sold his hands to give a strange force a major health care. Whaley's hard muscles made his entire hand feel sore and painful. Seeing the third special effect of the massage skill, Leahy knew it. It's all worth it. I just don't know, how far is my method compared to professional breeders and breeders. Back at the hotel, Leahy continued to let Luwei take a milk bath with a normal attribute gem. Afterwards, he endured the pain in his hand and gave Luwei a full set of health care. 6 tails. For all backquote. 3 days later. Still on the edge of a cliff. 6 tails, jump left and right. Slip. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tai's limbs tensed. At the same time, a little white light overflowed from Luwei's 4 claws, as if he had put on 4 little white shoes for Luwei. The 6 tails were also covered with white light, as if they were covered with a light film. Next moment. The 6-tailed limbs use force, the tail hits the ground, the claws push on the ground, and the energy explodes. Swish. Luwei did not charge straight ahead, but moved his entire body 2 meters to the right side. If you speed up this process several times, it will be as if the 6 tails teleported to the right 2 meters by space. In fact, it was the 6 tails that gave the ground a force close to this direction, left pointing arrow, thereby obtaining a reaction force of the same magnitude in this direction, right pointing arrow. This reaction force made Luwei swiftly move 2 meters to the right. This is the result Leahy wanted, and the lightning flashed and changed. Yo-yo. 6 tails screamed excitedly. Its dodging skills are done. After mastering the left and right horizontal jumps, then backward, forward, and up left arrow right arrow down left arrow is only a matter of time. Leahy was very satisfied with Luwei's use of lightning flash again. In the future, his dodging will not be a god, slip, skill, joke but a real magic skill. Time. Fleeting. 5 days passed. In the woods by the sea. 6 tails, use sparks. Leahy pointed to the big tree road before. A few days ago, the damage caused by the spark move and the Dugu 9 tails move still remained on the trunk. The edge of the wound where the 6-tailed tail pierced had dried up. At this time, the big tree surrounded by one person seemed a little sluggish. Slip. Cheer up, 6 tails suddenly spewed out a flame towards the front. Boom. The trunk of the big tree was burned to a charred black color by the incoming flames, and with the strange, crackling sound, black smoke billowed up. It's no wonder that the Trainers Association doesn't allow trainers to practice moves casually. 6 tails are like this now. With one move in the future, 6 tails will set fire to the mountain and let me sit in prison. The elf spot, the trainer can't bear. Leahy cautiously looked around. Very good, no one. He then said, use Dugu and 9 tails again. Hearing this, the tail of the 6 tails danced, and the little sparks circled like fireflies, and finally converged on the tail at the very edge. Whoosh! The tip of the tail cut through the air, making a cracking sound like tearing paper. Then stabbed into the tree trunk in front of him, and pierced out. Pulling it out again, the 6 tails slapped the ground with their 6 tails excitedly, slip. Before, it could only pierce this big tree, but now, it has been able to pierce one end of it. Luwei, restrain the flames around, be careful, don't make a fire. Leahy warned. During this time, he also discovered that the characteristics of the 6 tails should be ignition. The ignition feature allows the 6 tails to absorb flames and avoid damage caused by flames, including fire-type moves. Fireman's way out to unlock square root. After absorbing fire-type moves, the power of fire-type moves performed by the 6 tails will become stronger. Leahy's other effects have not been verified for the time being, but the current 6 tails can indeed gather flames and swallow the flames with their tails. Slip tilde. 6 tails responded with a sound, and swung 6 long orange tails to absorb nearby sparks to prevent fires. When the 6 tails moved, the cherry-colored general attribute gemstone hanging from its neck also moved. There was no one near the grove, so Lihi asked Lu Wei to hang the general attribute gems around his neck to speed up the absorption. After this period of absorption, the pale pink color in the general attribute gemstones has become extremely pale, and the whole is close to colorless and transparent. At this time, Lihi took a closer look at the trunk and saw a spiral hole running through the entire tree. The edge of the hole was full of charred burn marks, and there were still plumes of black smoke. Sha Feng Sha tilde. Sha Feng Sha tilde. Suddenly, both Lihi and Lu Wei heard Lin Yi shaking. Boom. Soon, a wave burst out from the canopy. At this time, the wave fluttered its wings and stared at Lu Wei with sharp bird eyes. The previous Bobo, revenge is coming. When Lihi was thinking about it, Bobo flapped his wings and used the sand splashing move without hesitation. The swept-up sand and dust covered Lihi's sight again. This trick again. This Bobo obviously hasn't seen Saint Seiya, and his culture is not high, otherwise he wouldn't be so hard-headed. Dodge. Lihi issued a magical command. I saw Lu Wei's limbs exerting force. White light splashed under his feet, and his entire body suddenly shifted to the right side by 5 meters, easily avoiding Bobo's sand splashing move. Whoosh whoosh. This is not over yet. The figure of Lu Wei flashed several times in a row and appeared behind Bobo. It's now. The white light at the foot of the 6 tails exploded, and a flash of electric light was used. Before Bobo could react, 6 tails had already appeared behind it. Aiming at the back of Bobo's neck, the 6 tails unleashed a fatal blow. With a bang, Bobo's neck was hit by 6 tails and 1 tail, and his entire body fell to the ground like a cannonball, losing consciousness. 6 tails then landed. Looking at Bobo's body, Lu Wei considered whether to add another spark move. What if Bobo is pretending to be dizzy? 6 tails beat Bobo. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. Lihi pinched his chin and fell into contemplation. Before, Bobo was able to cause trouble for the 6 tails. If you are not careful, the 6 tails may still lose. And now, Bobo's cold is too fast. How many Bobo's current combat power is equivalent to the 6 tails? Could it be that, before I knew it, I was invincible to Bobo? Stepping on Bobo's head, Lu Wei is in a beautiful mood. No, getting stronger makes me happy. Visible to the naked eye, as the last few strands of pale pink became transparent, the general attribute gemstones on Lu Tai's neck suddenly exploded into a mass of powder, and disappeared as the forest wind blew. The energy of an entire gem of ordinary attributes was absorbed into the body by the 6 tails. Why is it fried to powder? Lihi was heartbroken. This stone looks so beautiful. When the 6 tails are used up, I can still give it to Sister Xiaowu, but Sister Xiaowu doesn't want it, and classmate Xiaolin can also give it away. Pity. Chapter 31 Lihi. Street Elves. Ask for a recommendation ticket. After coming out of the grove, Lihi took Lu Wei to stroll around Qianyahai. After one day, Lihi checked out of the room and returned home with Lu Wei. The reason is simple. No money. The hotel in Qianyahai Resort is not cheap, and in the last few days, I have to go to the hospital from time to time. The amount of money in Lihi is -300, -300, -300, -500. Leaning on the sofa, Lihi glanced at the balance of his bank card, his heart aching. I'm so poor as a trainer. Others are so poor that only money is left, but I am so poor that only yan is left. With a sigh, Lihi came to the kitchen, turned on the natural gas, and ignited. 6 tails. Come and take a bath. Looking at the flames on the gas stove, Lihi called to the living room. Blah 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 blah. Filled with spiced peanuts, Lu Wei walked into the kitchen with a flick of his tail, and jumped into the flames with a slight jump. The flames on the gas stove not only did not ignite Lu Tai's hair, but instead made Lu Tai's hair look more gorgeous. Like clusters of burning flames. It is the ignition characteristic. The characteristic abilities of the elves are sometimes stronger than the moves. Slipping asterisk caret omega caret asterisk, chewing the 5 spiced peanuts and soaking in the flame bath, Lu Wei let out a pleasant cry. Yo yo. Lu Wei called out to Li He a few times, and blinked his big dark eyes, motioning for him to take a flame bath too. Li He's face darkened. Are you trying to murder me and inherit my money? Lu Wei took a flame bath by the side, while Li He began to cook seaweed egg drop soup. Occasionally feed Lu Wei a spoonful of soup, anyway, it is not afraid of hot. This scene was clearly seen by Aunt Lu. What's this about? Looking at it, the curious look on the aunt's face gradually dissipated, and the smile gradually solidified. She saw that Li He was roasting a red fox-shaped elf on the flame, feeding it some soup from time to time. Seasoning. It seemed that the whine of the fox-shaped elf could still be heard in her ears, but the aunt suddenly discovered it. The man on the opposite floor seemed to realize that someone had seen it, and slowly raised his head. In the kitchen, the contours of Li He's face were reflected in the firelight, making him look uncertain. The corners of Li He's mouth rose, evoking a strange friend and strange good smile. He also waved his hand, as if to say, "You saw it." Aunt who likes to watch suspense movies, horror movies, and ethical crime movies feels that the temperature around her has dropped by more than 10 degrees out of thin air. Then, she used the human version of the roar move. Scream. 20 minutes later. Li He explained that his mouth was dry, and he finally sent away the police and the staff of the Elf Protection Association. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li He glanced at the opposite building and said depressedly, "What did this aunt think? She actually reported me for abusing the elves. The level is still 10. I have written down this hatred. If I conquer the ghost-type spirit in the future, let it climb out of your TV and discuss philosophical issues with you. What's the trainer abusing the elf? Are you sure I can beat a six-tailed? I'm not Nazi. As the owner of a superpower gymnasium, Nazi is a world-class trainer, and her superpower is unfathomable and cannot be messed with." Although Li He has a voluptuous temperament, he also knows that some people cannot be flirted with. As long as she is brave, Nazi will be on maternity leave. If anyone dares to say this in front of Nazi, I will reward him/her with 100 million coins if they go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Li He tasted the seaweed egg drop soup. Thinking of asking the real person to PK her own little jewel, she somehow gave herself a color bean with a normal attribute gem. Li He hurriedly drank another sip of soup to suppress his shock. Yo yo. Lying on the gas stove, Lu Wei made a dissatisfied cry towards the opposite building. These days, someone has to take care of taking a bath. Too hard slip. I have to go to school. Looking at the big sun outside the window, Li He's negative emotional index was +10086. Although he repeatedly explained that the six tails have the characteristics of igniting fire, and they are also fire-type spirits, it is normal to take a flame bath. Not rude. But he still had to go to the school to find the principal to sign, to prove that this six-tailed is indeed a fire starter. Aunt Lu is an enthusiastic crowd with a good heart, and the staff of the Spirit Protection Association are also serious and responsible in their work. What should Li Henning do? Go to school. Lu Wei, let's go. Go to the school to see if there is anyone in the principal's office. If you want to take a bath, you still need permission from the school. It's really difficult for us. Yo-yo. Six tails puffed out like a hamster with a mouth full of nuts. epsilon, oh. It feels like Aunt Lu is targeting it. But there is no evidence. At the same time. Junqin High School, the principal's office. Little Li can do it. It's a good trick to lure the enemy into the depths. Unfortunately, the fire-type elves don't have a good long-range attack method in the early stage, and they can't fly, and they are restrained by the water-type elves. Watching the video of Six Tails vs Bobo on the phone, President Mew took a sip of tea and made an objective analysis. If he has the energy ball tricks at home, maybe he can get to the end, but how is it possible? Does he still know the grass-type gym owner? Thinking of this, Principal Mew shook his head again. The secret legend of the grass-type energy ball, even he does not have it. If you want to get it, you have to pay a big price. Originally, during the summer vacation, Principal Mew didn't have to go to work, but he came here for cleanliness. At home, I have to cook for the fire-breathing dragon, so it is better to hide in the office comfortably. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was kicked open, and Principal Mew's fire-breathing dragon retracted the paw that kicked the door and pointed behind him. Roar! Then, the fire-breathing dragon was just like the big guy in the black society on the street, wearing black sunglasses and a red cloak, leaning against the wall. Button your nostrils from time to time. Domineering hooligan fan. The fire-breathing dragon is a fire attribute elf, and it is the final evolution of the small fire dragon. It looks like a western fire dragon and is naturally domineering. Just a little belly. Seeing the two men behind the fire-breathing dragon, Principal Mew secretly cursed and greeted him with a smile. Old Ma, why are you here? The old horse was about the same age as Principal Mew, in a suit and leather shoes, dressed as a successful person. Hearing Principal Mew's words, Lao Ma burst out laughing. Some time ago, I met with President Wu, and I heard that your student won his daughter. No, I'm thinking about asking my son to come and learn from your students. I went to your house and didn't see anyone, so I asked the fire-breathing dragon to bring me to you. Glancing at the fire-breathing dragon pitting him, Principal Mew thought to himself, I knew there was nothing wrong with you, an old man looking for me. It turned out to be looking for me to install 13. Greeting the two to sit down, Principal Mew thought about how to send them away. Looking at Lao Ma's son, Principal Mew also had to praise him, although Lao Ma's son was not as handsome as Xiao Li. But he is much more handsome than his father was when he was young. With thick eyebrows, big eyes and a high nose bridge, he is so handsome that he does not look like the son of an old horse. Seeing that Principal Mew was looking at him, Lao Ma's son politely greeted him, Hello, Uncle Mew. You are much stronger than your father back then. Principal Mew praised with a smile. It's okay, it's just so-so. I won a 20-game winning streak at a training ground some time ago. The old horse's tone was casual and straight to the topic. Young man can't be too smooth, he has to suffer a little setback, so I thought about bringing him to your place and beating him a little bit. What about that student of yours? Call him and let him have a fight with my kid and let my kid suffer. Principal Mew took a sip of tea and felt unhappy. Get a bit of a beating. Still at a loss. Pooh. You are beating me up. Principal Mew was depressed. This old horse was so shameless. He wanted to get pleasure from his body and psychology all day long. He glanced at Lao Ma's son and knew that the other party's elf must be a Jenny turtle, a blue tortoise elf with upright feet, with water attributes. Back then, when the fire-breathing dragon was still a small fire dragon, and the old horse's elf was still a Jenny turtle, Principal Mew was severely beaten by the old horse. No way. Fire-type spirits can't spray flame columns at all in the early stage, but water-type spirits can spray a rapid flow of water like a high-pressure water gun. In addition, the water attribute elves restrain the fire attribute elves. It wasn't that Principal Mew didn't work hard back then, but that the other party had too much spirit water. Old Ma, you didn't come at the right time. He is not here, Principal Mew said halfway through. Boom. As soon as the office door opened, the fire-breathing dragon retracted the foot that kicked the door, pointed to the inside of the door handsomely, and motioned He to enter. Principal Mew. He, who came to the school and was looking for someone to sign, politely greeted him. 6 tails. The old horse's eyes lit up. Looking at Principal Mew again, the old horse smiled brightly. He. Principal Mew nodded reluctantly, and then glared at the fire-breathing dragon. You idiot. The fire-breathing dragon didn't care about the staring attack of his weak chicken trainer, but greeted Luwei. Roar. Slip. Standing on He's shoulder, Luwei flicked his tail and said excitedly, Yo-yo tilde. Hello, my name is Ma Dongyang, and I'm your next opponent. As soon as the old horse winked, the old horse's son Ma Dongyang got up and introduced himself. As a water-type elf, Jenny Turtle was equivalent to a nightmare for fire-type elf in the early stage. In addition, he had won 20 consecutive victories on the training ground, and his tone of voice was inevitably a little proud. Li He, what the hell? Battle. Shit, I won't do anything that's not good for me. Walking to Li He, Principal Mew pretended to pat Li He on the shoulder, but in fact whispered. Fight him, and I'll give you a favor after the fight. Principal Mew is still a trainer at heart, so he speaks very honestly. Am I the kind of person who can be easily bribed by others? Li He was disgusted in his heart, turned his head and smiled. Hello, my name is Li He, when are we going to fight? Really fragrant. Chapter 32 Li He's first time. Okay, it's not too late, Laomu, where is the battlefield? Let's go there now. The old horse slapped his thigh and said impatiently, your school won't even have a battlefield, will it? Yes, how could it not be? Principal Mew said with a smile on the surface, but he was angry and complained inwardly. This old horse, I have never seen you so active when marrying a daughter-in-law. As the trainer school of Fengdu City, Junxin High School naturally has a battlefield inside. Leading the group towards the battlefield, Principal Mew whispered to Li He. You fight hard, but don't put too much pressure on it. Even if you lose, I will give you a formula for the energy block of a universal fire attribute elf. Principal Mew changed the subject and wrote another empty check. If you can really win, I will ask my daughter to customize a special energy cube recipe for your 6 tails. Don't think I'm stingy, although it's my daughter who prepared the recipe, but her wings are hard. I'm going to settle accounts with my father and daughter. At most, I can make a family price. Principal Mew is also a little helpless. As her daughter grows older, she is no longer the caring little padded jacket she used to be, and now she knows how to use her old father's wool. Hearing this, Li He nodded and his mind became active. Energy cube recipe. He knows the power cube. It's a colorful square that looks like a chocolate bar. Energy cube is the main food of elves. It is made from tree fruit and some accessories through one process. Just as human babies grow up to be weaned for a period of time, elves will gradually transition to eating energy cubes during their growth period. There is no need to think about which one is better, the general-purpose energy block formula or the customized energy block formula. It must be that the custom version is more suitable for the 6 tails. But, can I have it all? Li He said greedily. Slip. Luwei, who originally thought it was difficult to decide, suddenly looked at Li He with adoring eyes. Turns out it could work that way. So slippery. Principal Mew was stunned for a moment. This kid's brain is turning very fast. Okay, Principal Mew said cheerfully. He added in his heart, if you can really win. It was an empty check anyway, and Principal Mew was used to it for a long time. Glancing at the old horse and pony following behind him, Principal Mew reminded in a low voice. Ma Danyang is a junior high school student like you. His initial elf is the Jenny Turtle. The shell of the Jenny Turtle is extremely hard, and ordinary attacks do not work at all. With the Jenny Turtle, he has won 20 straight games on the training ground. Don't be too nervous. Although it is a 20-game winning streak, 9 out of 10 his opponents are rookie trainers of the same period. Jenny Turtle. Li He is no stranger to the genie Jenny. Jenny Turtle, a small fire dragon, is known as the representative spirit of the Kanto region. Jenny Turtles are not only good at water attribute attacks, but also have a pair of tortoise shells, and their defense is amazing. In the rookie stage, the Jenny Turtle is not only the nemesis of fire-type elves, but also the enemy of most rookie trainers. Such a wizard, as long as the trainer is not too pitiful, it is not impossible to achieve 20 consecutive victories. Of course, and elves like the Jenny Turtle are not without weaknesses. Because of the tortoise shell, the Jenny turtle's movement speed is not fast. Thinking of this, Lee was sure. Fighting guerrilla warfare consumes the opponent's physical strength first, and then I'll do it by chance. While thinking about it, he followed Principal Mew into the opposing battlefield. The battlefield at Junshin High School is not too big. It is bigger than a basketball court as a whole, and there are stands on both sides. Standing at one end of the field and looking around, Lee was still a little excited. In a sense, this is my first time. Looking forward to ing. After telling Ma Dongyang a few words, the old horse stepped onto the stand and found a good seat to sit down. 6 tails. Ma Dongyang was also the first time he saw an elf like the 6 tails. He glanced curiously and said with a smile. Your 6 tails are so cute. Slip tilde. Lu Wei tilted his head and called out crisply, feeling a little happy to be praised. Seeing the harmless appearance of Lu Wei, Ma Dongyang's prudence gradually dissipated, and he became more confident. Lee secretly pouted. He thought, no, okay, I still have to teach Lu Wei to read, otherwise it would be too deceiving. The other party's subtext is clearly, you are a cute guy, Lu Wei. This little Bai Tian really thought he was complimenting him. From tomorrow onwards, Lu Wei will be forced to watch 2 hours of Gongdu drama every day. I have to let it write the afterthought and plot analysis. Lu Wei suddenly sneezed a little, feeling inexplicably wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Cough. Principal Mew coughed and waved for Lee and Ma Dongyang to look over, saying, the rules of the battle are very simple, 1 versus 1. One game determines the outcome, the venue is this venue, and the old horse and I act as referees in the stands. After speaking, Principal Mew walked to the stand, and Lee and Ma Dongyang also consciously stood at both ends of the field. Play against both sides, and release the elves at the same time. Sitting next to the old horse, Principal Mew shouted. Without Lee speaking, Lu Wei jumped into the field and looked curiously at the pokeball in Ma Dongyang's hand. Jenny Turtle, the old rule, if you win, you will watch TV for an hour. Pressing the button in the middle of the elf ball, Ma Dongyang released his elf, Jenny Turtle. With a flash of red light, the Jenny Turtle appeared in the field. At the same time, Ma Dongyang also took back the pokeball and raised his bangs. The Jenny Turtle in the field is blue in color, with upright feet, and the entire chest and abdomen are wrapped in a brown tortoise shell, as if wearing a tortoise shell armor. Jenny, Jenny. Hearing the trainer's words, Jenny Turtle rolled his eyes with disdain. It stretched out a finger and swayed towards Ma Dongyang. Extending another finger, Jenny Turtle emphasized, Jenny, Jenny. Subtext, brother, the market has changed, I want to increase the price, 2 hours. In front of everyone, Ma Dongyang's face darkened and he didn't want to agree, but he had to send the arrow on the string. He said helplessly, okay, 2 hours. Jenny. After blackmailing the trainer, Jenny turned around triumphantly, staring at 6 tails excitedly. The 6 tails in front of him have turned into a moving TV in the eyes of Jenny Turtle. Slip. Lu Wei was taken aback, it turned out that he could still do this. Turning his head, Lu Wei glanced at Lee. Lee. This pony is not good, how to educate the elves, even the Jenny can't ride. It's all like this now, when the Jenny Turtle evolves into a water arrow turtle, won't it be a turtle riding you? Of course, that's not the point is. What if the 6 tails cult is broken and you dare to threaten me? At the beginning of the battle, Ma Dongyang immediately issued an order, used to shrink into the shell. Shrinking into the shell move, shrinks the body into the shell, thereby increasing its defense. This move made the limbs, head, and tail of the Jenny Turtle all indent into the shell. There was only 1 turtle shell left on the field. Your son is much more cautious than you were back then. In the stands, Principal Mew commented. For an elves like the Jenny Turtle, the tortoise shell's defense is naturally amazing, but it also has weaknesses, that is, the exposed limbs, head, and tail, among which the head is even more critical before it has been oriented to nurture. What's the use of defense alone? Only by attacking will you win. Lao Ma said. That has to be able to break the defense. Principal Mew looked at the six tails, and with his eyesight he could naturally see that the six tails were bred quite well by Li He. Bright hair and bright eyes. However, in the early stage, the fire-type elves were severely restrained by the water-type elves. With the current attack methods of the six tails, it was difficult to damage the Jenny turtle through the turtle shell. For Li He, this battle was a tough battle. That's fine. Lao Ma is actually right. Young people just have to suffer some setbacks. Principal Mew really wanted to refuse, and he was able to push the battle, but he thought about it. This was also a good experience for Li He, so he accepted it. Chapter 33 Jenny Turtle. Facing the Jenny turtle in its shell, Li He chose to wait and see what happened. Lu Wei, stay where you are and act accordingly. The six tails themselves are very clever, and after staying with Li He for a long time, it can also roughly understand the subtext of Li He's instructions. Nodding, the six tails lay on the spot, and the six tails seemed to be swaying loosely. Looking at the six tails who were standing still, Ma Donyang felt a little regretful. He wanted to wait for the six tails to approach before performing that move, but who knew that the opponent would not take the bait. It's okay, if you don't come, then we'll attack. Ma Donyang shouted, Jenny Turtle, use foam. Li He focused his attention. The foam move could make the elves spit out fast-moving water foam. However, the scene in front of him surprised Li He. A series of blue bubbles suddenly shot out from the holes in the shell of the Jenny Turtle. At the same time, the shell of the Jenny Turtle was like a cannonball, hitting the six tails at a very fast speed. Blue bubbles spewed out of the rear hole, pushing the turtle shell to rush forward quickly. The turtle shell at this moment was like a missile that was launched. You actually use the foam move like this. In an instant, Principal Mew understood. This is to use the foam move as a propeller, use the tortoise shell as a weapon, and then combine it with a collision move to attack the opponent. This is what Xiaoma thought of himself. Your son is much stronger than you were back then. Principal Mew was slightly taken aback. This idea may not be a big deal for a mature trainer, but if a rookie can come up with it by himself, he can be considered a little genius. He suddenly thought of it when he saw the rocket launch. This kid just likes to use his brain. It's nothing. The old horse said nothing, but his eyes still showed satisfaction. Originally, this scene had surprised Principal Mew Xiao, and the next scene surprised him even more. Just as the missile-like tortoise shell was about to hit the six tails, the Jenny in the shell thought that he could watch TV for 2 hours after winning the six tails. More, faster firing foam airflow. With the help of the reaction force, the tortoise shell suddenly accelerated and hit the six tails at a faster speed. However, with a swipe, the six tails moved laterally to the side at a strange and faster speed, and escaped in a thrilling and easy freehand manner. Opened the impact of the turtle shell. Principal Mew was stunned for a moment. This scene reminded him of two gyms. Raven Gym, and Patho Gym. In his memory, when he went to challenge the gym, he seemed to have seen a similar scene. Dodging skills like teleportation. This six-tailed dodge is very fast. The old horse said unexpectedly. The tortoise's attack didn't stop there. The tortoise shell rushed out a distance, slipped another arc, and continued to slam into the six tails. Ma Donyang knew that the energy reserve of the Jenny turtle at this stage was not high, and relying solely on the attack of foam moves was not very efficient. Because the foam moves have an attack range, the farther the target is, the less powerful the move will be. If the target runs out of the attack range, it will be a waste of effort. Coupled with the slow-moving speed of the Jenny turtle, Ma Donyang came up with such a solution. Combining retraction in the shell moves, foam moves, and impact moves, using foam moves as rocket thrusters, using retraction in the shell moves and impact moves to turn the turtle shell into a missile. In this way, it not only solved the problem of the slow-moving speed of the Jenny turtle, but also gave the Jenny turtle a powerful means of physical attack. More importantly, although there will be friction on the ground, the foam generated by the foam move will scatter on the ground, which not only makes the ground slippery and affects the opponent's movement, but also reduces friction and allows the turtle to gain a faster attack speed. Another point is that at this stage, it is almost difficult for the elves to hit the fast-moving turtle shell, let alone attack the body of the Jenny in the shell. This attack mode makes the Jenny turtle's weakness invisible. Call it a multiplier. If you were a normal elf, even if you were lucky enough to escape the first attack of the Jenny turtle, you would not be able to escape the next time. Seeing this scene, Leahy thought, although this Jenny turtle is a water elf, it is really not a parallel import, and the gold content of 20 consecutive victories is not low. Pity. Jenny turtle is facing Six Tails. Facing the Six Tails who have the flash of lightning, learned a common attribute gem, practiced the secret of the Raven Gym, and combined the footwork of the 9 palaces and gossip. Swish swish. Facing the impact of the tortoise shell missile again and again, the Six Tails flashed again and again, the movements became more concise, and the expression became more relaxed. It seemed thrilling, but in fact, it was like a bullfighter in a bullfight, and everything was under control. Middle. Continue to avoid, Leahy commanded. Ma Dongyang wanted to say, do you think you can dodge if you dodge the Six Tails? But the reality is that the Six Tails really dodged. At this moment, although the tortoise shell missile attack of the Jenny turtle is fast and powerful, the trajectory is still straight, and it requires a certain attack distance. As long as the Six Tails are not negligent, the Jenny turtle can hardly hurt the Six Tails. After a while, the Jenny turtle, who had been unsuccessful, became tired and restless. With physical exhaustion, its speed gradually slows down, its head is a little unstable, and it is even less likely to attack the Six Tails. It can't go on like this. Ma Dongyang was also a little flustered. He took a deep breath and changed his style of play. Jenny turtle, calm down, stop where you are, and then make a water pistol move and spin while you make a water pistol move. Water gun move. To attack the opponent with a violent jet of water, although the rate of fire is faster, the recoil is also strong, and the current Jenny turtle cannot be used proficiently. Hearing Ma Dongyang's order, the Jenny turtle also regained his composure. Instead of blowing bubbles, he replaced it with a water gun that consumes more energy and is more powerful. At the same time, its entire tortoise shell slowly rotated. With the rotation of the turtle shell, the water gun ejected from the mouth of the turtle shell was like a whip, hitting the entire field. Jump up. Slip. Hearing Leahy's order, seeing the water whip swept in, Lu Wei jumped up. It's now. Jenny, hurry up. Stand up and use the water pistol. Seeing the Six Tails jumping up, Ma Dongyang's face was overjoyed, and his heart was thumping. In midair, the Six Tails could not move their position. Chance. But he didn't realize that if the Jenny turtle wanted to attack the Six Tails that jumped up, he would have to stand up, stick his head out, and shoot a water gun. And this is exactly what Leahy wants. Use a roar, and after landing, attack with a flash of lightning. Yo yo yo. After absorbing the energy of a normal attribute gem, the power of Six Tails' roaring move is even more powerful than before. Hearing the ferocious roar suddenly, although the Jenny turtle was not scared to retreat to the Pokeball and directly admit defeat, his mind was blank, and the action of using the water gun move stopped in the middle. At this moment, the Six Tails landed. The white light splashed on its claws, and the six-tailed big dark eyes showed excitement. It used all its strength to use a flash of electric light and rushed to the front of the Jenny turtle. By the time Ma Dongyang and Jenny turtle reacted, it was too late. Six Tails aimed at Jenny turtle's exposed face and delivered a fatal blow. With a bang, Jenny turtle's face was hit directly by the flame tail of the Six Tails, and suffered heavy damage. Its whole body was directly knocked over to the ground, and its round face was red. Struggling to shake the blue short tail, the Jenny turtle finally lost the strength to fight again. One of the tails on the edge of the Six Tails continued to tighten, as if preparing to make up for another trick Dubu Nine Tails. Ma Dongyang was stunned for a while, his eyes widened, and he suddenly reacted. You just made the Six Tail jump so high on purpose. Just to show the flaws of the Jenny turtle so that he can hit it in the face. Just follow the trend, Leahy said lightly. Even if this is not the case, the six-tailed drag can drag the Jenny turtle down. Although there is no referee to announce the result, it is self-evident who wins and who loses. Your student won. Lao Ma was not disappointed, but showed a satisfied look. Although his son lost, Ma Dongyang's performance in the battle was also excellent, and the old horse couldn't pick out any major problems. It's just a momentary win or loss. Principal Mew said so. But he couldn't help but look at Leahy and Lu Wei several times. The result was beyond his expectations. The last trick of this six tails should be a secret, right? It can't be yours, his family. And that evasion technique is also extraordinary, it has such a secret taste of Raven Gym. Tisk tisk tisk, is it possible that your student has hooked up with the current gym master of Raven Gym? The old horse is also joking. The owner of Raiwan Gym, Xiao Juer, is not a genius. He is a true world-class gym trainer. However, it wasn't these that surprised me. It was the last one. I thought your student was forced to make Lu Wei jump up, but I didn't expect it to be counter-calculating my kid. That's enough. The old horse patted Principal Mew on the shoulder. You've made a lot of money on this kid, right? No wonder your daughter doesn't want to see you. You're patriarchal, and your elbows are turned out. Principal Mew would like to say that my daughter is just like that when she is older. She is naturally cold and has a woolly relationship with Leahy. Moreover, I really didn't put any effort into cultivating him. He is self-taught. Chapter 34. Nazi wants me. This time, Principal Mew did not explain. Because he understood it, in the eyes of Lao Ma and President Wu, to explain is to cover up, and to cover up is to pretend to be 13. God is pitiful, my old wood is so old, do I still need to install 13? Nature is needed. After all, 13 is a pleasure. Principal Mew and Lao Ma chatted for a few more words, and immediately got up and walked down. At the same time, taking out the poke ball, Ma Donyang sighed slightly and took back the Jenny turtle. Lu Wei was not injured, and ran to Leahy's feet excitedly, raised his head, and flicked his tail. Yo-yo, no. The sound is crisp and high-spirited. Victory makes the six tails happy. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Leahy said with a smile, don't look at me like this, I know you want a reward, I will reward you. Lu Wei's eyes lit up, showing a small expression of anticipation. At no. Popcorn slip tilde. Reward you for watching 4 hours of palace fighting dramas. Six tails, sigma degree, why are you slipping like this? Looking at the petrified Lu Wei, Ma Donyang said in a puzzled way, even though you can watch TV for 4 hours, why is your Lu Wei not happy at all? You're wrong, it's overly happy and causes discomfort. Leahy opened his eyes and said nonsense. Ma Donyang is already an adult. He doesn't blame others for losing a battle, and he won't shout anything dramatic, don't bully the poor. Although his eyebrows were very disappointed, Ma Donyang was still able to shake hands with Leahy with a smile. At this time, Principal Mew and Lao Ma also came to the front. Leahy, right, yes, Lao Mew was really not as good as you back then. Lao Ma belittles Principal Mew without any psychological burden. Principal Mew also rudely said, your son is also better than you would let the Jenny turtle stand and spit foam back then. A generation is stronger than a generation, which is a good thing. The old horse smiled, but he was very pleased. Taking into account his son's face, Lao Ma didn't say much. When Principal Mew took Leahy to the side to talk about personal affairs, he said seriously to Ma Donyang. Let's not talk about the results of the battle, look at how Leahy and Lu Wei get along with each other, and then look at yours. Jenny turtles are used to what you are used to. Ma Donyang shrugged his head, lost the battle, and didn't even have the confidence to talk back. What can I do with the Jenny turtle? Beat. What hurts is himself, and there is nothing wrong with Jenny. Out of food. Is it not yourself that the Jenny tortoise is not well developed? Disconnected. Jenny Turtle strikes not training. I am so difficult. Ma Donghyun was very curious when he looked at Lu Wei, who puffed out his cheeks and sullen at Li He's feet. What method did Li He use to force Lu Wei to train to the point where he is today? Ma Donghyun is also a direct person. He walked over and asked, Li He, if it is convenient, I would like to ask, how did you force Lu Wei to train? Li He looked strange. Force? I have always forced Lu Wei to watch movies with me, how can I force it to train? Li He told the truth. No, I never forced it to train. Ah, forget it, I understand. Ma Donghyun had an expression of, you don't want to teach me the experience. Sighing silently, Li He shook his head. When will there be more trust between people? I really didn't force the Six Tails to train. Ma Donghyun and his son did not stay at Junshin High School for too long. After Principal Mu sent them away, he brought Li He to the office again. After simply asking about his intentions, Principal Mu readily signed the Lu Wei Flame Bath Responsibility Letter. My daughter has been on a business trip in Chin City for the past 2 days. When she returns, I will take you to see her and customize a recipe for an energy cube for your Lu Wei. Principal Mu took a sip of tea, then glanced at Lu Wei again, and said, you have cultivated the Six Tails quite well. You have trained your movement speed, dodging skills, and close-range attack methods. But it's not without weaknesses. You also saw in today's battle that your Six Tails still lack a key tool. Energy Ball Move. Li He has long thought of it. If Six Tails can do the Energy Ball Move, even if Jenny is huddled in the shell, Six Tails can blow it up with one blow. Yes, it's a grass-type energy ball. Don't look at me, this is a grass-type secret move, and I don't have it either. Principal Mu said bluntly. Even if there is, I can't pass it on to you casually. Remember, when you go out, first, don't casually inquire about other people's secret moves, and second, don't think that people can easily pass them on. Teach you. Li He nodded in understanding. It is love for others to help you, and it is reasonable not to help you. And inquiring about other people's secrets is like asking how much property someone else has, which is inappropriate. Seeing Li He like this, Principal Mu was also very satisfied. He liked Li He's mature energy. Li He didn't stay in the principal's office for too long, and soon, he returned home with Lu Wei. Just after changing shoes, Wang Zui called. Brother Li, Xiaoji said that you beat the Jenny Turtle with 6 tails. The reverse attribute crushed Ma Donghyun, the scholar of Chindu No. 3 Middle School. Are you hanging up? Hearing the voice on the phone, Li He was convinced. Your message transmission speed is faster than Fast Dragon. How did he know Xiaoji? Li He asked curiously. How did he know Xiaoji? He saw it with his own eyes. After listening to Wang Zui's narration, Li He only knew. During this time, many prospective senior students of Junshin High School also secretly ran to the school, borrowing the school's venues and equipment to train their elves. Ji Ziming and several students peeped at the battle between him and Ma Donghyun outside the battlefield. Afterwards, seeing him with Principal Mu, Ji Ziming didn't come forward to say hello. Hanging up the phone, Wang Zui glanced at Fat Ding, who was sleeping soundly. Brother Li's 6 tails have been able to run rampant against the attribute, and his own Fat Ding is still lying dead. I'm worried, old man. Wang Zui turned his attention back to the computer screen. In the game, Genie Virtual Battle, he has challenged the opponent's Jerky Turtle 10 times with his 6 tails. 10 battles and 10 defeats. Losing Wang Zui simply doubted his life. This is just hell difficulty. How on earth did he win? At the same time, Li He also sat in front of the computer. 6 tails. Amplify the sound of the TV, don't think you can get distracted. I have seen this episode. I will test you in the afternoon. If you can't answer it, stay up late at night and continue to watch it. Manipulating the mouse to open the Elf Virtual Battle game, Li He shouted towards the living room. Lu Wei, who was forced to watch Gongdu drama, lay on the sofa in the shape of Jia, with a face full of lovelessness, and extremely reluctantly increased the volume. LLL not omega not. Ding. Hearing the background sound of the game, Leahy focused his attention on the computer screen. Open black lens bracket ding. The player, Supergirl wants dolls. Applied to add you as a friend, agree, reject. Close black lens bracket. Isn't this the first time I played the game, the opponent I won? Leahy muttered to himself. What is his intention to add me as a friend? Lee Hujung is about to agree. The mouse stopped on agree, and Leahy did not click the left button. He realized a serious problem. The ID, Shining Beauty, is Xiao Jur, so this, Supergirl wants dolls isn't Nazi, right? Thinking of this, Leahy's scalp felt numb. He tapped the keyboard and sent a message over. The Great Emperor Baifeng, Nazi, the master of the gymnasium in the Golden City of Kanto. After a few seconds, a new message jumped out. Supergirl wants a doll, I'm not. Supergirl wants a doll, come on, play a game. The Great Emperor Baifeng, I don't want to fight, I just want to study tactics quietly, and have no interest in winning or losing. Supergirl wants a doll, fight, if you lose, add me as a friend, if you win, you can mention the conditions. Leahy. Any conditions? So atmospheric. Forget it, let's play first and relax. Leahy opened the team editor and dragged Coco Dora into the team. Coco Dora, Steel and Rock dual attribute elf, shaped like a puppy with a steel helmet. Invite, Supergirl wants dolls for a 1 versus 1 battle. Leahy clicks to start the game. At the beginning of the game, the spectators poured in like piranhas who had been hungry for more than 10 days. Come here, continue to worship the Emperor. The Emperor is in the court, all the ministers are still not kneeling. Coco Dora, a cute elf who hasn't even evolved, and the opponent is Hootie. Do you still need to fight? The spectators were at a loss, using Coco Dora to hit the ground. It's like fighting a fire-breathing dragon with a unicorn. What kind of trickery is this, Baifeng the Great? Chapter 35 Inches Reckless, Tactics. Kanto Region, Golden City, Golden Temple. As the official gymnasium of Jinwang City, it is the landmark building of Jinwang City. As long as trainers from all over the world come to the Golden City, they will definitely launch a gym challenge to the Golden Gym. If you win, you will get the Golden Badge, and move on to the Kanto Regional Conference. If you lose, you will get a ticket for the Dollhouse Experience Tour. The Golden Gym has a long history, and the current gym owner is an expert trainer in the field of superpower, Nazi. Ms. Hongdu, this way, please, the front is the battlefield. The gym apprentice pointed to the front door, the master of the Nazi is inside. Dong dong dong. The heartbeat accelerated, red short hair, wearing a long white dress, the good-looking Red Bean took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the battlefield. Not just any trainer would have the courage to challenge Nazi. Seeing the challenger push in the door, the referee immediately read out the rules. Golden City Gym Challenge, Challenger Hongdu, Gym Owner Nazi, the rules of battle are 1 versus 1, and the winner will be determined in 1 round. If you lose, you have to become a doll and play with me. Suddenly, a young girl's voice interjected. The strange sound made the whole venue go silent. Holding a doll in her arms, her long black hair fell like night, and Nazi was sitting on a chair in a red dress. There was a laptop floating in front of her eyes, and Nazi stared at the computer screen expressionlessly. The white hat with the red bow covered the doll's face, but Anko could feel it. The doll was staring at her indifferently. Swallowing her saliva, Hongdu nodded in agreement. Both sides, release elf, said the referee. Come on, Raichu. Idzuki released her spirit, Raichu. Thunder. As soon as he entered, Raichu confidently called out to Nazi. Hootie. Nazi didn't move, she threw the doll in her arms, the red and white ball floated in the air, and released a hootie. At the beginning of the battle, Red Bean shouted decisively. Use 100,000 volts. 100,000 volts is the main attack move of the electric elemental spirit. Red Bean's Raichu is very powerful, and he directly released a golden current that looked like a real thing, and it hit Hooty in an instant. With the crackling sound, Hooty's body became charred black under the attack of the 100,000 volt move, and green smoke came out. Win. Thunder. Red Bean and Raichu looked happy at the same time. Self-regeneration. The doll's strange childish voice sounded unhurriedly. Self-regeneration move. Make cells divide faster, so that the body can be restored to its original state. Under normal circumstances, self-regeneration moves can only allow the elves to recover part of their injuries. But Hooty's self-regeneration moves made his body instantly return to its original state. Even under the fierce electric attack, Hooty seemed to be immune to the electric attribute attack, and looked unscathed. It's not that Raichu's 100,000 volt move has lost its effect, but that Hooty's recovery speed is too fast. As soon as the 100,000 volt move caused damage to Hooty, Hooty returned to his best state. If Leahy was at the scene, I'm afraid he would have shouted, "Rebirth from a drop of blood." Immortal. Seeing this scene, Red Bean. Raichu. This is too exaggerated. Whose family's self-regeneration move is such an amazing amount of milk? Go. The doll's childish voice sounded again. In the thunder and lightning, Hooty's eyes flashed red. Boom. A sharp pain struck Raichu's mind. It was as if a pair of invisible hands reached into Raichu's body calmly and indifferently, and then held its key organs. Squeeze harder. Raichu's consciousness was unbearable due to the pain unimaginable to ordinary people. Under the body's self-protection mechanism, Raichu's small dark eyes lost all vigor, his whole body swayed, and he fell on the field. Raichu has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this challenge is Nazi. The referee said with no surprise. Hooty on the field is just one of Nazi's many elves, and it's just a superficial mind power, maybe not even a move. Withdrawing Raichu, Anko looked dazed. This loses. That Hooty is open and hung up. The doll's voice sounded again. You, get ready. Did you play with me? The referee couldn't bear to look directly and turned his head silently. Red Beans. D. During the whole process, Nazi's focus was not on the challenger, but on Beifeng the Great. Is it Cocodora? What the hell is he up to? Nazi narrowed her eyes and gave an order. Destroy the death light. Destruction of death ray move. Concentrate all your strength and send out a terrifying energy beam to attack the opponent. In the next turn, you will be unable to move due to exhaustion. On the computer screen, Hooty slammed with 2 spoons, creating a red ball of light, like a red sun. With a sound of boom, the little red sun turned into a beam, like a laser cannon, and slammed into Cocodora in a blink of an eye. Spectator barrage surges. Is it floating? Is it floating? I said that the Emperor is floating. Hooty will destroy the death light move, and even if Cocodora doesn't lie down, she will be dying. On the other side, in front of the computer screen, Leahy was also amazed by Hooty's destruction. But that didn't stop him from giving an order: use recklessness. The characteristic of the Cocodora he chose was sturdiness. The effect of the sturdy feature in the game is that even if you take fatal damage, you will retain a trace of stamina. And with Hooty's power, destroying the death light with one blow, even if Cocodora can survive, he still has a trace of physical strength. It is impossible to be Hooty's opponent at all. However, the effect of this move is to deal damage to the opponent, so that the opponent's physical strength becomes the same as his own. In the virtual image, Cocodora, who was bruised and dying, suddenly let out a strange cry, and Hooty, who was directly opposite, shook violently. Snapped, snapped. The 2 spoons burst, and scars appeared all over his body. Hooty was instantly covered with scars and became like Cocodora. Natsu frowned. Shaded again. She thought about it. That's right, Hootie is only left with a trace of stamina, but so does Kokodora. The sturdy feature is only effective when you are at full stamina. Kokora's attack speed can't be faster than Hootie. As long as Hootie attacks first. To win. With all the thoughts in her mind, Nazi quickly said. Hootie, attack it. Kokodora, hold on, Shadowpaw. Under the same state, Hootie's attack speed is indeed faster than that of Kokoduola. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Hootie condensed his thoughts to attack Kokodora first. The effect of holding the move allows the elf to maintain the last trace of physical strength without losing consciousness under the condition of being attacked. Kokodora's body flashed red, and with the help of the hold move, he resisted Hootie's fatal attack. Hit. At the same time, Kokodora's Shadow Claw attack has arrived. Shadow Claw is a ghost attribute move that can make shadows into ghost claws, shuttle into the opponent's shadow, and attack the opponent from the opponent's shadow, easily hitting the key. Hootie's shadow suddenly twisted, and a ghost claw protruded from it, grabbing hard at Hootie's body. With a bang, Hootie's virtual image exploded into powder and disappeared. A line of words lit up on the big screen. Hootie lost his ability to fight, the winner is the Great Emperor Baifeng. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the big words, failure, on the screen, Nazi's expressionless face became even more expressionless. Anger was rolling, and superpowers enveloped the entire field. There was only one thought left in my mind. This is the second time, and he has been smothered to death again. Find out who he is, I want to PK him. I'm going to turn him into a doll. I want. Boom. Nazi was excited, and the laptop suspended in the air exploded into a ball of fire. Hootie, who won the gym challenge, shivered. Red beans, you for all you. This superpower is stronger than Hootie. Could it be that Nazi's elf really opened a plugin, and this plugin is Nazi? Chapter 36 The Secret Biography of Energy Balls. Recommend tickets. Although I don't know why Nazi is angry, Hongdu doesn't want to touch this mold. Nazi was looking at the computer just now. Could it be that she was playing the game, Elf Virtual Battle? This is not impossible. The game, Elf Virtual Battle, is now popular all over the world. Thinking of this, Hongdu took a peek at the wreckage of the laptop. Quickly looking back, Hongdu speculates silently. Nazi was suddenly angry. Could it be that she lost the game? I can beat Nazi, who is the expert trainer. If you insist on dividing the trainers into levels, the gym owners in the Kanto region are at least expert trainers. In the Blue Star Alliance with a special system, it is at least at the level of the president of a local trainer association. And the Golden City Gym trainer Nazi is not comparable to ordinary gym trainers. Nazi is an expert in the field of superpower, and it is not an exaggeration to be called a quasi-master. Being able to beat Nazi, although it is a game, definitely has its own uniqueness. So the Red Bean thinks boldly again. Could it be a master trainer who can be called the king of the region? Wait, wouldn't it be Catalya, a master trainer in the superpower field? All in all, it must be a very powerful person. From this mysterious, powerful, and full of unknown trainer, Red Bean, who had just been defeated by Nazi's doll, gained a little solace. Substituting into the fantasy again, there was a trace of joy in Hongdu's heart. Then, as soon as Hongdu looked up, she saw Nazi staring at her expressionlessly. Oh, damn, Nazi seems to be able to read minds. Before the thoughts flashed in his mind, Hongdu's entire body suddenly shrank, and he turned into a red-haired doll and fell on the field. Using her superpower to turn Red Bean into a doll, Nazi glanced at Hootie. Red exclamation mark. Hootie was startled, and quickly used his superpower to teleport the laptop in his room to Nazi's eyes. Then he opened the notebook to just the right 120 degrees, and Hootie's dog-legged fanned Nazi with his superpowers, handed him a drink, and by the way asked what they wanted for supper. First-class service attitude. It can be called a 3-in-1 dog-legged military, thug and housekeeper. If Principal Mew was here and saw this scene, he would be so envious that his eyes would pop out. After logging into the game account again, Natsy's irritability finally calmed down. If it was put in a real battle, with the help of Natsy, Hooty would have beaten Kokodora into a mess. But I have to say that the reckless tactics are indeed ingenious. If you let an elf with superpower attributes learn the reckless moves and master them. Thinking of this, Natsy also had to admit that the guy, Sorrowful Wind, is indeed an Elves, and he has a deep research on moves. Listen to the accent, it should be the trainer from the Blue Star Alliance, which Metropolis trains. Association President. No, it feels more like a researcher. A doctor of elfism from the Blue Star Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance has a vast territory and is divided into several districts, and the system is different. The management of the alliance is very strict, and Natsy usually doesn't pay much attention to it, so even a suspect can't be found for a while. Although the game has lost twice in a row, the game is a game after all, and it is impossible for Elf Virtual Battle to fully simulate reality. Besides, the game really can't play Natsy's hard power, because the critical moment. She can go on her own. After sorting out her thoughts, Natsy thought for a few seconds, typed quickly, and clicked the send message button. The other side. Watching the battle replay, Leahy took a sip of Bing Kuola. Big summer. When the body is dry and hot, blowing the air conditioner and drinking Bing Kuola, this feeling. Time's cool. Look at this shadow claw move. It actually condenses one's own shadow into a ghost claw with jagged bones and deep blackness, and then sneaks into the shadow of the opponent and launches a surprise attack. If this is in the wild, which trainer can handle it? No wonder it was reported in the news some time ago that a wild ghost-type Gengar beat 8 professional trainers and fled. So far, the whereabouts of the Gengar are unknown. Leahy understood. Why is it always said on the internet that ghosts, superpowers, and dragons, the tricks of elves with these 3 attributes are extremely rare? On the one hand, elves with these 3 attributes are very rare. On the other hand, it is probably also related to the means of attack. Slowly replaying Hooty's last blow, Leahy could only see a flash of red light flashing in Hooty's pupils. What trick is this? Leahy couldn't tell the difference either. Looking at the shadow claw move again, Leahy also has a little desire. If the 6 tails can use the shadow claw move, it is useless for the Johnny to hide in the tortoise shell. In the real world, shadows are everywhere, and there are shadows in the turtle shell. But it's not easy to practice shadow claw to this state. After closing the playback interface, Leahy stretched his waist. The move is the main component of the elf's strength. Elf's physical strength, speed, explosive power, coordination ability, and energy indicators are the basis of elves. The move is the superstructure above the foundation, and it is the main attack method of the elves. This is easy to understand. The moves are like high-tech weapons such as guns, missiles, electronic monitoring instruments, rail guns, etc. On a battle fortress. Without these, the fortress can at most slam into the opponent with a heavy weight. Just like a beast in nature, it can only attack with its minions and its body. But with high-tech armament, the strength of the fortress can be fully exerted, and the combat power is doubled. The move is the high-tech weapon of the elves. That's why move cheats are rare, and generally speaking, trainers won't share them with others at all. Slip. Watching the palace fighting drama Tormented, Lu Wei was forced to think about 2 questions. 1. Is there a way to know the plot without watching Gongdu dramas, and to deal with the quiz of the Big Devil? 2. Is there any way to deceive the Big Devil Li and make him think he is watching TV when in fact he is not? While watching TV and thinking, Lu Wei twitched his tail to practice Dugu Jujian every day, feeling too difficult for himself. Backquote. At the same time, not only Leahy was watching the battle replay, but most of the spectators were also replaying the battle video repeatedly. Listen carefully to every command given by the great Emperor Baifeng, and study every word carefully. Kokodora won the Hooty. I must have not woken up. Let my elf shoot me water to wake up. Blood to kill, the following grams go up. The emperor must be a shaking S, otherwise he can't be so showy. Don't say it, let's go to the mine to capture a Cocodora. The great Emperor Baifeng is simply the gospel of ordinary trainers, from the iron ants, to the three gophers, and then to the Cocodola in front of him. All of them are elves that ordinary trainers can hope to conquer and can afford after hard work. In private, fans of Baifeng the Great also set up a group, in which they wildly guess the real identity of the big man. Judging from the elf used by this boss, at first, Emperor Baifeng should also be an ordinary trainer. Through his own efforts, he continued to study the elf, and studied the moves and tactics, and finally reached the level of today. It is simply a role model for civilian trainers. The number of fans in the background continued to rise, and Leahy glanced at the message prompt. There is a new message. Supergirl wants a doll. You won, what do you want? What do I want? After a small victory, in a happy mood, Leahy made a joke. The great Emperor Baifeng, I want a grass-type energy ball. I want more, do you have any? I'll go. After 2 minutes, Leahy was shocked when he saw the reply. Open black lens bracket ding. The ID, Supergirl wants dolls, has sent you a document, please check it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket grass attribute move energy ball.mp4 close black lens bracket. You also said that you are not Nazi. Can anyone take this thing out? Chapter 37 Hoodie. Send flowers to the boss, recommend vote. 2 minutes ago. The great Emperor Baifeng, I want a grass-type energy ball. Seeing this news, Nazi tilted her head, very puzzled. Grass-type energy ball, what does he want with such an ordinary thing? Isn't this what anyone can do? Nazi's thoughts at this time are in line with a satirical little story from the China region of the Blue Star Alliance. In ancient times, there was famine in the dynasty. The minister presented a book to the emperor. Your Majesty, the famine is now severe in XX, let alone the people, even the elves of the officers and soldiers can't afford green vegetables. The emperor was very puzzled. The elves of officers and soldiers can't afford green vegetables. Can they feed energy cubes if they can't afford green vegetables? The minister was very stunned, and he swallowed the words in his throat. Although this little story is a bit exaggerated, it is also vividly pointed out. Different levels have different visions and views. From expert trainer Nazi's point of view, grass-type energy balls are the same thing. Impossible, he can't even have a secret energy ball move, he wants to secretly pass it. With the back of her hand on the side of her cheek, Nazi judged. The secrets of the moves and the secrets of the moves sounded the same, but they were actually quite different. A move cheat sheet refers to an instructional video of a move. But the esoteric story involves the personal improvement and optimization of the trainer. Cheats are circulated, and most of the secrets sold by trainers are secrets. And secrets, in the old days, were the unique skills of a trainer, and they were the capital of a trainer's life. However, although there are few secrets about the energy ball moves, it is impossible for the Baifeng Emperor to get it. Unless, did he discover the new mystery of energy ball moves? Are you going to collect a lot of secrets about energy ball moves, and then conduct in-depth research? Natsu was stunned. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Baifeng Emperor has used the elf's moves and characteristics very deeply and ingeniously. The great Emperor of Sad Wind is definitely a heavyweight in this field. Thinking about it this way, although the Baifeng Emperor did not say it clearly, Natsu was sure that the other party was referring to a secret. It can't be an ordinary trick. It took a minute to think, and Natsu spent another minute, using the authority of the gym owner, to exchange a secret of the energy ball move from the Kanto League. Natsu finished uploading the file and clicked send, showing a rare smile. Take it easy. First let the Baifeng Emperor let go of his vigilance, then find out his identity, and finally have a PK with him in reality with real guns and ammunition. Afterwards, Nazi sent a message to the past, not only did not get a reply, but received a system notification. Emperor Beifeng has opened the message verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. Blocked. Nazi. Nazi stubbornly sent 3 question marks, all of which showed that the message failed to be sent. Nazi. Next to all this, Hudi, who is rumored to have an IQ of 5,000. I kneel to the Beifeng Emperor. See you soon. I have seen death. But I've never seen this done. You dare to pull Hainazi, Emperor Beifeng, what kind of character are you? Hudi, yi, hand over flowers to the boss. If Li He knew that his actions made Nazi's Hudi want to hand him flowers, he would probably make a will immediately. But at this moment, looking at the computer screen, Li He smiled contentedly. It doesn't matter if you are Nazi or not, just block it and you're done. After downloading the Energy Ball Moves file, Li He immediately threw the ID, Supergirl Wants Dolls into the blacklist. Article 3 of the Code of Practice for Professional Trainers. Go life is the most important. Supergirls Want Dolls may be a big guy with a stubborn foot, or a white and rich beauty. However, since the opponent can easily come up with an energy ball move cheat. What if it's really Nazi? Can't be bothered. Slip away first. Looking at the files on the computer screen, Li He was still a little excited. In the afternoon, I was still chatting with Principal Mew about grass-type energy balls. Got it right now. Is this what I won with technology? Li He took a deep breath. No, still so excited. Taking another deep breath, Li He decided. Be sure to reward yourself today. In the evening, order a roast duck with green onion and duck, and then call Miss Shinado. Forget it, Miss can't afford it. After a long delay, Li He opened the file and read it. After half an hour. Turning off the video file, Li He calmed down again. This isn't an ordinary trick, but a secret, or a secret that is refined step by step. Li He had the urge to bring back the Supergirl Wants a Doll. This guy is really rich. But because of this, the possibility that the opponent is Nazi has increased by a few percentage points. Can't even pull it back. Although Xiao Juer, the owner of Raiwan Gym, has an outstanding combat power, she has never heard of anyone attacking a trainer. Nazi is different. The 5 stars on the level of danger in Dunyoung's certification are not bought by money. Li He looked at the notes he made, and his eyelids gradually jumped up. In the early stage, you need the seed nutrient solution of the frog seeds, the energy blade created by the flying leaf quick knife move, and the cordyceps mushrooms on Pylus's back. After searching the price with his mobile phone, Li He was not feeling well. The seed nutrient solution of the frog seeds is sold by milliliters, 500 yuan per milliliter, and the price of Gudong Mall. As for the energy blade made by the flying blade quick knife, you have to ask the relevant trainer to manufacture it on site, and it is estimated that the price is not cheap. The cordyceps mushroom powder on Pylus's back is even more exaggerated. 1 gram is 899, which is still the second bargain price of Black Cat Mall. Putting down the phone silently, poverty made Li He look sad. This is only a part of it. According to the voice of the narrator in the video, at the beginning, it is best to supplement it with grass gems, and if you are poor in the middle, add a few leaf stones. Grass gems. Similar to general attribute gems, grass gems contain life force, which can enhance the power of Elves' grass attribute moves. The leaf stone is a type of evolution stone. Yi Zishi is fortunate to say that the Gudong Mall auction house has the goods, and the starting price is 3 million. As for the gem of grass, there is simply no goods. Look at what people say in the video. If you are poor, you will have to buy a few leaf stones. If you are not poor, don't you have to buy a few cars? Li He is powerless to complain. The special point of your secret is the Krypton Gold Dafa, right? As long as I have enough kryptonite, no one can beat me. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li-hee ordered a takeaway with his mobile phone. At 6:15, Bobo, the takeaway brother, delivered the roast duck with green onion and duck to the window as usual. Li-hee took the takeout and fed the takeaway Bobo an alpine candy. Bobo dutifully patted the window with his wings, reminding Li-hee to close the window, and then happily ate the alpine candy. Bobo, opening parenthesis, no. Boom. Happy flapping his wings, Bobo also probed and said hello to Lu-wei, and then left. Slip. Lu-wei was forced to watch the palace fighting drama all afternoon, rolling around on the sofa in a sullen mood. Li-hee walked quietly to the living room, put the takeaway bag on the coffee table, and said to Lu-wei, "You fought a victory today, and you worked hard to watch the palace fighting drama in the afternoon. I specially bought a precious roast duck for you to eat. Eat it quickly." Li-hee, who really wanted to eat, said with a smile. Slip, slip. Glancing at the bill on the takeaway bag, Lu-wei's eyes widened and he was shocked. 3 digits. Even if Lu-wei didn't have a deep understanding of money at present, he knew that most of the time, Li-hee was in single digits when he ate by himself. And the roast duck in front of me has 3 figures. At this comparison, Lu-wei was immediately moved. Slip. That super good trainer is back. We are a family. Rubbing Lu-wei's little head, Li-hee Shin said that this is called feeding sugar dates after palming. In order to prevent the 6 tails from becoming a blackmailer like Ma Dongyang's Jenny Turtle in the future, or an overbearing old rogue like Principal Emu's fire-breathing dragon. It has to be taught from a young age. Well, it is the 3 views of instilling positive energy since childhood. Hum. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Li-hee picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be a text message from the bank. ICBC Elf Bank's income is 4,345 yuan. Note, Station B. Income 4,345 yuan. Station B. Li-hee opened the backstage of Station B and looked at it, and immediately understood everything. The only video under the account shows the number of views, 987,000 times. There is also a bunch of reward data. Does Master Up make so much money? Li-hee murmured. Thinking about it again, this is considered to be rubbing off the popularity of the gym owner Kato, and Li-hee's mind is complicated. I really don't want to be associated with this account. Chapter 38 6 Tails. You didn't expect it, did you? Ask for a recommendation ticket. The next morning. Monday is the 6th day of the lunar calendar. It is advisable to go out and dress up. Lu-wei got up early and was making boiled eggs for Li-hee. That's right, it's boiled eggs. In the kitchen, there is an iron pot on the gas stove. Lu-wei is holding a bowl, and the iron pot is filled with water. Immediately afterwards, Lu-wei took another egg from the refrigerator and carefully put it into the iron pot. Flicking his tail, Lu-wei tilted his head. Slip. Next up, heating. As a result, Lu-wei recalled the roast duck that Li-hee rewarded him last night, and was immediately full of energy. The trainer treats him so well, he must repay him. Hard-boiled eggs. Aiming at the wok, 6 Tails stuck the 2 tails on the edge and used a spark move. The sparks in the body quickly poured into the 2 tails, transformed into flame heat and released. Bang, bang. Red flames rose from the 2 tails of the 6 tails, heated the iron pot, and began to boil the eggs. In the process, Lu-wei felt that he was a little more proficient in the use of spark moves and Dugu Juwei moves. Slip. 6 Tails let out a happy cry. It turns out that the trainer didn't lie to the elves. Cooking can really make you stronger. In the bedroom, Li-hee smelled a peculiar smell and woke up suddenly. On fire. A carp stood up straight, and Li-hee rushed into the kitchen wearing big pants. Standing at the door of the kitchen, looking at Lu-wei who was cooking, Li-hee. Slip. Lu-wei shouted excitedly towards Li-hee, looking at the boiled egg I made for you. At the dining table, eating boiled eggs made by Lu-wei, Li-hee couldn't help but sigh. Turns out I'm such a good trainer. Across the table, Lu Wei drank the moo milk that he had heated to the right temperature with his tail, with a contented expression on his face. Asterisk, backquote asterisk. During the meal, after a night of fermentation, the video uploaded by Li He on Station B successfully exceeded 1 million views. At the same time, a few lines of words jumped out in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. Achievements. Open black lens bracket the first million play video. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Flaming Knife Cheats, 6 Tales Edition. Close black lens bracket. This is a million broadcasts. It feels like a casual Yazzie. Li He knew that he was stealing the traffic of the gym owner Kobo. But at the end of the day, not that he is too good. After the meal, Li He took Lu Wei to the field training forest. Lu Wei, in fact, I think you are much smarter than me, and most of the time is suitable for self-taught. Lying on the grass, Li He put his laptop in front of Lu Wei, and opened the 2 video files of Energy Ball Move and Flaming Knife Cheats. The Flaming Sword cheats are even more outrageous than the Dugu 9 Swords cheats. Anyway, there is a map of Dugu 9 Swords, and Li Henning can look at the map to learn. The Flaming Knife Cheats is a 6-tailed yo-yo in the video, which made Li He look stunned. Is this forcing me to learn yo-yo language? Slip, Omega. Lu Wei was very happy to be praised, and a little shy. After a while, Lu Wei glanced at Li He, who was playing with his phone. It feels like something is wrong, and it doesn't seem like there is anything wrong. Lu Wei tilted his head in confusion and thought for a while. Did not want to understand. Think again. It seems that I saw a similar scene in yesterday's Gongdu drama. The praised maid is now 3 feet tall. Just when Lu Wei was about to understand, a catty dog not far away attracted Lu Wei's attention. Katie is a kind of dog elf, fire attribute, looks like a Samoyed, very simple, honest, smart, and the black pattern on the body is very similar to that of a leopard. This kind of elf is the elf most wanted by the professional police officers in the Washa district of the Blue Star Alliance. Li He, who was playing with his mobile phone, couldn't help but glance at Catty Dog. Want to fuck? The owner of the Catty Dog is a male trainer, and he is letting the Catty Dog practice shadow clone moves at this time. This move allows the elves to confuse opponents by moving quickly and creating afterimages. It is said that after practicing to a very proficient level, the elves can also create lifelike energy fakes through shadow clone moves, making movements different from the main body, forming a stronger interference effect. Under the command of the male trainer, Katie growled lowly and separated into 2 shadow clones. At first glance, the shadow avatar is almost exactly the same as the main body, and it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Looking down, Li He immediately distinguished the true from the false. The method is very simple, because the afterimage has no shadow on the ground. Slip. Seeing this scene, Lu Tai's big dark eyes showed an unusually strong interest in learning. Li He didn't know what was going on. In the afternoon, whenever Katie is free, Lu Wei will pick up a bottle of moo milk and invite Katie to drink milk. Li He. The 6 tails are female, and the cute name of the catty dog is Niu Niu, which must also be female. What the hell is this? 6 tails are old, and they have started to make girlfriends. As soon as he looked up, Li He also found that the male trainer of Katie was looking at him solemnly. It looks like an old father who sees a rogue pestering his Chinese cabbage. Mother, Li He said. The male trainer was obviously relieved. Instead of staring at Li He, he filled half a bottle of Red Bull. Katy dogs have dog-like habits and like to play frisbee toss with their trainers. In the morning, the male trainer tossed the frisbee at least 100 times, looking more tired than the Katy. For 3 days in a row, Li He took Lu Wei out early and returned late, from 9 to 6. In the wild training forest, Lu Wei is completely familiar with Catty Dog, and Li He is also familiar with Catty Dog's male trainer. The name of the Catty Dog's male trainer is Fang Shang. You are the high school student who caught the trainer thief. Fang Sheng suddenly remembered Li He's name as he muttered. You are really a wolf. Fang Sheng looked strange. I really didn't mean it, it was a coincidence. Li He thought he was a low-key, reserved and unpretentious person, so he told the truth. Coincidence. Then it's also a coincidence that you won that President Wu's daughter. Isn't it intentional? Then your six-tailed inverse attribute defeated Ma Dongyang's Jenny Turtle, is it also unintentional? Fang Sheng had a speechless expression of, brother, you are so pretending that I have nothing to say, you know. Li He looked at Fang Sheng for a few seconds, then looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. Seriously, am I that much of a pretender? I beat Raven Gym Master Xiaojuer, did I speak, even though it's in the game? I blocked Nazi, the master of the Golden City Gym, am I proud? Although it is only suspected. However, it's strange, what are Lu Wei and Catty doing in front of Fang Sheng's laptop screen? Watch a movie. Is it possible that Lu Wei is learning shadow clone moves from Katie? Thinking of this, Li He was a little puzzled. Why is the Six Tails so interested in shadow clone moves? Hurry up and learn the energy ball moves. If you learn the energy ball moves, you can use the energy balls to grow some ordinary tree fruit seedlings. In this way, you can save some money. Fang Sheng also found out that Katie Dog seemed to be teaching the six-tailed shadow clone move. He doesn't care either, the shadow clone moves are not rare. However, the training of moves is not something that happens overnight. It is obviously whimsical to want to master the shadow clone move in 2 or 3 days. The day goes by quickly. That night, Li He studied Xiaojuer's rate theory file in his bedroom. Although it was only a basic version, until now, he has not fully understood it. Li He took a peek at the living room, and Lu Wei was staring at the TV and watching Gongdo drama. Li He looked strange and puzzled. Why is Lu Wei so nice today? But even Li He didn't find it. There was another six-tailed in the kitchen. It had the same movement and posture as the six-tailed one in the living room, and was looking at the scenery outside the window with interest. Occasionally flicking his tail, Lu Wei is in a beautiful mood. On the sofa in the living room watching the palace fighting drama is an afterimage, a fake body, and the real body is the one in the kitchen. This is the shadow clone move. Six tails, degree for all degree, yo-yo. You didn't expect it, did you? Chapter 39 Lu Wei's Star-Absorbing Dafa, Recommendation Ticket. The reason why Lu Wei was able to learn shadow clone moves so quickly had a lot to do with the previous special training. The shadow clone move itself is a special technique that creates clones by moving quickly and confuses the opponent. One of the foundations of this move is speed, and it's the kind of speed that can burst out suddenly. Lightning flash moves, small range extreme speed dodging skills, lightning flashes, change moves, and the foundation created by a common attribute gem. It was these 3 that helped Lu Wei quickly master the shadow clone move. Of course, this is also related to the secret practice of the six tails who forget to eat and sleep. At the beginning, as soon as he saw the shadow clone move of Katie Dog, Lu Wei immediately realized it. Brain flashes. If it knows this move, can it create a fake body to watch the palace fighting drama, while the real body hides aside? This solves the first problem. As for the second question, how do you know the plot and deal with the quiz of the Big Devil Li? My best friend Katie helped Lu Wei solve it. Six tails don't like to watch Gongdo dramas, but Katie does like them. The motivation for Katie to exercise hard every day is to go home early to catch up on dramas. As soon as the two communicated, Lu Wei's problems were all solved. Six tails. Carrot oh carrot, hey, I'm such a clever little ghost. Late at night, while sleeping. Seeing Li He sleeping soundly on the bed in the shape of Big, Lu Wei laughed secretly. Horses stumble, and people are not as good as heaven. Li He didn't expect that the first friend Lu Wei made was actually girlfriend Katie Dog. Short name, Girlfriend Dog. Early the next morning, Li He took Lu Wei to the ferry plaza in Fengdu City. Unlike the outdoor training forest, the indoor elf training ground needs to be reserved in advance. He made an appointment for the private training of that Evergreen Battle Club 3 days ago, and it was not his turn until today. This kind of private training is relatively expensive, not only to pay the venue fee, but also to pay the labor costs of the trainers. According to the qualifications and strength of the selected trainers, the labor cost fluctuates greatly. Some of these trainers are rookie trainers like Li He, and some may be students from Elf University. During the previous chat with Principal Mew, Li He had some understanding of the level division of trainers. Due to institutional reasons, almost all of the new trainers in the Blue Star Alliance are quasi-high school seniors. After a period of time, rookie trainers will gradually transition to the level of ordinary trainers. Above ordinary trainers, there are elite trainers. As for the elite trainers, most of them are top students in the Elf University. Finally, if these elite trainers fail the Blue Star Alliance's vocational trainer assessment, they will face the challenge of entering the society, choosing a related occupation, or taking the postgraduate examination of the Elf University to continue their studies in the Elf University. These social practitioners, graduate students of Elf University, are often referred to as senior trainers. Generally speaking, only after passing the assessment of the professional trainers of the Blue Star Alliance can they be called professional trainers and hold various positions in the Blue Star Alliance. Rookie trainers, ordinary trainers, elite trainers, senior trainers who have not passed the Alliance assessment, and professional trainers are the rough classification of Blue Star Alliance trainers. When I came to the Evergreen Battle Club, according to the demand form that Li He filled out online, the club recommended a trainer to Li He. The trainer's name is Lu Gang. He looks in his 30s, his face is Chinese, and he is very serious. The two simply shook hands, and Lu Gang took Li He to the private battlefield. At Li He's request, it was not big on the battlefield and was the size of a standard basketball court. Holding Li He's demand form, Lu Gang flipped through it and asked, "Are you going to train the Six Tails? Are you sure you filled in correctly? Let the grass-type elf attack the Six Tails with a flying blade knife." This kind of demand is not uncommon, usually to train the elf's dodging ability. But why fill in grass-type sprites? Isn't it better for water-type sprites? Six Tails are fire-type spirits, and they restrain grass-type spirits. Therefore, grass-type spirits' attacks are not effective on Six Tails. It is better to train them with water-type spirits, which will definitely be more effective. As a trainer, Lu Gang did his due diligence, so he asked one more question. Li He shook his head. "That's right, you need a grass-type elf, and it must also be a flying leaf quick knife move." "It is good." Lu Gang didn't bother. He raised his hand and threw the club's Pokeball. Snapped. The Pokeball was thrown into the air and opened with a bang. With a flash of red light, a walking grass appeared in the field and was looking around curiously. At the same time, Lu Gang skillfully caught the falling Pokeball and fed the walking grass a green energy cube. After eating the energy cube, the walking grass jumped happily a few times. "No, not play tilde." The voice is glutinous, like a child's voice. Walking grass. It was also the first time that Li He saw this kind of elf with his own eyes, and he couldn't help looking at it curiously. The walking grass is a grass-type elf, with a petite body and green grass leaves on the top of its head. At this time, the walking grass also found that Li He was looking at him. Looking back, he glanced at Li He's face while walking, and his eyes widened. Hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet, this person looks good. Looking at Lu Wei again, the walking grass greeted cordially, "Not tilde. Slip tilde." Six Tails raised their paws in a friendly manner. Cough. Interrupting the communication between the two elves, Lu Gang said to Li He, "Don't underestimate this walking grass. It is very talented. It will use the flying leaf knife move when it was born, and there was a fire elf who wanted to grab its food before, and ended up being taken to the hospital by it. The walking grass also jumped up, and the small ruby eyes stared. Not ow. Leahy's superb brain tonic ability once again translated the meaning of the words of walking grass. People can be fierce. Hanazawa coriander fierce sound. Pat. Jumping into the field, Lue also has an arrogant temperament, and immediately responded, slip back. Hollow bullet. Gone is the friendly atmosphere. Get ready, let your six tails stay out of the way. Don't get hurt and go to the hospital, the club won't pay for medical expenses. Lu Gang made a rare joke, then his face tensed, and he said seriously. Walk the grass, use the flying leaf knife move. The flying leaf knife is a grass-type move, which allows the elves to condense energy blades, and then shoot them out quickly, slashing the opponent and causing damage. This move made the walking grass shake his head and threw out a boomerang-like energy blade. Whoosh! The speed of the energy blade is very fast, and it crossed an arc trajectory to attack the six tails. But the six tails are faster. An afterimage flashed past, and Lue intercepted the energy blade in midair, biting it in his mouth, and Lue landed smoothly on the ground. Then, using the technique in the Energy Ball Secret document, the six tails banged and crushed the energy blade. He swallowed the fragmented energy blade in small mouthfuls. Lue ate it clean, and licked the corner of his mouth. Aftertaste. Grassy, slightly sweet. Tasty. Lu Gang. Walking grass. *row. Cough. Leahy coughed and urged. I'm sorry, can you let the walking grass shoot a few more energy blades at a time? Just one, it's not enough to eat. Lu Gang suddenly looked up at Leahy. Are you here for training? You are clearly here to eat my walking grass. Chapter 40 New Hole Card. Fire Tornado Shield. Lu Gang has been working as a trainer for 7 or 8 years, so how could he not see it? This must be the secret of some grass-type move. But this secret is too scary. How could ordinary fire-type elves dare to directly bite the energy blade, and dare to eat it? Lu Gang is experienced and guessed right. The ordinary energy ball move is to let the elves sense grass attribute energy, collect grass attribute energy, and then condense the grass attribute energy into a sphere and shoot it out. But the secret biography of the energy ball that Leahy obtained was more direct. Going domineering. Let the elf devour the grass attribute energy into the body, and then apply the grass attribute energy related substances externally, forcibly lock the grass attribute energy in the elf body, and then let the elf use the secret trick to control and manipulate it. For example, ordinary energy ball moves are ordinary grass-type internal skills, which need to be practiced slowly. And the secret biography of the energy ball that Leahy got is the Beiming Divine Art, the first-class star-absorbing Dafa, which refines other people's grass attribute energy for his own use. If I get the six-tailed version of the star-absorbing Dafa, the Beiming magic, I don't know what it will be like. Leahy looked forward to it. However, this energy ball's secret domineering is domineering, but it also has shortcomings. It hurts the body to practice, and you need to go to the hospital more often. To put it bluntly, still need Krypton gold. Don't practice if you don't have money. Lu Gang calmed down, walking on the grass, continued to use the flying leaf knife. He didn't ask much. The first rule of professional code for trainers, never inquire about the privacy of customers. Hey play. Slip. After swallowing the 7 energy blades of the walking grass in a row, the entire body of Lue was covered with a green haze. The trainer Lu Gang was stunned. What kind of secret is this? It's too exaggerated. Okay, let's be here today, please. Seeing Lue's state, Leahy interrupted the training. You can't continue if you want to. Lu Gang smiled bitterly. This walking grass also needs to rest. Even using the flying leaf knife move 7 times is not a small burden for walking grass. The walking grass lay down on the ground. At winking face, I was squeezed dry. After walking out of the training ground, Leahy thanked Lu Gang again and handed a pack of cigarettes over. Lu Gang waved his hand and left without asking. When he came to the public rest area of the Evergreen Battle Club, Li He took out a special powder and sprinkled it evenly on Lu Wei. This medicinal powder is also configured according to the Energy Ball Secret document, adding various ingredients such as Pilas cordyceps mushroom powder. After the powder was sprinkled, Li He handed a bottle of moo milk mixed with the seed nutrient solution of the seeds of the wonderful frog to Lu Wei, so that he could drink it. At least 3,000 yuan is gone. Looking at the six tails returning to normal, Li He's heart twitched. Although it was painful once when I bought it, this one is even more painful. Counting the money paid to the Evergreen Battle Club, the more than 4,000 yuan that had just been obtained before was gone. This secret is domineering, but it hurts money. Belch. After drinking the milk, Lu Wei opened his mouth and spat out a green mist. Go to the hospital for an examination. Li He also thought this was a bit scary. He hurriedly took Lu Wei to the best hospital in Fengcheng, the first elf hospital. It's been half an hour after the doctor's examination. Looking at the six tails who are still hiccuping, wearing a white, the old doctor with a coat and gray hair looked strange. Did you grind the grass gem into powder and feed it? This is the first time the old doctor has seen such a situation, and Lu Wei's health is as good as it gets. It's just that the grass attribute energy in the body exceeds the standard. According to common sense, as a fire-type spirit, the six tails cannot store too much grass-type energy in their bodies, and they will be repelled by fire-type energy in seconds. But the problem is, these grass-type energies just stay in the six-tailed body honestly. It's so weird. No, it's an energy blade made by eating 7 or 8 flying leaf quick knife moves. Li He told the truth. Did you eat the move? The old doctor looked at the inspection data again and confirmed it repeatedly before saying, there is nothing wrong with the body, so I will stay in the hospital for a day for observation. Although the Energy Ball Secret biography document also stated that this is a normal phenomenon, Li He still went to pay the hospital fee, just in case. It turned out that Nazi, as the master of the Golden City Gym, could not have a problem with the secret information she gave. Very stable. At night, Lu Wei's body returned to normal. Checking again, the six-tailed body has its own grass-type energy. That night, Li He bought a bunch of balloons for Lu Wei following the steps of the Energy Ball Secret document. Without Li He explaining too much, Lu Wei picked up an unblown balloon and started practicing. It has also seen the Energy Ball Secret video. The first step in the Energy Ball Secret is to let the elves have their own grass attribute energy. The second step is compression and rotation. Compresses grass attribute energy into a constantly rotating high-energy sphere, like a black hole. In this way, relying on the rotational force of the grass attribute energy, the energy ball can absorb the free grass attribute energy in nature during the attacking process. Only rapid rotation can make the grass attribute energy compress and collapse into a sphere. Snapped. Lu Wei picked up a balloon and controlled the grass-type energy in his body to pour in, accidentally bursting the bubble. Six tails have a lot of fighting spirit. No Omega. I failed, come again. The key to the balloon practice method is to make the grass attribute energy rotate and compress in the balloon to form a stable sphere. While practicing the secret transmission of the energy ball, the tails of the six tails also stood up and turned in circles, like the propeller of a helicopter. This is the result of Li He's thinking combined with memory. In essence, the spark move gives the six tails the ability to create flames. Then, if the six tails use the tail to use the spark move, it is like using the Dugu nine tails move, spin the six tails quickly, and then release the flame. Is it possible to form a flame tornado, like a shield, to protect the six tails in it? The inspiration for this move comes from Li He's memory on the one hand, and it is related to the flaming sword cheats on the other hand. Because the flaming knife cheats, in Li He's memory, is the unique secret of the villain Kumoji in the martial arts novel Tianlong Babu. This martial art is said to be a sword technique, but it is actually a palm technique. The flame sword can condense the inner force of the palm, transport the inner force and send it out, hurting people with illusory force. The six-tailed version of the flaming knife cheats is a six-tailed explaining how to set fire to attribute energy to form flames on the body surface. The next day, Leahy once again brought Lu Wei to the Evergreen Battle Club. On the training ground. This time, trainer Lu Gang took out 6 Pokeballs and released 6 walking grasses. Lu Gang said with a smile, "I thought about it for a while. In fact, you can train like this. On the one hand, let Lu Wei eat the energy blade, and on the other hand, train its speed and avoidance skills." Leahy's eyes lit up. "Uncle Lu, bosom friend, you really thought of me." "That's right, let the 6 walking grass use the flying blade to attack the 6 tails. In this way, the 6 tails must eat the energy blade while avoiding the attack of the flying leaf quick knife. In this way, I have trained not only the energy ball move, but also the lightning flash move, and also trained the dodging technique, the lightning flash and changing the move." Very good. With his own money, Uncle Lu did not prostitute for nothing. How did Leahy know that although Lu Gang didn't ask for his cigarettes yesterday, he felt very comfortable, so he put in a little extra effort and helped him. Otherwise, there would be 6 walking grasses for Leahy to use. Seeing that Leahy didn't speak, Lu Gang also comforted him. "Don't worry, I told you to let these walking grass start lightly, at most where it hurts, it shouldn't cut your 6 tails into a bald man." Of 6 tails, Omega, where is the pain? This is also called light hands. Shouldn't it be bald, meaning that it might be bald? 6 tails subconsciously took a step back. Leahy shook his head. "No." "What? You don't agree?" "It's fine if you don't agree." Lu Gang didn't force it. "No, I meant to say, why don't you add a few water-type spirits with water gun moves? Will it work better together?" Chapter 41 Progress over time. Swish swish. The eyes of the walking grasses turned to Leahy. Opening parenthesis, "Sue, are you the devil?" 6 tails are used to it, and have long been numb. Sure enough, as soon as training was involved, the Great Demon King trainer was online again. Lu Gang was stunned for a while, and said cheerfully, "Okay, I'll apply for you 2 more water pistol savvy ducks to come here." Da Duck was Ji Ziming's initial elf. Leahy had seen it before and was deeply impressed by this elf. The duck is a water attribute elf that looks like a yellow-skinned duck with a few dull feathers. Like Lu Wei, Todok also has the gift of superpowers, which in turn oppresses the brain, causing bloating, stuffy head, and even headaches. Lu Gang is a decisive person. Within a few minutes of going out, he returned to the special training venue with 2 quack ducks. After explaining some precautions, Lu Gang began to introduce Leahy and Lu Wei to the walking grass and the ducks in turn. Then, the special training began. The walking grasses use the flying leaf knife move. The ducks can use water pistol moves. The 8 elves stood around the field, besieging the 6 tails in the middle. The quality of the elves in the Evergreen Battle Club is good, which is very helpful for the improvement of the 6 tails. After the first round, Lu Wei was soaked all over, and even had a few tufts of hair shaved off. She wanted to cry without tears. Opening parenthesis. No. It's not that the 6 tails are not working hard, or that the speed of the 6 tails is not fast enough, but that the attacks are too intensive. Leahy, who was watching from the edge of the venue, couldn't help but fell into contemplation. This high-pressure approach to training does have merit. After a while, when the 6 tails get used to it, shouldn't it be time to exercise the 6 tails' listening and deciphering ability and blindfold the 6 tails? If the 6 tails learned the eye of the heart move, when they were ready to develop their 6th sense, they would plug their ears again. 6 tails, ing degree dish degree, ing cubed. Fortunately, Lu Wei didn't know the thoughts in Leahy's mind, otherwise the idea of ravaging the trainer would have arisen again. A day of training passed quickly for Leahy, but it was like a year for Lu Wei. As soon as the training was over, the 6 tails lay on the field in the shape of Jia, looking like a life without love. After leaving the gate of the Evergreen Battle Club, Leahy took Lu Wei to the elf hospital. After half an hour, Leahy, Ask Mr. Leahy to collect your elf. Hearing the announcement on the broadcast, Leahy held the purchased cone and went to collect the 6 tails. Although the 6 tails practiced hard for a day, the injuries they suffered were all skin injuries. With the current level of medical treatment and the elves' self-healing ability, they recovered quite quickly. Before Leahy could reach the door of the consultation room, a red shadow flashed, and Lu Wei had already jumped on his shoulder. Lu Wei looked curiously at the cone in Leahy's hand. Slip. This is your reward. Leahy handed the cone to Lu Wei's mouth, and Lu Wei was about to take a lick, but stopped. Slip. Finding that Leahy only had a cone in his hand, Lu Wei let out a puzzled cry. It's you who worked hard, you deserve the reward, and I didn't do anything. Leahy rarely said a human word. Hearing this, the simple 6 tails were moved instead. Oh, slip. Pushing the cone in front of Leahy with his head, Lu Wei motioned for him to eat it first. You eat, you are the most important. Yo-yo. The two pushed each other at the door of the hospital. In the end, Lu Wei still couldn't beat Leahy, and his little nose twitched and finished the cone. The taste is a little sweet and a little salty. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Leahy smiled slightly. Slip. The 6 tails were depressed for a while, but soon became positive again. Waving his tail, Lu Wei began to play with balloons while practicing the 9 swords of Dugu, and studied the secret of energy balls. On the way home, looking at the sunset, Lu Wei encouraged himself. Slip. Omega. Train hard, win games, earn a little money, and let the trainer live a good life with you. As a growing elf, Lu Wei felt that it was time for him to take on the burden of life. For the next half a month, Leahy and Lu Wei both repeated the previous special training. Flicking the sword, playing with balloons, and special training in the Evergreen Battle Club have almost become Lu Tai's daily routine. During this period of hard training, the effect was remarkable, and Lu Wei went to the Elf No. 1 Middle School Hospital to check his body many times. Leahy's deposit has also shrunk from 5 figures to 4 figures, and he is on the verge of bankruptcy. But it's clear that when 6 tails uses the lightning flash move, it's not only faster, but also lasts longer. Commendable, yes. In the process of moving quickly, the 6 tails combine the dodging skills, lightning flashes and changing moves. Every time they landed, the 6 tails' claws and tails would burst out with power, making the 6 tails not only did not slow down when they used the flash of electric light to turn, but would instead be faster. This is the painful lesson that Lu Wei has learned after suffering a lot of water gun moves and flying blade moves. The training of speed is also reflected in the shadow clone moves. Without Leahy's knowledge, the shadow clone moves of the 6 tails increased from the original 1 shadow clone to 3. After another week of hard training, Lu Wei achieved a breakthrough growth. When using the Dugu 9 tails move, the 6 tails can already use 2 tails to attack at one time, not only doubling their strength, but going up several steps. At the same time, the 6 tails can finally keep the balloon from bursting, and can condense a light green grass-type energy sphere. In a sense, this is already an initial form of the energy ball move. Evergreen vs. Club, Special Training vs. Battlefield. 6 tails, 6 walking grass, and 2 ducks are in special training as usual. On the field, 6 walking grasses and 2 reachable ducks ran fast in the field, besieging the 6 tails in the middle. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, energy blades and water guns attacked, and the 6 tails escaped in a thrilling manner. At the door, trainer Lu Gang was chatting with a male colleague. Old Lu, whose 6 tails is this? The flash of lightning can be used very well. It's quite extraordinary to be able to withstand it for so long. The male colleague was amazed. Lu Gang observed the situation attentively, and casually pointed to the vending machine at the end of the corridor with his chin. Leahy was buying water, and there was a young man in his 20s next to him. Yang Fan, a top student at Chindu Elf University. Is it his? No wonder. The male colleague recognized the young man who bought the water and nodded. At this moment, the 6 tails in the field suddenly accelerated, turning into a red light that went back and forth. Bang 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 bang. 8 times, the 6 walking grasses and the 2 ducks were all knocked to the ground by the 6 tails with their flame tails. There is a flame on Lu Wei's tail. What kind of move is this? The male colleague's eyes widened. What's even more surprising to him now is that this 6-tailed can still speed up. Halfway through, when he heard an abnormal noise, young Fan came over and glanced at the battlefield curiously. His pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "What a powerful lightning flash move!" Especially when turning to the ground, the speed did not slow down, but accelerated. "Isn't this your elf? Whose is that?" The male colleague realized something, and suddenly looked at Lihi. Following the male colleague's line of sight, young Fan also saw Lihi and asked, "Uncle Lu, which elf university does he come from?" Lu Gang fell into silence. After taking a deep look at the 6 tails in the field, Lu Gang said, "He's a high school student," and didn't feel embarrassed to say it. "Hey, buddy, which school do you belong to?" "I'm from Chinda." Young Fan, who is also familiar, said to Lihi who came over. Lihi glanced at Lu Gang, thought it was Uncle Lu's friend, and replied casually, "Me, I'm a new high school student." Young Fan. Male colleague. Seeing young Fan and his male colleague looking at him strangely, Lihi was also inexplicable. Chapter 42 I Beg You to Be a Person Recommendation Ticket. After a minute. After a brief chat, young Fan looked strange and left in a hurry. Lu Gang's male colleague also made an excuse and then left. Lihi secretly said it was a pity. Chin Du Da, he must have participated in the Youth Cup last year. I would like to ask him about the situation. It's a pity. Lihi was very puzzled. How could this person, like the uncle who came here, suddenly feel wrong, and left without saying a few words? Lu Gang didn't say anything on the surface, and everyone in his heart doubted his life. What else do you want? Be yourself. After chatting a few more words, after saying goodbye to Lu Gang, Lihi took Lu Wei and left the Evergreen Battle Club. It is now late August, and the Youth Cup is about to start. Lihi has set a train ticket to Chindu tomorrow. Really new high school. Principal's office. Principal Mu spends half a day in the office as usual. However, a phone call interrupted his leisurely afternoon tea time. "Hey, Lao Mu, did you pass on any new tricks to your student during this time?" "President Wu, look at what you said. I really didn't give Lihi a small stove. He is really just an ordinary student. Besides, I think that a late bloomer is the right way." Principal Mu spent a long time explaining to President Wu. Coincidentally, just after hanging up, Principal Mu answered another call. "Lao Mu, who are you calling just now? Is it your student? What are you teaching him about the victory? Tips?" "Old Ma, I don't. Sigh, I'm on the phone with President Wu." This time, Principal Mu has learned a lot, and immediately shuts down the phone after hanging up. My ears are finally clean. Principal Mu felt that he was even more wrong than Do-E, who used to be an ice-type elf in history. I really didn't teach Lihi anything. He is really just an ordinary student. However, everyone thought that Principal Mu was pretending to be coercive. Where did I get so many secrets, and I'm not the master of the gym? Principal Mu is very tired. What is the origin of Xiao Li's family? Is his ancestor the master of the gymnasium? Or was he spotted by a gymnast and is going to play as a teenager? After thinking for a while, another bold thought popped into Principal Mu's mind. He won't really win the championship, will he? The ones I promised. 1-year tuition waiver, scholarship for the first year of Elf University. Principal Mu was unstable, and quickly checked the contestants this year with a computer. Let me see, here in Chindu, there are ghost-type elves. There are also superpower elves. In an instant, Principal Mu's mentality stabilized again. No matter how fast the lightning flash moves, can it be faster than the teleportation of the superpower attribute elves? In addition, ghost-type elves are naturally invisible and can fly in the air. Can the Six Tails hit it? Hey, Xiao Li, it's not the principle that I don't support you, but the young people who just encounter more setbacks. It's not good to start with a high profile. Holding the brewed fruit tea, Principal Mew sniffed the aroma of the tea and took another sip. Really fragrant. As soon as he got home, He received a text message from his parents. Father Li, come on, I transferred 3,000 to your card, is the money enough? Li Ma, son, pay attention to safety, it doesn't matter if you are hungry, don't let Lu Wei get hungry, and there is a battle, be careful, at the critical moment, you have to rush up to stop it so that Lu Wei is not injured. Li He. Who is your own? Is it because I don't look as good as Lu Wei Mo? Six Tails. Omega, asterisk. After replying to the text message, He began to pack his luggage. The Chindu Youth Cup will last for 2 weeks. He didn't book a hotel. Not because you can't get it, but because it's not worth it. Because the Youth Cup is held in Chindu Municipal Gymnasium every year, almost all hotels adjust their prices a month in advance. If you book a hotel for 14 days, it would cost nearly 4,000 yuan a month ago. Now, it is possible for ordinary hotels to ask for 500 a night. He had already prepared. He rented a large studio in Chindu in advance, 1,100 per month, well decorated, moved in with a bag, and paid 1 month's rent every 3 months. So down to 4,400. Including the money saved by subletting, at most 2,000 can be done, which is much more cost-effective than booking a hotel. Therefore, He planned to go to Chindu a few days in advance, and he could play casually for a few days. You don't need to take too much luggage, and the large ones go directly to the express. After finishing everything, He leaned on the sofa comfortably and played with his mobile phone. Unfortunately, some time ago, I could have obtained the special energy block formula for Six Tails. Principal Mew's daughter is a professional cultivator, and was selected by the Alliance to be responsible for the cultivator's college entrance examination questions. Result. The cultivator's college entrance examination paper missed this year. Therefore, until now, Principal Mew's daughter has no time to help Li Henong with the special energy cube recipe. Thinking of this, He was also helpless. He casually opened his phone, opened the Penguin app, and watched the group chat. The daily news of the class group is 99+. Wang Jiajia, what if I can't book a hotel TT? Chen Dushou, HMPH, the wisdom of mortals, I made an appointment 2 months ago. There were also a few classmates who at him, He glanced at him, nothing important, so he didn't reply. After turning off the penguin colony, He glanced at the W letter again. In the Caring for Mentally Handicapped Friends group, Ji Ziming is at him. Ji Ziming, Brother Li. At Brother Li, come get rough, the old king next door, your ass is white, you lure Brother Li out. Bai Yunfei, picture Zheng, Epsilon, Fu, roll. Wang Zui, Brother Li, I heard that the provincial and Taiwanese reporters will interview some outstanding players this time. If you are on TV, you will be famous. Even if you don't win the championship, the last TV is worth it. Wang Zui, Brother Li, if a girl takes the initiative to contact you, don't refuse first, think about us, if you don't, we can take over, hee. This scumbag. He was speechless. He really put Wang Zui in front of the girls, even if he held back his internal injuries, he could only say one sentence, how was your exam? Clicking on the virtual keyboard, He replied information. He, I'll do my best and leave no regrets. He's words were serious. It is true that he and Lu Wei worked hard for 2 months, but it does not mean that others did not work hard. So, stay positive and do your best. At this time, TV programs also began to broadcast information about the Chindu Youth Cup. Looking at the championship reward, Lu Wei widened his eyes and counted with his claws and fingers. Slip, 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 slip. Slip. Sigma, Su degree D degree, Sue, 6-digit money. How many buckets of popcorn does this buy? How many cones? How many roast ducks? As an elf in the Blue Star Alliance's big food area, Lu Wei recognized one sentence. Only food cannot live up to. He quickly patted his cheek with his claws, and the Six-Tails' desire for a decisive victory was unprecedentedly strong. Carrot oh carrot, slip. I must be the champion. Early the next morning, carrying the suitcase, Li He was ready to set off. Lu Wei, go. Facing the mirror, Six-Tails put on the Pikachu hat and waved his paws to boost his spirits. Yo-yo. Chapter 43 Six-Tails, let's have dinner. The war is on. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chengdu City, Provincial Gymnasium. Monday, 8:30 a.m. The Chengdu Youth Cup officially kicked off, and the whole stadium was crowded with people inside and outside. In the early stage of the Youth Cup, the qualifiers were held, so many venues were competing at the same time, and Li He and Lu Wei were assigned to the number 8 venue in Area B. Finally the game starts. When it came to the game, Li He calmed down instead. As early as 3 days ago, he took Lu Wei to the rental house, went to the venue in advance to check in, entered the information, and went through the relevant procedures. Slip. Six-Tails looked around curiously. There are people ahead. There are still people behind. The venue is full of people. The radio kept ringing. The contestants who heard the broadcast, please go to the designated venue as soon as possible. Participation number 444. A player from Sri Lanka, please come to the number 4 venue in Zone G to participate. Participation number 1314. Li He, please come to the number 8 venue in Area B to participate. Participation number 618. Wait for the obedient contestant, please come to the number 1 venue in Area A to participate. Please rush to the competition area as soon as possible. If you are more than 5 minutes late, you will be treated as a waiver. Repeat again. At the same time, the phone vibrated, and Li He picked it up and took a look. It was a text message from the organizer, informing him to rush to the number 8 venue in Area B as soon as possible. Lu Wei, get ready and remember the secret code I gave you. The spark move is too low end. You are a trainer, you know you will use the spark move as soon as I see you. So I give this order, you can't use the spark move, you can either use the dodging technique to flash and change the move, or you can adapt. As a mature elf, you can't rely on me for everything, you have to learn to fight on your own. Slip, Omega. Six-Tails nodded, don't worry, it's all right. Li He and Lu Wei gave instructions again and walked towards the competition venue. Along the way, the voices of the contestants came along with the wind. This year, there is actually a ghost-type elf ghost. It's useless. It wraps the opponent in his body full of gas, and directly stuns the opponent. Isn't this a body odor attack? 666. By the way, how do you say ghost-type elves lay eggs? Quote. How can serious things turn sour when they come to you? Cool, the opponent didn't come, just walk away. Damn it, the elf on the other side didn't know what was going on, and the whole game just shot me with a water pistol. Along the way, Li He listened and watched, and it was quite interesting. When passing through the number 4 field in Area B, Li He saw that an elf's lightning flash was not well controlled, and directly knocked the opponent's trainer to the ground. The referee was obviously confused. Arriving at the number 8 field in Area B, Li He found that his opponent was already standing in the field. She is a girl with long hair and a beautiful appearance. Player Li He, come in. The referee glanced at the information sheet on the folder and waved to Li He. Contestant Li He, this is contestant Li Tingting. Li Tingting, this is your opponent in this game, Li He. Okay, you stand at both ends of the field. The battle mode is generally 1 versus 1. Listen to my password. You release the elves, I say start, and you start again. The referee introduced the rules in a few words. Although it is an official match, as a rookie match, everyone is equipped with a Pokemon, so the participating parties do not force players to put the Pokemon into the Pokeball. Hello, please be merciful for a while. I saw Li He's face at a glance. Li Tingting took out the Pokeball and released a trumpet bud. The trumpet bud is a plant-type elf, with a yellow head like a trumpet, with a pair of black eyes, and the whole body is like a plant, with roots as legs. The leaves on the trumpet buds are said to contain grass energy, which can be plucked and eaten, and will grow back after a period of time. Oh. Standing at Li Tingting's feet, Trumpet Ya shouted with a serious look on her face. Speaker bud. Li He was really impressed by this kind of elves. In my memory, a trumpet bud will be able to do judo, use it to overcome rigidity with softness, move 1,000 pounds in 4 or 2, and the principle of electricity, which makes Pikachu doubt life. Trumpet bud, a little fierce. Li He shyly smiled. Hello, This is the first time I have played this kind of formal battle, so please be merciful. Omega, katakana middle dot, slip. Jumping on the field, Lu Wei wanted to pose as, Lu Wei, super fierce, but Li Hei winked, and Lu Wei's, super fierce, became, super cute. Slip omega tilde. Lu Wei, so cute. What's the use of cuteness? Elves just want to be able to fight. Bah, heresy, you go to raise stinky mud can fight. Smelly mud. Ignoring the noise of the onlookers behind the isolation net, the referee glanced at the time. Battle begins. Li He gave Lu Wei a wink and shouted, Lu Wei, use sparks. Spark move. Li Tingting showed an expression of, as I expected, and quickly shouted, tie its mouth with a rattan whip. Beat it again. As a trainer, he knows that the strongest attack of fire-type elves in the early stage is the spark move, so how could he not guess it? This guy is a little tender. But he is really handsome. After winning, you can invite him to have a cup of milk tea together. The vine whip move is a grass-type move that allows the elves to stretch out vines like a long whip to attack the opponent. The current trumpet bud can only stretch out a vine whip, but it is enough to tie the mouth of the 6 tails that spew out the flames, and then slam the 6 tails into the air, smashing them hard to the ground, and carry out continuous beating attacks. Li Tingting also thought about how to deal with fire-type elves. However, Trumpet Bud honestly used the Vine Whip move to attack the 6 tails, but the 6 tails did not use the Spark move. Rather, no tricks work. In the face of the green Vine Whip, Lu Tai not only did not hide, but went up to it. The Vine Whip's rate of fire is fast, but the speed of the 6 tails is even faster. Halfway through, the 6 tails intercepted the Cane Whip. Immediately after, with a click, Lu Wei bit the Cane Whip and chewed it. Like the Flying Leaf Knife, the Rattan Whip also contains grass-type energy. So fast. What's the situation? Didn't it say that it was a spark move? Why didn't this 6-tailed move use a spark move? The unexpected situation left Li Tingting at a loss and a little overwhelmed. Moreover, why did this 6-tailed Vine Whip move? What the hell is this? Li Tingting hurriedly shouted, Speaker Bud, use force, and quickly take back the Rattan Whip. 6 tails, let go quickly. Li Tingting was stunned when she heard the first half of Li He's sentence. What does it mean? Is he really showing mercy? What's so delicious about the Rattan Whip? The leaves on the trumpet bud can be eaten, and a piece of dog is worth dozens of dollars. The second half of Li He's sentence arrived. Li Tingting. At the same time, as soon as the horn buds retracted the Cane Whip, the 6 tails loosened again, and the Vine Whip slapped back on the horn bud's face, causing it to hurt. Trumpet Ya held back her tears, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Lu Wei right in front of her. With one paw, the trumpet bud was pressed down, and Lu Wei licked his mouth, and finally slapped the trumpet bud's body with a poisonous mouth. Sigma Tsu degree D degree winking face, Su la, la, la 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 la. The referee in the number 8 field in Area B is quite experienced so far. He thought that a rookie match would not move him. But he miscalculated. Looking at the scene in front of him, and glanced at Leahy again, the referee had a groove in his heart and had to vomit. Good guy. Others are fighting, your six tails are eating. This trainer. Rich way. Chapter 44. Have you ever heard of Six Tails? Sunshine Flame, move. Ask for a recommendation ticket. As early as a few minutes ago, Wang Zui, Ji Ziming, and Bai Yunfei also came to the Chengdu Provincial Gymnasium. On the one hand, the three of them wanted to watch the battle, and on the other hand, they also wanted to cheer for Leahy. Brother Li, which venue is he in? Ji Ziming glanced at He Chengji in front of him. The lady glanced and asked. I do not know. How about we look around? Wang Zui and Bai Yunfei were also at a loss. At this moment, the voices of the players' comments came. Have you heard that a Pikachu in Zone C accidentally electrocuted the opponent's elf and trainer during the battle? Destroyed. Meow meow. Come with me, I heard that there is a handsome guy in the number 8 field in Area B. He is still using the super cute Six Tails. It is absolutely perfect. Big news. The monkey monster in the number 9 field in Area F refused to accept the result of the game and beat the referee. Monkey monster. Ji Ziming smiled gloatingly. My sister's elf is a monkey monster, and that guy is so angry that even the King of Heaven dares to beat him. Don't laugh, it's not like you haven't been beaten by monkey monsters. Wang Zui's eyes lit up. The boy is handsome, the six tails are cute, it must be Brother Li, go over and take a look. The three hurried to the number 8 venue in Area B, and they all thought about it. If Leahy wins, he will shout 666 a few times, and if he loses, he will be ridiculed and dragged to play. Unexpectedly, they saw a scene that made them memorable. In the field, Brother Lee's six tails and one paw pressed against the weak body of the trumpet bud, and one paw pinched the vine whip made by the horn bud with the vine whip move. Eat a mouthful of the leaves on the trumpet bud, and then bite the rattan whip made by the horn bud with the rattan whip, and the six tails are excited, *omega. In the crowd of onlookers, the baby-faced girl called, meow meow, said blankly, Gia Gia, is this the super cute six tails you said? It seems a little fierce. Is this the legendary contrast? Fierce and cute. Brother Lee's six tails are using the rattan whip move as a sugar cane. Ji Ziming murmured. Hungry goods, do you want a vine whip move? Bai Yunfei subconsciously clenched the pokeball of the dumb beast. Wang Zui looked at Li Tingting with a sigma degree expression, and then at Leahy, who pretended to be nothing. Looking at the trumpet buds that struggled but could only make Lu Wei eat more cheerfully, Wang Zui recalled the news that Leahy sent yesterday. I will try my best and leave no regrets, by Leahy. Wang Zui. Brother Li, this is your best effort, just leave no regrets. Your six tails have staged the elves at the top of the food chain. Are you still doing your best? You can order billion. Coincidentally. On the other side, the office of the Phoenix City Trainers Association. President Wu is watching the live broadcast of the Chengdu Youth Cup. The matches of the Chengdu Youth Cup will be recorded in the files of the contestants, which will be very helpful for the examination of the Elf University in the future. Since Leahy won President Wu's daughter, President Wu has been impressed by him. When he had nothing to do, President Wu called out the live broadcast of the battle on the number 8 venue in Area B. After a few glances, President Wu was annoyed. Laomu, you fucking lied to Laozi again. What kind of young people have to endure more hardships and encounter some setbacks? It's better to be a late bloomer. Is this what you call a late bloomer? With President Wu's eyesight, how could he not see that Leahy's six tails were using the secret of grass-type moves? You didn't teach this secret, could it be that this kid got it from the gym owner himself? This old tree is hiding so deep, I have never seen his fire-breathing dragon use this trick. Principal Mew. Raw_raw, I have always wronged me. Chengdu Gymnasium, Site 8, Area B. Li Tingting has a fighting spirit and has been stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. However, The result was no accident. Lu Wei ate all the leaves of the trumpet bud, and then slapped the trumpet bud with a paw, causing the trumpet bud to lose consciousness. The trumpet bud lost the ability to fight, and Li He won the game. Next, please pay attention to checking the emails and information. There will be a battle in the afternoon. After the referee announced the result, Li Tingting took back the trumpet bud. Li He also called Lu Wei back. As soon as the battle was over, Li Tingting walked out of the field in disappointment. She lost the first battle of the Youth Cup, which made her a little confused. Li Tingting. Li He stopped her and invited. Fighting is fate, let's have a cup of milk tea together. Yo-yo. Lu Wei also shouted a few times with excitement, and it was the big dark eyes that kept aiming at the pokeball between Li Tingting's waist. Li Tingting. Is this greedy for her body? Wrong. I'm greedy for her horn bud's body. Oh, six tails. Seeing this, Li Tingting naturally still agreed to Li He's invitation. This has absolutely nothing to do with Li He being handsome. Li Tingting just wanted to ask him how he cultivated the six tails. The three of Wangshui were about to go up to find Li He, but they saw Li He and Li Tingting walking away talking and laughing. Gone. Halfway through, I don't know what Li He said, but Li Tingting got a roll of eyes. Brother Li, he has changed. He is no longer the same Brother Li as he used to be. What kind of girl is like a floating cloud, and the elves are the real ones, ah bah. Wang Zui pouted. I think Brother Li wants to entertain himself and find a long-term meal ticket for Lu Wei by the way. Ji Ziming had a different opinion. Bai Yunfei didn't want to speak. Don't ask why, ask is that single dogs can't see dog food. I drank a cup of milk tea with Li Tingting and made an appointment to fight again next time. After lunch, Li He took Lu Wei home to rest. Open black lens bracket ding. Achievements. First win of the 2018 Chengdu Youth Cup. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gets special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Elf Food Production Technology. Close black lens bracket. Elf Food Production Technology, LV1, 0/100. Special Effects, 1. The dexterous hands make you more precise in ingredients, and the food you make will taste better. Close black lens bracket. Wait until you get the recipe to try. Li He hadn't tried making elf food yet. The break time passed quickly. At 2:30 p.m., Site 6, Area B. The Youth Cup battles were intensive, and Li He quickly ushered in his second opponent. He's a guy who loves to laugh and has very white teeth. Li He. The referee's language in the number 6 field in Area B was very concise. He pointed to Li He, and then pointed to the boy with very white teeth. Li He, this is your opponent in this field, Zhang Yang. The rest is the same as the battle in the morning, okay. Okay. Go stand on both sides of the field and listen to my instructions. Your elf is the fire attribute Six Tails. Are you going to let the Six Tails approach quickly at the beginning of the game, and then use the spark move? Before the battle started, Zhang Yang used the trash talk tactics to exert psychological pressure on Li He. You know what? My elf is a water-type mosquito coil tadpole. Not only can I use bubble moves, but I also have trump cards. Zhang Yang's trash talk works well. If he were an ordinary fire-type trainer, even if he didn't have a steady heartbeat, his heart would probably sink. But Li He smiled and said, mosquito coil tadpole. You know, my sister uses mosquito coils and tadpoles. What's your hidden move? It's not a water-playing move that sprinkles water around you to reduce the damage of fire-type moves, right? My sister just taught me how to crack it. Guess what the weakness of this move is? Walking to the left of the venue and standing still, Li He said nonchalantly. By the way, my six-tailed tortoise just won an injury-free victory a few days ago, and that jerky only had 4 moves, which made me look forward to a game in vain. Zhang Yang began to worry about gains and losses, and Li He said again. Almost forgot, brother, do you know about the grass-type ultimate move, Sunshine Flame? My six tails just learned it, so I'll let you see it this time. This time, Not only Zhang Yang's mentality was unstable, but even the referee couldn't help but glance at the six tails on Li He's shoulder. Sunlight Flame is a high-end grass-type move. It emits a highly destructive energy beam by condensing sunlight to attack the opponent. The Sunshine Flame move is extremely powerful, and it also restrains the water-type elves. Even if the mosquito coil tadpole has 2 lives, it is not enough to fight. But it was impossible for the six tails to learn the Sunshine Flame move. You go up like this for a while. Yo. Li He whispered a few words to Lu Wei, and Lu Wei jumped onto the field, raised his head, and put on a super strong gesture. Omega. Slip. Impossible, this is just a rookie match. How could his six tails be able to use the Sunshine Flame move? He's using trash talk to influence me. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and released the mosquito coil tadpole. Mosquito-repellent tadpoles are water-type spirits with the characteristics of tadpoles. They have a spherical body, big black eyes, pink lips, and the most notable features are the mosquito-repellent coil-like black stripes on the chest and abdomen and a large feather-like tail. On the field, the mosquito coil tadpole watched Lu Wei vigilantly without making a sound. At the beginning of the battle, Li He gave an order. Six tails, use the Sunshine Flame move to solve it with one blow. Fake orders. You think he'll be fooled. Fuck. Zhang Yang was about to give an order when he saw a green haze appeared on the surface of the six-tailed body, like a green firefly, and then a layer of white light appeared on the surface of the six-tailed body. Really? Sunshine Flame's move. There are also many trainers who cultivate grass-type elves among the onlookers. Naturally, they have heard of the Sunshine Flames move, and they have also seen the video of the Sunshine Flames move. Looking at the state of the six tails in the field, they compared with the picture in memory. Really? Is it really the Sunshine Flame move? How is this possible? Single chapter for recommendation ticket. Heart. I will repost this chapter at 0:100, and I don't want to make any problems. Opening parenthesis single quote ... closing parenthesis. Heart, thank you for your support. Chapter 45 Original. Come on, the move can also be used like this. Just when Zhang Yang doubted his life, the mosquito coil tadpole glanced back at Zhang Yang, and it blinked its eyes in confusion, wondering why the trainer stopped halfway through the command. Looking back at Lu Wei, the mosquito coil tadpole was shocked. Degree D degree equals mu. Six tails are gone. In an instant, the mosquito coil tadpole was vigilant, but it was too late. Lu Wei had already used a flash of electric light, moved quickly, and came behind the mosquito coil tadpole. Not good. Mosquito coils and tadpoles, be careful. Zhang Yang was shocked, but before he could finish a sentence, Lu Wei hit the mosquito coil tadpoles with the impact of a flash of electric light. Boom. Moo. The mosquito-repellent tadpole screamed in pain, and rushed out in front of its entire body. The body of the mosquito coil tadpole had not yet landed, and Lu Wei kept in mind Li He's important idea of making up for the knife. Using the speed of the lightning flash, Lu Wei intercepted the mosquito coil tadpole in the middle, and hit it hard again. Boom. This time, the mosquito-repellent tadpole didn't even have the strength to scream. It threw its entire body to the right, fell on the edge of the field, and passed out completely. Looking at Lu Wei, who didn't even give the opportunity to shout, "Stand up, come on, mosquito coils and tadpoles," Zhang Yang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Closed. The mosquito-repellent tadpole lost its ability to fight, and the Li He player won. After announcing the result, the referee gave Li He a slight glance. He also knows the trash-talking tactics among young people. But it's the first time I've seen something so good. Especially the Sunshine Flame move, just now, almost fooled him. The six tails should have mastered the grass attribute energy, and formed the appearance of using grass attribute moves by stimulating the grass attribute energy to the body surface. Using the white light of the lightning flash move as the starting move of the Sunshine Flame move, it completely deceived Zhang Yang and made Zhang Yang's confidence in winning crumbling. The result is Player Zhang Yang didn't issue a single command, and Mosquito Coil Tadpole didn't make a move, so he lost. Although the result of the battle is also related to the difference in the strength of the elves, the key point is player Li He's combat literacy overwhelmed player Zhang Yang. After silently analyzing, the referee wrote down Li He's name and could nominate him to let the analysis team pay attention. After the battle, Lu Wei compared Li He and Zhang Yang, and sympathetically glanced at the unconscious Mosquito Coil Tadpole. Slip. Heart. A very cautious Mosquito Coil Tadpole, but unfortunately I met a trainer who is not very reliable. Lu Wei was not injured at all, and jumped back to Li He's shoulder again, raised his chin, and cried out happily. Omega, slip. The voice was crisp and with a hint of anticipation. One step closer to six-figure money. The onlookers looked at Li He invariably, and the expressions on their faces changed from shock to confusion, and finally to dazed. This is your sunshine flame move. They couldn't find a word in their hearts to describe how they felt at this time. I'm so short on words. As the green phosphor that popped out of Lu Wei just now, using green phosphor and electric light flashes to pretend to be a grass-type trick sunshine flame, he also thought of it. Look at player Zhang Yang, I haven't recovered yet. Poor baby, I guess she's so angry that she's autistic. The vast majority of the onlookers are rookie trainers, and they can be considered as experienced. It turns out that the move can still be used like this. Grandpa's clothes. As soon as the two battles are over, it will end today. After confirming with the referee, it is true that there is no battle arrangement. Li He is in a good mood and walks out of the field humming a little song. Where is the elf? Where is the elf? The elf is in Miss Sister's flower dress tilde. This song has absolutely nothing to do with Li He, because the original lyrics are: whether the elves are in the fire, in the water, in the grass, in the forest tilde. Still in the soil, in the clouds, in that girl's flower dress tilde. Yo 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 tilde yo 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 tilde. Six Tails also followed the tone excitedly. Suddenly, a light flashed in Li He's mind. Yes, I can sing some of the songs in my memory, record them as audio files, and give them to Xiao Zhuer, the master of the Raiwen Gym, and Kato, the master of the Sichuan Gymnasium, as a thank you gift. This gift is completely available. Anyway, I need to relax these days and get this thing done. Li Hejun was thinking, and suddenly came a voice behind him. Li He. Li He looked back and saw that it was Sister Xiaowu. Today, Sister Xiaowu is wearing that yellow dress with a ponytail and a serious expression. At Wu Yingyao's feet, the unicorn worm propped up his upper body and called Lu Wei a few times with great momentum. Pippi, tilde. Six Tails want to use the roar move to send the unicorn back to the Pokeball autistic, but when he thought of Li He's request to hide his trump card, Lu Wei endured it and ignored the defeated general. Your sister uses mosquito coils and tadpoles. Aren't you the only child? Wu Yingyao learned a lot of information about Li He from Lin Xiang and asked inexplicably. Ah, that's my nonsense. In fact, today is the first time I've seen a genie like the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Li He glanced at the mosquito-repellent tadpole again. At this time, the mosquito-repellent tadpole had woken up and was slapping Zhang Yang's legs with its big tail, in turn comforting him. Hearing Li He's words, Zhang Yang, who had already improved, became even more autistic. Xiaying is right, there is no truth in your mouth. Wu Yingyao said. Li Hexen said that classmate Zhaolin is inauthentic. Everyone is a classmate, but you are destroying me everywhere. In any case, it is always a joy to meet an old friend in a foreign country, and Li He and Wu Yingyao chatted a few more times. I have to say that although Wu Yingyao is also a bit temperamental, he is sincere. He likes it, hates it, doesn't hide it, and is quite easy to get along with. Before leaving, Li He took another look at the unicorn. Almost 2 months. This unicorn doesn't evolve. In the afternoon, Li He took a car from the provincial gymnasium to the Elf Square in Chengdu. Regular trainers can use the battlefield for free once a month. It can be used for battles, or it can be used to practice moves in a smaller enclosed arena. So far, the Six Tails have combined the spark moves with the tricks on the flame sword to release flames on the Six Tails. With a little practice, the Six Tails can spin their tails while releasing flames to create a fire tornado shield to block attacks. Leahy has already thought about it. When he goes to the Eastern Ying district of the Blue Star Alliance to fight in the future, he shouts, "Fire escape, fire tornado, Six Tails dance their tails," and a fire tornado protects the Six Tails. Is it just forceful? Out. If this move is called a fire tornado move, or it is called a fire escape fire tornado move. Looking at the Six Tails in practice, Leahy thought to himself. Then, what is this trick called? At present, the Six Tails have only practiced the prototype version of the energy ball move. Only a light green high-compression spiral energy ball can be condensed in front of the mouth, and it cannot be shot accurately and at high speed. So Leahy made a suggestion. After condensing the energy ball, let Lu Wei use his tail to flick the energy ball out and attack the opponent. What is this trick called? Tailed Beast Jade. In the field, a light green energy ball condensed, and the Six Tails slanted, controlling the tail on the edge to slap fiercely. Boom. The originally extremely unstable energy ball was pulled out by Lu Wei's tail more than 10 meters away and then exploded suddenly, and circles of green ripples swayed around with the center of the explosion as the dot. At the same time, the shock wave caused by the explosion of the energy ball formed a strong wind that blew Lu Tai's hair and lifted Leahy's bangs. The energy ball move, or the tailed beast jade move, is done. There are still 2 chapters today, and the previous chapter was made up of yesterday. As the title, Crab everyone's support. I don't have any skills, let's do some street dance for everyone saha se saha. Chapter 46 Hungry Goods. Do you want a pot? Ask for a recommendation ticket. All afternoon, Leahy and Lu Wei have been studying moves at the training ground. In a blink of an eye, it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. After leaving the ferry battlefield, Leahy did not eat at the ferry square, but ate a bowl of fried noodles for 8 yuan at a street stall. Definitely not because of poverty, but to support the new policy of the alliance and make a huge contribution of 8 yuan to the economic recovery of street stalls. On the way home, Leahy was still worried about the prices of Chengdu City. The house price is 18,000 yuan per flat. Affected by the house price, it costs 15 to eat a bowl of noodles. No, we have to reduce living expenses. Leahy, who was about to go bankrupt, glanced at Lu Wei on his shoulder. It seemed that simply replacing Lu Wei's Dove chocolate with Dove chocolate would not solve the problem. Also had to swap out the Oreo cookies for Oreo cookies. Biting the Dove chocolate in his mouth, Lu Wei felt that there was a problem, but he didn't know where the problem was. Single quote O. I miss the grassy smell on the trumpet buds. I miss your vine whip move tilde musical note. Miss you green leaves tilde musical note. And the smell of grass on my body tilde musical note. Chengdu City, opposite the provincial gymnasium, room 0666, Midsummer Pro Luxury Community. Father Lin was more superstitious, so he directly bought an auspicious room for Lin Xiang to prepare for the battle. Father Lin, who was so poor that he only had money left, did things so simply and rudely. With the little fire dragon, Lin Xiang also passed the qualifiers on the first day smoothly. Don't think that the qualifiers are easy. In fact, on the first day alone, thousands of people were eliminated. In the early stage of the battle, the most important thing is to collect information on the opponent and then formulate a plan. Keep in mind, based on the experience taught by her family, Lin Xiang collected information on the internet. Where there is demand, there is business opportunity. The Chengdu Youth Cup, held once a year, has supported many intelligence dealers. Small intelligence dealers will sell information to big intelligence dealers, and the big intelligence dealers will join forces to create a forum called Chengdu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia, publish the organized information, and implement membership fees. At this moment, lying on the sofa, Lin Xiang browsed relevant information on this forum. A list of players worthy of vigilance and attention. Seeing the official post on the forum, Lin Xiang was curious and immediately clicked in to read it. Ghosts, the ghost-type elf that haunts. Pikachu that can move and discharge electricity. Notable trainers, Li He. Eyes widened, Lin Xiang was taken aback, but she didn't expect to see Li He's name. Click on the link, and a new interface pops up on the notebook screen. A trainer worth watching, Li He. Use sprite, 6 tails. Battle strategy. Don't talk to him, don't believe every word he says, not even his orders. Marked red. Lin Xiang's eyes flashed with confusion. Looking further down, there are 2 edited videos. Video 1. There is a successor to Lord Bei. Lu Wei eats and broadcasts it online, and the enemy elf trumpet bud. Ya seldom. Dubbing translation. Don't eat others. Close double angle bracket. Video 2. Have you ever heard? 6 tails, sunshine flame, move, da omega da. It took a few minutes to watch the first video. Lin Xiang pursed her lips tightly, and the whole person was shocked. It turns out that the battle can still be played like this. What did Li He think of? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiang flipped through the comments. Speaker bud. 6 tails, the enemy of life. The trainer sent me up here, not for you to eat. Oh, *D-O. This membership fee was not paid in vain. Not only did I watch the battle, but also the elf-eating broadcast, da omega da. I read it several times. Li Tingting probably expected that Lu Wei would use the spark move, and she had a full set of plans. Who knew that this Li He didn't play cards according to the normal routine? Be careful when you meet him. This person, the routine is too deep, don't make deep friendships. Please pay attention to all trainers. If there is something edible on your elves, you must eat it in advance, and you can't cheat your opponents. In ancient times, there were raiders and clansmen, but now there are 6 tails that destroy the enemy and eat its body. After watching the second video, Lin Xiang could feel the opponent's mood. Li He is so dirty. I learned, tomorrow I will buy a bottle of green fluorescent powder and sprinkle it in Ibrahimovich's hair. When I need it, let Ibrahimovich shake his hair, and then use the electric flashing move. This player Li He is simply indescribable. After thinking about her 2 battles again, Lin Xiang suddenly felt dull. In contrast, the excellent little fire dragon seems to be somewhat ordinary. Glancing at the little fire dragon on the treadmill, Lin Xiang walked over silently and increased the set speed of the treadmill by +1, +1, +1. Little fire dragon, kick it. On the second day of the Chindu Youth Cup qualifiers, after breakfast, Li He and Lu Wei went to the provincial gymnasium. In the number 13 field in Area B, Li He also saw his opponent in this field. Contestant Li He, this is contestant Shen Dongwen. Contestant Shen Dongwen, this is contestant Li He. The referee introduced skillfully. I don't know why, from waiting until the battle started, Shen Dongwen didn't say a word, and Li He was puzzled. So cold. 6 tails are very bad for Shen Dongwen and his elf pot. Because Lu Wei said hello in a friendly way, but Hu looked at Lu Wei with vigilance and didn't answer. Just staring at the 6 tails. Hu is an elf with dual attributes of insects and rocks. It looks like a small turtle. Its body is a red hard shell with holes, with a yellow snake-like head and a pair of small eyes. Shen Dongwen also took the pot with him and did not put it into the Pokeball. The defensive power of an elves like Hu is amazing. The red shell is harder than the shell of the Jenny turtle, and the impact force of the flash of electric light alone may not be able to break the defense. Squeezing his chin, Li He thought thoughtfully. Flicking his tail, Lu Wei glanced at Hu curiously, and with a swipe, Hu directly retracted his limbs and head into the shell, only through the gap, staring at Lu Wei with a pair of small black eyes very vigilantly. 6 tails. So cowardly, hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet. Before the game, Li He whispered a few words to Lu Wei as usual, and Lu Wei Meng nodded. Seeing this scene, the shadow area in Shen Dongwen's heart increased. What is he talking to Lu Wei? No, I can't think about it. If I think about it, I may fall into his routine. I will follow my style of play, never be, and just go hard. Shen Dongwen is also someone who can pay the membership fee of the Chindu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia forum, and naturally he has also watched Li He's battle video. At the beginning of the battle, Shen Dongwen gave 2 orders in a row. Pot, retract into the shell, roll. Ma Dongwen's Jenny Turtle used the retraction in the shell move. This move allows the elves to retract their bodies into the shell and improve their defense. The rolling move is to attack the opponent by continuous rolling. If there are no obstacles, the rolling speed of the wizard will become faster and faster, and the impact force will also become stronger. The pot and pot are used in combination, the limbs and head are retracted into the shell, and the entire shell is like a rolling stone rolling towards Lu Wei. Dodge. Li He issued a magical command. You said that if you dodge, the 6 tails can dodge. Shen Dongwen looked strange. The outside observers whispered. The quality of the pot itself, coupled with the improvement of the move in the shell, how strong is the defense of the pot? This is Li He's next dodge command. Doesn't he know that the speed of the pot is getting faster and faster under the rolling move? Lu Wei can dodge once, can he dodge every time? I'm going. Lu Wei's dodging speed is too fast. Seeing that the pot was about to hit Lu Wei, with a swish, Lu Wei used a flash of electric light to change the move, and suddenly moved a meter laterally, easily avoiding the rolling move of the pot. The rolling move of the pot is good, but it is a lot worse than the missile attack of the Jenny Turtle. The 6 tails did not exert all their strength, and they avoided the rolling impact of the pot again and again. Later, even if the speed of the rolling moves of the pot was increased to the limit, it would not be able to touch a single hair of the 6 tails. During the whole process, Hu tried to roll and hit Lu Wei, but the harder he tried, the more desperate he became. In the end, Hu was too tired to keep rolling and stopped. Go on, Spark. Seeing the timing, Li He decisively ordered. Hearing Li He's voice, Lu Wei quickly ran to the side of the pot, pressed the outer shell of the pot with his claws, and sprayed a flame towards it. Fire roasting pot. No, the dodging skills of the 6 tails are too terrible. I didn't see how they moved, and suddenly, they moved out sideways, just like teleportation. No matter how amazing the defensive power of the pot, it can't resist roasting like this, right? If this goes on for a long time, wouldn't it become a roasting pot? Not having time to pay attention to the noise around him, Shen Dongwen was sweating profusely, and quickly said, Hu, take advantage of the 6 tails to spit out the fire, and quickly use the twisting move to break free. The entanglement move allows the elves to use their tentacles to attack their opponents. After hearing the trainer's instructions, the unboiled Juju quickly stretched out their tentacle-like limbs while the 6 tails spit out the fire. 6-tailed paws. While using the power of the twisting move to break free from the shackles of the 6-tailed claws, while sticking out the snake-like head, Hu took a big breath and was still in shock. However, only to hear Li He say, Lu Wei, it's time for dinner. Lu Wei suddenly bit the neck of the pot, and then pinched the head of the pot with one claw. Feeling the fangs on the neck and the grip of the head, the kettle didn't dare to move. Oh. How big is the psychological shadow area of the pot at the moment? Hu has also seen the video of 6 tails eat trumpet buds, otherwise he wouldn't be so vigilant. So the pot is very scared now, and there is a sentence in my mind. Don't move, move is food. Coincidentally, the referee for this match was the referee in the number 8 field in Area B. Seeing this scene, the corner of the referee's mouth twitched. Good guy. Is Lu Wei having dinner again? Delay for a few minutes and post the 2 chapters together. RT. A for all a asterisk operator asterisk. Ask for tickets in advance, everyone's support. Chapter 47 Little Brother, you know each other very well, recommendation ticket. For a time, the number 13 site in Area B was like a frozen picture. Hu used a twisting move, wrapping his tentacle-like limbs around Lu Tai's claws. The six tails bit the neck of the pot, and the brown-red claws pinched the snake-like head of the pot. Slip. Biting the neck of the pot, Luwei let out a low, vague, threatening cry. Even if the onlookers don't have Lihi's superb brain supplementation ability, they can translate the meaning of the six tails. Do not move. Squeeze your dog's head. Ito Shizuo super fierce Yuji sound. Huhu slowly released his tentacles and raised his limbs in surrender. Pot pot. TT even take it. This coward. Shen Dongwen said helplessly. If we didn't let the pot use the twisting move just now, maybe. Still lose. The red shell of the pot can resist the six-tailed spark move, but the body of the pot can't. There are holes in the red shell of the pot, so spark moves can still hurt the soft body of the pot through these holes. After calculating, Shen Dongwen had to admit that he really had no chance of winning. Alas, all efforts have been lost. You know, in order for Huhu to learn rolling moves, he kicked Huhu from the top of the mountain. My feet were swollen. Shen Dongwen sighed. Huhu obviously had no courage to fight. The referee blew his whistle in accordance with the rules of the battle and urged Huhu to continue the battle. After waiting for a while, seeing that Huhu still did not resist, the referee announced the result. Huhu lost his will to fight, and Lihi won. Slip. Only then did Luwei let go of his mouth, and patted the head of the pot with his paw in satisfaction. Six tails. Asterisk caret omega caret asterisk no. Underscore. Backquote little brother, you know each other very well. Huhu was aggrieved and angry, but he didn't dare to resist. As expected of the dodging skills developed with the secrets of Raven's Gym, the lightning flashes and changes. Lihi Shindao said that as the strength of the six tails improves, this trick will become more and more magical. After this period of practice, Luwei is already familiar with this move, which is much less labor-intensive than using the lightning flash move. Yo-yo. Jumping on Lihi's shoulder, Luwei called out crisply. Subtext. Am I slipping away? Rubbing Luwei's little chin, Lihi used the massage technique, which immediately made Luwei let out a comfortable cry. Following Lihi's kneading and rubbing, Luwei narrowed his eyes comfortably. Asterisk, backquote. On the other side of the venue, facing the depressed Huhu, Shen Dongwen comforted. Don't you just lose. It's nothing. Next time we win, let's go and take you to a big meal. Sipu, caret underscore caret. Huhu suddenly came alive and waved his tentacles happily. Shaking his ears, Luwei heard the word, big meal, glanced at Lihi and moved away. Lihi was suffocated. What kind of coquettish operation was on the other side, and Huhu even had a big meal when he lost, so what about me? Shen Dongwen is roasting me on the fire. Lihi was heartbroken. Luwei, do you see it? This is how the bear child was born. You can't learn from Shen Dongwen in the future. When you bring a younger brother, you must be clear about rewards and punishments. Think about it, is my money yours? If you learn from Shen Dongwen, in the future, my younger brother will be able to eat and you won't even be able to drink moo milk. Lihi, who has no money at all, is talking nonsense, but instead uses Shen Dongwen and Huhu as a negative teaching material. Six Tails fell into contemplation. It seems, Akko, that makes sense. If the younger brother did something wrong, he had to invite the younger brother to a big meal. If the younger brother did the right thing, wouldn't he want to add a meal to the meal? After this meal, isn't his little money -1, -1, and -1 again? There is no time for plus at all. Thinking of this, Luwei immediately glanced at Shen Dongwen with a speechless look at that idiot. Not a prodigal trainer. Lihi, who successfully fooled the Six Tails into lame, thought that my money is your money, but you are mine. In this way, your money is not mine. Hey. After saying hello to the referee, Lihi left the field with Luwei. It was still early, and he was not in a hurry to go home, and just wandered around the neighborhood. As this, Scorpio, Lihi stopped at the number 5 venue in Area E. On the field, a purple elf hovered at a low altitude. This elf looked like a scorpion, but had a pair of bat wings. Under the order of the trainer, the elf Scorpio circled in circles above the field, attacking the opponent with poison needle moves. Scorpio's pliers stretched out, and a torrential rain of purple poisonous needles shot out from the pliers, hurriedly shooting at the opponent. In the middle of the game, Scorpio's opponent was poisoned and fell to the ground, exhausted and fell into a coma. Ordinary poison needle moves can only shoot a few poison needles, but this scorpion's poison needle move, like poison needle rain, is enough to make the scalp of ordinary trainers tingle. I have practiced the poison needle move into range bombing, and the scorpion can fly. This is a small-sized remote-controlled bomber. If it is the previous Six Tails, it is really dangerous. Fortunately, I have a whole card. Lee thought to himself. After winning, the Scorpio circled and let out a loud cry of joy. Looking at the flamboyant Scorpio, the fiercely competitive Luwei couldn't help but let out a cry. The two elves have a pair of eyes, and the Scorpio, who doesn't care about the land species at all, grimaces with a smile and sticks out his tongue, a little bit tilde. A small burst of flames, Six Tails, sigh for all, sigh, I will roast you when I meet it. And Lee, seriously looking at Scorpio's trainers. Long legs. Look how dazzling and beautiful the pokeball hanging on that long leg. Lee felt that the trainer deliberately hung the pokeball on the edge of his long legs to distract the trainer. Unfortunately, he has no evidence. However, there is also a solution to this long-legged move. When you see it, you can ignore it. Lee, do you think I'm greedy for her body? Wrong. I'm cracking her tactics. Scorpio trainer. In the afternoon, the fourth game. Lee's opponent in the fourth game was a shy girl wearing glasses. In the face of this opponent, Lee and Luwei did not let go of water, played steadily, and did not give the opponent a chance to come back. In order to help the girl find out how weak she is, let her face the reality, so as to make progress and work hard train. At the end of the game, Luwei only used the dodging skills Lightning Flash Kai, and Lightning Flash to solve the opponent. As soon as the qualifiers on the second day ended, there were only about 300 contestants left. According to the schedule of the Chengdu Youth Cup, there will be a one-day preliminaries screening tomorrow, leaving only 128 players to enter the preliminaries. In the preliminaries of the Chengdu Youth Cup, the official will divide the 128 players into 16 groups and compete within the group. Although the official did not say it clearly, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this method was to make the subsequent round of 16 more exciting. Of the 16 groups, each group must have an official favored player, commonly known as seed players. On the way home, looking at the balance of the bank card, Lee did not eat fried noodles, but silently bought a bucket of instant noodles. Ah! Life is not easy, Lee sighed. At the same time, nibbling on the winning reward, Oreo biscuits, Luwei felt that the biscuits were defective. But there is no evidence. Slip. Buying a defective product, Luwei sighed. Chapter 48. There are hundreds of millions of questions. Recommend votes. The third day of the preliminaries, the fifth game. For some reason, the opponent in this match was still cold and didn't even say hello. Lee didn't know why. Why are they all so boss fanatic? Then, the Six Tails still only use the dodging skills Lightning Flash Kai and Lightning Flash moves to knock out the opponent's GG. When eating fried noodles at a street stall at noon, the phone vibrated. Lee picked it up and glanced at it. It was the official text message of the Chengdu Youth Cup. The match in the afternoon is by, and I will directly advance to the preliminaries. I will have a day off tomorrow. Please pay attention to the official forum of the Youth Cup for the rest of the information. Lee put down his phone, but there was no surprise. Players who don't have a bye need surprises because they hit a 1 in 10 chance. In the afternoon, when he got home, Li Hezhong was lying on the sofa when he received a call from Ji Ziming. Brother Li, you're awesome, 5 consecutive victories, and you're directly promoted. By the way, are you free this afternoon? Let's get together. Li He was slightly confused. I didn't even notify my parents. How did you know? Where did the news come from this kid? In the afternoon, there was nothing to do. Li He, Ji Ziming, Wang Zui, and Bai Yunfei made an appointment to meet at Kandaji near the Civic Center subway station in Dongcheng District, Chengdu City. 30 minutes later, at the door of Deji, Li He pushed open the door and walked in without ordering, and walked to the second floor indifferently. After finding a seat for 4 with sockets, Li He began to charge his mobile phone and laptop. Looking at the sundae in the hands of the children next door, Six Tails flicked his tail eagerly. Slip, oh oh. Six Tails, who knew that the family had no money, reluctantly looked away. Damn Sunday, you play. Be patient, I uploaded 2 more big healthcare videos a month ago, and now there are millions of views. The money will arrive tomorrow, and then what to eat Deji. I will start a candlelight buffet in a 5-star hotel. Li He comforted. As one of the top 500 companies in the Blue Star Alliance, Kandaji has chain stores throughout the alliance. The purpose of the service is to provide a harmonious environment for you to dine with the elves and to be your spiritual harbor. Sonang Deji does not prohibit trainers from releasing elves. There are many young trainers on the second floor. Li He glanced at the young lady in the front left. This young lady was wearing a black collar around her neck and dressed in a black student uniform from the Dongying district. She was very avant-garde. At this time, she was holding one side of her cheek, wiping the corner of her mouth for a little bear-like elf. Glancing at the pokeball hanging on his chest, Li He gave an approval. Really round. Suddenly an idea came up, and Li He whispered to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, go over and say hello to the little bear-like elf. Li He knew what the bear-shaped elf was called. It was a baby bear, an elf with general attributes. The most notable feature was the crescent moon mark on the top of his head. It looks cute, and the damage to normal girls is plus infinity. However, the cuteness of the Six Tails is not small, and it really attracted the attention of the young lady. Li He took advantage of the situation and walked over, and after going back and forth, he got to know the little sister named Chen Yujia. Chen Yujia's baby bear is also very atmospheric. Exame chats happily with Lu Wei, and distributes snacks such as French fries to Lu Wei. Six Tails. Carrot oh carrot. Knowing from the chat that Li He was here to participate in the Chindu Youth Cup, Chen Yujia asked casually, don't you go to the training ground to practice your moves? Don't go. Li He shook his head decisively. Joke. I want to go too, but does my wallet allow it? Oh, Chen Yujia looked at the time, it was already afternoon, the other party was still here to pass the time, and he didn't go to any training ground to hurry up and practice hard. A flash of clarity flashed in his eyes, and Chen Yujia considered it for a while before saying. Actually, I also participated in the Chindu Youth Cup, and I lost to a Bobo. In the early stage, our elves really have no advantage against flying elves, so even if we lose, it's fair. Brother Li, 5 consecutive victories to advance to the preliminaries, awesome. At this moment, Ji Ziming's voice interrupted Chen Yujia's words. It turned out that as soon as the 3 of Wang Zui went up to the second floor of Deji, they saw Li He sitting with a beautiful young lady who could dress up, talking and laughing. Bai Yunfei suffered 100 million points of damage, and his heart was lying. Wang Zui was cowardly, he didn't know if he should step forward to disturb him. On the contrary, Ji Ziming didn't care and went up excitedly. The reason why Ji Ziming was excited was because when he heard that Li He was promoted, Ji Ziming's sister was confused. The monkey monster was ferocious, incompetent and furious. At that time, seeing the expressions of the old sister and the monkey monster, Ji Ziming only felt a sour feeling from head to toe. Therefore, Ji Ziming, who used to have a relatively high emotional intelligence, came up to talk without saying a word. Too excited, EQ-1. Chen Yujia. 5 consecutive victories to advance to the preliminaries. Looking at Li He, Chen Yujia's expression became a little subtle. Ji Ziming, whose emotional intelligence had decreased, was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. Brother Lee, I knew it. I knew you could advance to the preliminaries with 5 consecutive victories. After all, your 6 tails lost Bobo more than a month ago. Not long ago, I won the Jenny Turtle with no damage against the attributes. Is it no difficulty in the preliminaries of the Youth Cup? Listening to Ji Ziming's words, Chen Yujia's expression became more and more subtle. 1. More than a month ago, Bobo that can fly in seconds. The reverse attribute defeated the Jenny Turtle, but there was no damage. I was afraid that I was too new. Admiration, jealousy, melancholy, sighs, all kinds of emotions made Chen Yujia complex. Baby Bear is very simple as an elf, staring at the 6 tails with twinkling eyes. Omega, she may. Holding Baby Bear's French fries, and facing Baby Bear's pure adoring gaze, Lu Wei is immature and a little shy after all. For all. After a while, in the middle of it, Chen Yujia didn't want to disturb the party of the 4 of Li He, so he made an excuse to leave. 2 hours later, the party ended, and Li He returned home with Lu Wei. That night, the official website of the Youth Cup updated new content and released the list of 128 players who entered the preliminaries. At the same time, Li He, who was browsing the web, also saw a few lines in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. Achievements. 5 consecutive victories, winning the qualification for the Chengdu Youth Cup preliminaries. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket any skill level up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. The skill Hejongyu LV1 has been upgraded to Hejongyu LV2. Close black lens bracket. Hejongyu, LV2, 0200s. You can use the Hejong language proficiently to translate written language, but the daily conversation is still a little green. Why isn't the massage skill improved? Li He's face darkened. Originally, when studying Xiaojuer's rate theory, the Hejong language skills were about to be upgraded. This time, it's really blood loss, too much for Africans. Li He closed his eyes and thought for a while, but did not feel any special changes. Afterwards, Li He prepared to translate and record. Give a song as a thank you gift to Little Jewer, the owner of Raven Gym. Only My Railgun. The opening song of the parallel world drama, A Certain Scientific Railgun. This song depicts a superhuman who manipulates electrical energy. Obviously, Only My Railgun is a perfect match with Xiaojuer, the owner of the electrical gym. Surprisingly, the Hejong language ability of LV2 allowed Li He to translate the lyrics into Hejong language. Coupled with Li He's decent singing skills and sense of sound, he was busy until late at night, and Li He finally recorded a satisfactory audio file. Not the studio quality, but it's good enough as a gift. Turning on the computer, Li He logged into the game, Elf Virtual Battle. Then open the chat interface and find Xiaojuer's ID. After uploading the audio file, Only My Railgun, Li He added. The electric light that dances at your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life. Exactly, last time I took the general attribute gemstone of Kobo, the owner of the mission hall, so I just took this as a gift. Li He clicked on Kobo's B Station account again, and sent a private message to a file. 9 palaces and 8 trigrams steps.ppt. Since I gave Xiaojuer a postscript. Li He thought about it and sent another message. The Galar has thousands of mountains, thousands of waters and thousands of spirits, and there is one beautiful woman in one place and one day in the town. After finishing it in one breath, Li He was in a beautiful mood. After the excitement of recording the song subsided, Li He glanced at the chat interface. Thinking about the 2 sentences he sent in the past, Li He looked strange. Take another look at the chat log. These 2 sentences, it seems, may. There are hundreds of millions of questions. Tonight's move to tomorrow's daytime, tomorrow's 4 shifts. No, Omega. If it can't be done, I will take advantage of Lu Wei's sleep, make him a maid, and let you meet the fox maid at Xiaoli's house. Hey, underscore. Chapter 49 Seed Players, Recommended Tickets. Are these two sentences ambiguous? Looking at the computer screen, Li He fell into deep thought. After a while, Li He sent another message to Xiao Juer, the owner of Leiwen Gym. Lu Wei wanted to drink milk just now. I missed a word, the complete one should be. The electric light that dances on your fingertips is my belief in this life, and only my railgun will last forever. Immediately afterwards, Li He opened the background interface of Station B again and sent a message to Kato, the owner of the Su Mission Hall. It's purely to thank you for your general type gemstone, and it has no other meaning. After sending, Li He felt again. Why is there a smell of 300 taels of silver in this place? Never mind. Even if there is a problem. The problem is also, Emperor Baifeng, what does it have to do with me, Li He? Thinking about it this way, Li He, who deleted the account because of a problem, felt no change in his heart, and even slapped Lu Wei, who was dozing off next to the keyboard. Instinctively beat Li He's bad hand with his claws. The 6 tails shrunk into an orange-red meatball, and the 6 tails were used as a quilt, and he slept soundly and sweetly. Union, ideographic period, Z's. Looking at the time, it was only 11:30. Li He leaned against the back of his chair comfortably. Look at the circle of friends. Habitually picked up the phone and opened the Penguin and W letter. Not surprisingly, the class group news is 99+. Wang Jiajia, I didn't expect that 2 people in our class would make it to the preliminaries this year. Li He and Lin Xiang also put in a lot of effort, which others can't see. Zhang Di, no, Xiaying is still training at the training ground. LV Qinghu, at Chen Dushou, Shower, why don't you speak? Did you also get promoted and pretend to be 13 in silence? Chen Dushou, who was watching the group, posted an angry message. I met a player of Yujianliu who was open this morning. Can this win? Picture, video. What was photographed in the picture and video is an ancient sword with a sheath, suspended in midair, like a fairy sword in the style of Shenxia. I'm going, it's actually a single scabbard. Li Hadu was slightly taken aback. The single scabbard, ghost and steel dual attribute elf, looks like a fairy sword. In fact, it is really equivalent to a wise fairy sword. A single scabbard can master swordsmanship, and it is normal that Bobo can't stop it. Don't envy, wait for the 6 tails to evolve into 9 tails. 1 tail uses a kind of swordsmanship. When the 9 tails come out, who will compete with each other? Li He took another look at the video. In the video, the male trainer is standing still with a scabbard around him. It's just pretending to be like the wind, always with me. This bee pretends to be struck by lightning sooner or later. Turning off the video, Li He glanced at the group chat. Chen Dushou, at Wang Ziwei, what is Li He doing now? Did he stay up all night at the training ground to train hard? Wang Zui, you think too much. When I saw him in the afternoon, he actually hooked up with a fashionable lady from Elf University. Who knows what he's doing now? Hey, I took a back view picture. Don't think about the face now. To respect people's privacy, I can only say, Lao Chen, your wallet and looks are not worthy. Chen Dushou. Lu Qinghu. Silently turning off the Penguin, Li He. I call it hooking up. I betrayed my integrity in order to make Lu Wei taste good. Lu Wei, go and soak in the bathtub, emit heat to make the water hot, and then turn on the natural gas, turn on the fire, and soak in your flame bath. Li He shook Lu Wei awake and let it do the work that should be done at this age. Dissipating heat to burn hot water can temper the tricks on the flame knife cheats, making the 6 tails better at manipulating flame and heat. Taking a flame bath can gradually develop the ignition characteristics of the 6 tails. This is the so-called, the way is natural, let the training integrate into the life. After sleeping beautifully, she was suddenly woken up, and Lu Wei was still a little bit out of bed. Slip. Come on, it's over, go to sleep. The money from Station B will be credited at 8 or 9 in the morning, and I will buy you Deji's sundae at noon. Yo-yo, no. Hearing that there was a Sunday to eat, Lu Wei was happy and went to do housework. Li Himo gave himself a like. That's the trick in sales. How to sell combs to monks. If there is no demand, then create demand. Likewise, if there is no weakness, then create weakness. Lu Wei didn't like to eat sundaes and snacks from the beginning, but also liked to eat delicious food. This is completely cultivated by Li He, which made Lu Wei fall in love with food. In this way, naturally, it will use sparks to boil water, learn to control the heat to cook, and want to make a little money. At the same time, Lu Wei also has a weakness for being addicted to food, and can be better, cultivated with love, by himself. Little Lu Wei, your trainer is still your trainer. Almost forgot. Lu Wei, you haven't watched today's Gongdu drama yet. I'll take my phone and watch it while heating the water. Six Tails heating a bathtub of cold water. Slip, LLL not omega not. I'm having a hard time. At the same time, Ji Ziming's home. Ji Ziming, Wang Zui, and Bai Yunfei played the latest mode of Elf Virtual Battle, a 3-person team battle. This mode is similar to the Glory of the King, giving a large venue, and will refresh some wild monster elves with special props and fruit that restore physical strength. Both sides of the battle can choose to fight wild monsters first, or start a team battle directly. Pharaoh, come on, the team battle is over, can you stop commanding the elves to go to the jungle? Xiaoji, you said, are you a spy sent by the enemy? Why did you hang up? Ah, kneel down, Xiaoji, you didn't give people heads like that. What are you looking at? What game to play? There are still a few minutes, and at 0 o'clock, the Chindu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum will announce the 16 seeded players from 16 groups. The three waited for a few minutes, then Ji Ziming refreshed the web page and clicked in. This information network's prediction is quite accurate. All the seed players predicted last year really broke through and became the top 16 players. Wait, let me find out. What's the situation? Brother Li is not a seeded player. Is there a shady story? Ji Ziming's eyes widened. I'll check it out. Bai Yunfei picked up his laptop, logged into the web page, and checked. Li He is in Group F. The seed player in Group F is Big Rock Snake. Big Rock Snake. Wang Zui was shocked. I'll go, does this person have a mine? Big Rock Snake. A rock snake spirit with dual attributes of rock and ground. Big Rock Snake, as the name suggests, big, with a large body, generally 8.8 meters in length. The head of the snake can be as big as a small car. Rock. The whole body of the big rock snake is composed of rock minerals. Snake. The action and appearance of the big rock snake like a giant python. Most people don't say that they can't afford the elf eggs of the big rock snake, and there is no place to raise them. I've never understood how an elf egg the size of a liter of coal bottle can hatch a big rock snake. Wang Zui sighed and said puzzled. But, although the big rock snake is big, its speed is slow. It's not too slow. Underground, the moving speed of the big rock snake can usually reach 22 meters per second. Ji Ziming said casually, you haven't done your summer homework at first glance. There is this problem in the elves' homework. Clicking on the video of the preliminaries of the big rock snake, the three of them understood why the big rock snake could be rated as a seed player. How huge does the 8-meter-long rock serpent look? It's almost as high as a 3-story building. The first video shows the most obvious, big rock snake vs Little Lotta. Little Lotta, a cat-sized purple mouse elf, is a baby in front of the big rock snake. Without a single move, Big Rock Snake just stared at Little Lotta and let out a low, threatening roar. Little Lotta's legs and feet trembled and he lost his will to fight, greater than less than. Domineering side-leaking Big Rock Snake, weak and helpless Little Lotta. MP4. Big Rock Snake has dual attributes of rock and ground, right? Ji Ziming is considered a half-student, so he naturally memorized all the attribute restraint tables. Wang Zui and Bai Yunfei looked at each other. Think about your own elf, and think about the big rock snake. Bai Yunfei said in his heart that everyone is a newcomer, standing on the same starting line. As a result, I used a small pistol and you drove the Gundam too much. Wang Zui was a little worried. Big Rock Snake, our brother Li and Lu Wei confident. Chapter 50, The Gem of Grass, Tracing the Breathing Method. Galar Region, Sichuan Town, Sichuan Hall. On the spacious wooden dojo, the dojo apprentices and elves neatly practice martial arts. Watching the strange force stealthily pick up the phone, staring at the screen expectantly, Kato, the master of Sichuan Gym, who is teaching fighting skills. With short pale white hair and black and white sportswear, Kato, the owner of the mission hall, raised an eyebrow. Wei Li has been secretly looking at his phone lately. First, he picked it up with a look of anticipation, looked at it for a while, and then put it down in disappointment. What's the situation? The strange force is also a fighting spirit, and coupled with the main spirit of the gym owner, it is extremely powerful. Hearing Kato's gaze, Wei Li was startled, his face remained calm, but his body muscles tightened. After walking outside the dojo as if nothing had happened, the strange force was relieved. How does this state of strange power feel like a relationship? Thinking of this, Kato was shocked. It seems, maybe, is that really the case? Some time ago, when Wei Li practiced his moves, he was very emotional, and looked at her secretly from time to time, showing a strange smile. Then, after a few days, Wei Li kept checking his phone again. Waiting for news. Is it possible, online dating? Kato's brain is blank. What should I do if the elves are dating online? At the same time, looking at the documents and news from Emperor Sad Wind, Wei Li suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to help a trainer fall in love. During this period of time waiting for news, the strange force of waiting is both restless and uneasy. Too difficult. Strange power. I have endured pressure that ordinary elves can't handle. After waiting for Emperor Baifeng's reply, he felt relieved before opening the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Steps file and looked at it. Hey! The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Different from the martial arts blindness of Li He, although the strange force is an elves, it is a real martial arts expert. Zhugang Bagua steps may seem simple, but it is the simplicity that makes it extraordinary. This footwork does not require a high level of martial arts culture. It only needs to follow the step map and practice hard day and night, and it can be formed naturally. And it can also be integrated into daily routines and many moves. It's actually a secret with a wide range of applicability. It is worthy of being the Emperor of Sad Wind. In the early stages of dating, when they expressed their goodwill to each other, they casually passed on a secret. Atmosphere. As an elves with fighting attributes, Wei Li is born to like people with arrogance. Wei Li, be is expected of the man who dared to take the lead in attacking Kato. Just when Wei Li was reading the 9 Palace Bagua Steps document, there was a loud bang in the dojo. Calmly glanced at the dojo, the strange force withdrew his gaze. Kato beat a lazy fighting spirit again. No big deal. Woe tilde. Looking at the news sent by the great Emperor Baifeng, the strange force is very happy. What? Purely just thanks and nothing else. Alas, this Emperor of Sad Wind is still innocent. Strong, arrogant, and innocent, Wei Li's affection for Emperor Baifeng has increased a lot. Wei Li thought about it again. Is it about to happen? No, don't be in a hurry, just keep brewing. But, what's the next gift? Send another normal attribute gem. Even if the strange force has no experience in assisting the trainer in falling in love, he still feels nothing new. Slightly perfunctory. Scratching his head, Wei Li felt that he couldn't take on the big things of Kato's future happiness alone. Gotta find a mate. Thinking of doing it, the strange force came to a quiet room. Push the door in. A humanoid elf was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the quiet room. The strange thing was that the elf did not touch the ground, and its entire body was suspended in the air. This elf is exactly Charam, a fighting and superpower elf with dual attributes, similar in appearance to a humanoid, with a yogic martial arts temperament from the ancient India region of the Blue Star Alliance all over his body. In a few words, the strange force told Charam the whole thing. Charam listened quietly, nodding occasionally. After a moment of contemplation, Charam's eyes were blue, and he used his superpower to manipulate the strange force's mobile phone. Open the memo and type a line. Give him the grass gem, and the breathing method of the mission hall. Grass gems, similar to ordinary attribute gems, are one of the attribute gems. The grass gems contain the source of life force, which can enhance the power of the elf's grass attribute moves. The Sichuan breathing method is a general-purpose esoteric tradition of the Sichuan Taoist Hall. It can be practiced by both people and spirits. It can strengthen the body and strengthen the foundation. Wei Li was puzzled at first. What is it? Why not send the fire gem in the attribute gem? After thinking about it again, the strange force suddenly realized. Since the Baifeng Emperor wants to cultivate 6 tails, how can there be no fire gem? In the early stage, in order to deal with attribute restraint, Lu Wei must practice grass attribute moves. Therefore, the gift of grass gems can show that Kato is very concerned about the Baifeng Emperor. It was thought out, coupled with the retrospective breathing method, although it is very basic. Does the Baifeng Emperor lack a profound secret? Of course it can't be missing. The 2 words, Sichuan, are mainly sent in the Sichuan breathing method, which expresses, I recognize you, I trust you. Hey! Wei Li gave Charam a thumbs up in admiration, and sure enough, such a brain-consuming task had to be done by a thinking spirit. Charam is inexplicable. The reason I asked you to send back the breathing method is to make that Baifeng Emperor healthy and strong enough to resist beatings, so don't be pushed to the hospital by Kato. As for the gem of grass, I am reminding him to love nature, cherish life, and work hard to practice retrospective breathing. The grass gem contains the source of life, and it also has a little effect on the practice of retrospective breathing. If you wear it for a long time, it is also good for the human body. In general, it is still for the sake of the body and bones of the Baifeng Emperor. Charam doesn't have much requirements for the Great Emperor of Sad Wind, and only expects one thing, to live tenaciously. Don't be careful, let Kato be a widow. As soon as the 2 elves add up, they begin to operate. Across the distance, under the big tree, looking at the back of the strange force, Kato was very worried. As an enlightened trainer, Kato does not want to interfere in the private life of strange force. The breeze was blowing the pale short hair. Kato sighed a little. I hope the elves who have online dating with strange force are not too weak. Kato requires only one. To resist beating, the skin should be thick. After negotiating with Charam, Wei Li first gave the Baifeng Emperor a grass gem through his account at Station B. Afterwards, the strange force sent another document privately. Retrospective breathing method.txt. Immediately afterwards, Wei Li thought for a while, and then sent a friendly message that he thought could lead to a relationship. If you have time, let's fight, the kind that punches to the flesh.